Tips.
Yap. Tahu lah.
Kok lu tumben pengen main terus sih, Fik?
You all look wonderful.
Yang lebih jago
I
ya?
always look good.
Sejak tragedi sekali kan.
Kali.
Kali anjing.
Gue ganti sen sama ganti mos nih.
Pakai
Mas
apa
apa?
sekarang?
Udah ganti EC 3C
Bagus gak? Lu beli di mana, Fik?
di Zowie langsung.
Anjing di sana.
3C itu yang
Di
yang
apa, di
grade-grade
Turki?
ada beda apa?
Enggak di Indo.
Berapa duit, Fik? Enak gak?
Yang fiktifnya
Mahal
apa ya?
1,3. Enak
Kalau
so far.
misalkan lu gak suka, gua beli ya.
So far enak sih.
Lu nunggu XM2 kan? Nggak
Iya anjing enggak
kan?
keluar-keluar cok gila.
Malah yang keluar ada Lamzu. Tahu gak?
Lamzo kan? Enggak tahu.
Ada dia keluaran baru gitu, cuman kayak lagi bentuknya benar-benar mirip kayak SM2 gitu, dia wireless juga. Jadi orang
Tuh.
Itulah.
Gua ada final mouse tuh baru tuh. Cuman gua yakin gua gak pake kayaknya.
Belum.
Tolong.
Pelan-pelan aja.
Bring them down.
Gua net.
Selesai.
Oke.
Yuk.
Main tuh mouse apa ya?
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nice, Pak, emang.
Faksi.
Makasih, Bang.
Oh, faksi.
Gua lagi dong.
Find you.
Kenapa?
Kangen enggak?
Mereka orang Bandung ya?
Kangen sama Sakurai ya. Kalau lu anjing nih orang.
Jangan gitulah.
C3C.
Jangan gitu
Pak
atuh Bang
Maus.
Fikri.
Main gak Bang? Ini lagi
Kasihan
main
nih
gua.
hamba.
Kapan?
C2 mirip kan sih sama beda. Itu pernah bawa.
Mau dong gue C2. Gua mau beli ah.
Bahasa gua terlalu go internasional
Bagus
ya.
gak, Fik? So far.
So far enak.
Fikri pakai C3C, Yor.
Ya iya, maksud gue C3C. Itu kan mirip C2 kan sebenarnya.
Iya, lebih
cuman
kecil.
beda-
Gua pasti nanya lah,
beda-
suka.
lebih kecil
Gua
gitu
juga
lah.
bilang.
Lu kan suka yang kayak C2 ya?
Where are you?
Ada tuh.
Bring them down.
Short, oke.
One shot.
Come on.
Iya.
Dim beacon here.
BRB.
Brimstone showers.
Cover, maybe inside smoke.
Hilang lagi di
I can heal. Wait.
BRB dulu.
One enemy remaining.
I think no need ya.
Oke.
200 is no.
Gue cabut dulu.
Oke,
Yo.
bye.
Spike's there.
Main sama Famouzi.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in between us and victory.
Itu solo krik.
Sheriff.
Enggak mayor.
Hah, mana suaranya? Halo Bang Eeyore.
Sheriff. Oi, wek, babi lu.
Lah.
Berebet.
PSG God emang beda.
Mereka kayak ini tai.
Kenapa?
Kayak apa ya?
I'll find you.
Kayak tai.
Bilang
Kuka yang bilang.
Smoke, okay.
Oke.
It's a bad smoke.
Bilang. Dua Kak.
Dia mau di diri sendiri.
There.
Oh ini Hanif ya?
Spike planted. Bring them down. Bring them down. Last player standing. Long.
Buset.
kok lu yang mati sih Kri?
Balik ke bed. Ya mandir.
MNB.
Gua live ya.
Tembakin
Udah
gua dah.
fokus gua.
Mistake my smile. I take this song very seriously.
Kemana ada?
Oke.
Babang chamber.
Ya, please yang optik menang. Ya, optik menang. Ya, tul. Saya mendukung
I'll hunt
optik.
down Scott. Where are you?
Buka.
Babi.
Bilong banyak,
Apa?
Cok. Gua mati, Cok.
Terus mau
Main aja, Cok.
Smoke's down.
Mantap.
35, Kai.
Oke.
Grenade!
Masuk.
Bam!
Tadi Huka deket smoke.
Launching smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Lagi. Biar ngetik.
Terwah.
We'll catch them.
Buka. Nice.
Dukung lot dong, Yor.
Hey.
Gua nggak dukung lot, gua dukung optik.
Boss up, man. Keep fighting. Rest is
Gila.
over. And I get a drop.
Maafin orang
Nggak sengaja gua pick, biar gua kan ngejinx 8 kali.
Mas Pade. Kang, Akang. Drop aku, Akang.
Suaranya sih oke.
There. Stay focused.
Emang siapa, Wek? Anip ya?
Iya.
Bukan.
Enggak.
Get out of my way.
Motor.
Ah.
Bring them down.
Rest low.
No more dreams.
Roll,
Bring
rest.
them down.
I flank.
The fuck?
Take hold.
TP dulu ya.
Bisa heal kak? Lu
Mau
mau
TV.
TP? Nggak apa, gas aja.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Low.
Last player standing.
We're going off like
Anyone
a
feeling
cat
generous?
snake.
Siap-siap optik kalah didukung Yor, yoi. Optik, gua dukung optik guys, sorry banget. Pergi, Wek.
Oh ya.
Coba main buka dong, gua bakal TP deh.
Oke.
Gua
Kalau ada gua TP, kalau ada.
optik, optik,
Oke.
let's go juara biar dapat 2 piala.
I'll find you.
Mau Pak.
Buka clear ya.
Enemy spotted A.
Kira
Bring
A.
them down.
Tor. Bak sana dulu.
Bring them down. Found one. Nice.
Extra coming.
Oke.
Des. Masuk.
Gua kena trap ya, enggak bisa.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Kayaknya shot gak sih?
Reloading.
Ya tadi udah dogi.
Gua pengen cucuk deh.
I'll find you.
Ada
Tahu
cucuk.
dia yol. Bisa
Bisa shower juga.
Gua cek
Go
bentar.
cat.
Iya, Cok. Kena slam.
Reloading.
Oke, siapa ada WK?
Let's ruin their day.
WK.
Does anyone have funds?
Mes.
Flash bilong dong.
Iya. Santai.
Go ulti deh.
Nah, yang kedua lu nggak buta kok.
Fake aja, jangan desain.
Oke.
Oh Tuhan.
Gua ini ya.
Ya.
Ya begitulah.
Bring them down.
Siapa anjing ini?
They're blind with fear.
Itu buta tuh. Ya.
Oh my god.
Mantap gak?
Set nggak dikasih.
Iya, nice. What the fuck?
Where are you?
Ayo, woof.
Cutting here, inside my smoke.
Right side.
One enemy remaining.
Knife.
Flawless.
No.
Sorry.
Room for improvement.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Yor lu live ya, Yor?
Iya nih. Kenapa? Lu mau stream snipe?
Duh.
Kenapa? Lu mau stream snipe?
Enggak. Gua kira lu nggak live anjir.
Oh, lu mau ngomong sesuatu?
Enggak, gua terlalu
Dia mau nama billing lu katanya.
Oh,
Apa?
iya, deal. Ini gua recon.
Ya. AWP nih paling.
You want to play? Let's
Hey,
play.
I'll find you.
Nothing di.
Bring them down.
Kecil anjing.
They're blind.
Anjing capek.
Bring them down.
Mampus nih orang. Flash.
1B, 1B. Go in B, go in B.
Nice shot. Jet,
Okay,
big jet.
smoke.
Kabur
What?
anjir.
Smoke what? Hookah?
Gili.
Spike down B.
Effort.
I've got your trail.
Spike planted.
I got ult.
Combo.
Fire in the hole.
Pernyawaan datang.
I smoke first. Wait.
There, take them.
Buka.
Nas lo.
Buka kan.
Finish.
Belakang. Buka.
Buka mana kan?
Last player standing.
Gak beres kayak ini batolan belum.
Nice try, guys.
Malam.
Hadiah. Again. Their fear is a track, and the track is fresh.
Bang, AWP bang. Gua AWP nih.
Ya bang,
Gak
siap
satu
bang.
lagi Kang, enggak.
Gua aja, Bang.
Tai.
Lah emang siapa Indo ya?
WK.
Enggak tahu.
Indo.
Ih,
Siapa?
siapa bang? Siapa namanya? Rumahnya di mana? Bapak kau yang kuasa ibu nikah?
Thanks. They are mine.
Oh, tahu
Oke.
gua.
Satchel out.
Anak NXL.
I'll find you.
Esho.
Bilang ada.
Soal gue.
Buka.
Bela lagi ya.
Orang kenapa ini?
Bring them down.
Mau ke
I smoke.
Gue stay deh.
Kayaknya di
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
So much for their elite agents. Weapon here.
gila, mayat banget semua di sini anjing.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
Gimana latihannya? Iya, lanjut besok tapi siang jam 1. So sad. Apa pakai vandal? Lagi tahu dah. Bangsat phantom tai.
Where are they?
Gue lagi streaming ya. Gue lagi streaming. Tolong. Gue lagi streaming. Tolong. Cabut.
Cutting B.
Soal
Tower aman sih. Jet ulti. Bilong.
Update ngapain?
Dua bilong. Ngumpet dari flash gua mereka.
Expect dong.
Gua tinggal ya.
Bring them down.
Spike planted.
Bring them down. We found one. I'll find you.
Elbow, AWP.
Last player standing.
Luas.
One enemy remaining.
Oh flash nih.
Come on, please.
Woi.
Thrifty.
Tai. Gua di stream gua yang Fire in the hole anjing. Ternyata fake
Tile from their minds to find the
Sat.
weakness.
Tukar dong gua pengen main A.
No net bangsat. Udah.
Kemarin Agil ke GP kok lu enggak sih, Yor?
Kenapa? Ngapain dia?
Kemarin
GP?
Agil ke GP
Anjing.
Maron.
Maron sama pulang ya?
Iya, kalau nggak ada sih.
Nggak tahu. Gua nggak diajak anjing.
Eeyore mah turuton.
Iya.
Bubur
Where
bot.
are you?
Bomb buddy.
Oke, care.
Dogi A short.
Bring them down.
2 A short, 2 A short.
Satchel out.
Orde.
Halo
3,
Pina.
3, 3.
Anjay.
Smoke A, smoke A.
Ya, coming.
Datang enggak?
Apa? Udah ya,
Sirkuan dulu,
namanya?
Cok.
Si Pagu. Sama.
Sky's out.
Setting.
Hold. Bring them down.
Vincent, you hold.
Bench.
Bentar.
Masih bench ya kayaknya.
Masih bench ya harusnya.
Crossfire kan.
Sabar.
Where are you?
Enemy A.
Shot sat.
Last player standing.
18 coek. Bangkit.
Last round before the switch.
Splendidly.
Apa?
Find the weak point and break it. Hawk out.
I'll find you.
Tak.
Bilong kelas. Bilet radar babik.
Shot
Tuh,
race.
satu bilong.
Oke.
Spike
Bom
drop.
E, bom E, bom E. Jogging.
Mare, take them. Bring them down.
Mark 4.
A ult.
Mark 5.
Lah.
Bring them down.
Lighting.
Penting.
Spike planted. Last
You hold.
player standing.
Siapa sih ini Wilson nih?
Mana gua tahu tadi nanya lo.
Bab mau gosok.
Cekak.
Right here.
Eeyore, oi. Kenapa?
Switching sides.
Smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
Ke Aji yuk.
Ya, ke A.
Gua dari short.
Gua dari shower.
Shower deh, malu.
Oke. Lari, jalan.
Dogi ya.
Bring them down.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
I'll find you.
Santai, gua cover.
Ya, boy.
Ya City.
Kalau bapak lo gua cover.
Sini ya, bro.
Enemy A.
Turun.
One enemy remaining.
Jamput anjing.
Kok di situ? Bobotnya loncat aja.
Mau
They have
potong
courage.
rambut rasanya,
But no
tapi
one's
masih dibilang lah si
Santai, krik. Gua licin. Gak ada yang kena tadi kan?
Ngeri.
Gak lah. Gua mah takut anjir.
Prosesor
Gua
berapa?
masih famous.
Prosesor berapa?
1624.
Bangsa ribet.
Aduh. Enak anjir, gede-gede.
Fikri sini Fikri anjing.
Belum.
Suka ya lu sama gue ya, deket-deket.
Bring them down. They're
Bilang.
blind with fear.
Sky ini
Bring
main
them
mana dah?
down.
Matek. Kegigit.
Buka kayaknya ada satu deh. Coy.
Penyawaan datang.
Where are you?
Awas ya, awas.
We'll catch them.
Gua smoke City-nya.
One enemy remaining.
Belakang.
Belakang.
safe. You're going back in.
Kemana nih bos?
Kakak gue ngeliat jual.
Si Meka rumahnya
Bos.
di mana? Di Bekasi ya? Oh,
Dia
Tuhan.
Bandung, udah.
Ternyata dia lesbian.
Tunggu.
Padahal. Halo Eeyore, halo. Ah, pusing
Emang
kepala
demen
gua.
banget ya skin
Apa
gua.
ya, bangke lah.
Dogi anjing.
Waktu hari ini.
Iya iya.
Bangke, bangke.
Sempet sama anjing gua.
I'll find you.
Kurang depan, Cok.
Aduh.
Yo.
You hold, gak ada. You shower hati-hati. Oke shower.
Ya, nice
Ya.
WK.
Penting,
Mantap WK.
Bring them down.
Bisa.
Lu siap hancurin YouTube dong kalau ada.
Gua megang flash ya.
Sama mati aja kalau.
Flank. Chamber.
Cabut.
Karena shot.
Satisfied.
Heaven atuh ya Raze.
Wah bangsat lagi jatuh gol.
Last player
Apanya lu
standing.
banget?
Buried.
Bangsat kali gila juga.
Keding.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
Reloading. Reloading.
Ya, gua ambil bilang. Gua ambil out bisa.
Oke.
Gua basket ya.
Bomb buddy out. Bring them down.
Bilang ada.
Panik mukanya.
Rame 4. Tim bikin dia.
70 kayaknya.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Emang nih. Dari pantat doang.
Buka.
We'll catch them.
Buka.
Menang nggak tuh?
Spike planted.
Itu anjing.
Naik dong.
Gua nunggu kontak lu dah. Wah, bangsat di granat.
Belum.
Ya.
Last player
Ah,
standing.
tai. Udah HP 20, Cok. Gerakan itu loh, anjing.
Lu takut di
These
flick
both
anjing.
sides aren't gonna take one step.
Gerakannya itu loh, anjing nggak jelas. Padahal gue ngikutin lu ya pakai phantom, tai lah, phantom tai.
Reloading.
Gua gak punya molly ya.
Bisa asik ngobrol kacanya di belakang. Kenapa sih emang?
Oke.
Coba dari shot.
Ambil sabar, ayo.
Yuk.
Where are you?
Nggak ada.
Yuk, ulti ya, yuk, Gus.
Iya ya.
I'm done. One less.
Tete.
Wih, Vina, thank
Iya,
you.
temen lu.
Gokil,
Iya.
Vina, thank you ya.
Sayang.
Tiga
deh.
smoke.
Short.
Last player standing.
Bisa heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Take hold.
Gak tau lah.
Apaan sih ini game? Ini game apa sih?
Gak tau.
Biar kau
Now dog.
But I can launch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing.
Itu iya itu glitch
Thank
ya.
you, Vina, thank you. Gokil.
parah. Dikatain loh tim orang.
Endok telur nggak tuh?
Don't keep them brown.
Ganti buta.
Ya.
Bring them down.
Center matek.
We found one. I'll find
Tinggal
you.
ya.
Gua ambil anjing.
Siapa yang tap?
Ya Allah.
Lupa gua.
Baik dah.
Itu yang tap siapa anjing?
Reset. Kita dari hit, boys.
Reda.
Dua anjing lah, perkosa gua.
Deket nih.
Tepe dah.
Anjing. Sampurna apa ya?
Bisa short, hati-hati.
Ya. Cek.
Race-nya
Banyak.
Ulti.
sumpah harusnya di U-Haul jadi dia bisa dengar soalnya. U-Haul atau pocket lah.
Tepe bangsat.
Tipi.
Satchel up.
U-Haul sih harusnya brimstone-nya yakin dah. Flash tuh ada flash.
Pokok flashing.
Triple box.
30 seconds left.
Our carrier's down.
Short.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
Flash.
Mau nggak?
Dulu.
Tes, cek.
Flash dulu.
Ada suara gua nggak, Pik?
Gua swing. Ada.
Oke.
Gua headshot sih.
Ya bang jago. Merinding gua liatnya.
Jangan headshot.
Si anjing.
Tak dulu.
Woi anjing gua yang mati.
Si tolol. Capek ah. Bangsat.
Kabar, pernyawaan.
Masih di atas deh.
Last player standing.
I have the spike.
Spike down A.
Adil last 2B. Operator jet.
Sorry.
AT&T. Salahnya brimstone.
Weapon choice. It is so personal.
Kok gua anjing tiba-tiba?
Kita ke aja, guys.
Ya gua ada ulti nih.
Gua ulti dari shower ya.
Ya udah, gua ke short deh.
Kasih gua solo enggak apa-apa.
Instant ult nih ya gua.
You want to play? Let's play.
Dua shower. Dua shower.
Get out of my way.
Last player standing.
Shower
Spike
jet.
down A.
Have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
There, take them.
Nggak kedengeran kan ya harusnya ya?
Ya kalau
Nggak,
tidak
nggak,
kedengeran
nggak,
nggak sih?
Ya kedengeran.
Nah itu
dong.
kedengeran juga tuh.
Masih budak kok, santai.
Where are you?
Bisa TP ya?
Ya bisa tepe.
Spike planted.
Nanti
Bener kan? TP dia.
Nice.
Aduh, coba aja
Shoot the
HP
bad
gua
guys.
banyakan
How's that for a
dikit
plan?
anjing.
Mau default dulu ya.
tolong.
Ini dong, gua minta smoke sini.
Halo coy, oi coy.
Gua jalan shower deh.
Gua nge-throw ya run ini ya.
Kagak shot.
Sini nih.
Here.
Gue beli shot buat jalan towernya.
Bring them down.
Kiri, ada tuh. Kena.
Enemy. Bring them down.
Si anjing.
I have the spike.
Tap.
Ambil tuh senjata.
Find
Ada
you.
flash.
Tower enggak tahu ya.
Triple.
Nice.
Backside. Backside.
Dua. Jet. Evan.
Heaven.
Guys, tolong guys.
Gue ya? Speknya ya?
Iya.
Udah, santai.
Thrifty.
Nice.
Mantap nggak?
Gila,
Intronya?
boleh. Oh Tuhan. Ternyata dia
The
lesbian.
spirit is cracking. Now
Lalu pakai baki buta-butain temen juga.
Apa? Gua butain temen segala ya.
Of course. Oh, reckless.
Ya, gua reckless.
Cecil.
Ada.
Kanan ya, sisi kanan.
Dua. Kayak dua.
where are you?
Tiga coy.
Oh, anjing baki, Cok.
Ada
Tiga,
trap.
coy.
Trapnya di ini, kiri.
Ayo, gua smokin hukanya nih.
Trap kiri.
Yuk.
Smoke.
Ada trap.
Trap kiri. Toples nih.
Smoke's down.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
I have the
One
spike.
enemy remaining.
Jetnya tadi di sini.
Di mana jetnya?
Di hatimu.
Iya.
There, shake them. Spike planted. I'll find you.
Berapa error gua? Kentot! Najis.
Berarti dia kesini tadi nih.
Kasar.
Najis. Curang, hacker tadi.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they're not the first. I can buy for
Duh,
you.
padahal
my
gua
treat.
beralah bacot lu.
Bisa buy next.
Bacot.
They are so dead.
Cariin senjata buat gua dong. Enggak deng, Batlot famous aja.
Lu cariin buat gua.
I need to blow something up.
Gua seri anjir.
Nih, bos senjata enggak?
Get it. Bring them
Di
down.
belakang nih.
Tapi
Hawk out. Blinded. I've got my trail.
Kanan ya. Satu lagi res.
Ada lagi.
satu lagi Raze di pocket ya.
Tiga.
Enemy spotted A.
Sabar.
Lu dong terus dalam smoke ya.
Boleh lari
nggak ada
nggak?
flash.
Boleh lari nggak chamber? Lari aja.
Gue anjing. Awas.
Ya.
Ada tuh kebakar.
Ayo hol.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
Tete ya.
Ya, Liverpool.
Bring them
Kalau bro,
down.
bodoh gini.
Gua nggak suka City.
I'll find you.
Awas.
Awas dia mati ya.
GG.
Hackers win.
Bye YouTube. Wah.
Udah kan fake, gue mau watch party. Yuk. Thank you boys.
Oke. Ada.
Haji. Oi, God bless me anjay. Oi. Hari-hari bolak-balik nggak tahu lah. Tuh. Jam berapa sih? Oke. Kita ngapain nih? Nunggu nih. Ngapain ya? Main. Main apa guys? Main apa ya? Main apa ya? Coba kita lihat Steam. Guys, ada yang suka kue klepon nggak? Ada yang tinggal di Jakbar nggak? Ada yang tahu nggak klepon yang enak di mana jam segini? Ada nggak ya yang jual? Kalau nggak kue putu gitu. Kalau nggak utung mayang gitu. Aduh, pengen jajanan pasar gua. Among Us gak ada orangnya. Cuma bentar doang. Dia bawa yang lewat rumah gua kue Pasmo lah anjay. Pasmo gak cukup waktunya, gak ada orang cok. Belum kumpulin orang segala macam. Tuh. Ada yang bisa kasih ide gak main apa? Aduh guys, besok gimana nih? Masa gua main Dota Turbo, tapi jangan deh. Kelamaan. Main TikTok. Oh iya TikTok ya, babik. Untung diingetin. Bagus Doge. Mantap Doge. TikTok gue mana TikTok? Invite link TikTok. Eeyore clip. Kok Eeyore clip? TikTok. Invite link. TikTok. Mana? Gimana lu taruhnya anjir? Share Indomaret meme. Oh meme. Oke. Ya dikit banget anjing. Dikit cok. Dikit ternyata. Dikit banget. Cewa anjir, dikit banget yang udah ini. Kalau stumble guys, gue males. Gue isinya pasti emosi karena bangsat orangnya anjing. Kayak nggak ada harga diri ya gue tai main stumble guys. Ngepet. Overwatch tuh kapan ya keluarnya ya? Kalian bakal main Overwatch gak? Kencengan dikit. Ini udah kenceng banget di gua. Tik-tik gua isinya Korean Girl mau. Oh iya, ganti judul dulu. Kekencengan bang. Iya kan. Ini si Wilson apa sih got karpet ini? Overwatch kayaknya nggak bakal gede di Indo. Why? Kalau misalkan ternyata dia kayak Riot gimana? kayak berani gitu. Walaupun gue yakin juga nggak mungkin sih, karena Blizzard kayak gimana ya, kayak Dota dijual anjing. Ya nggak sih, dia dijual Dota kan setahu gue. Dulu kan Dota Blizzard bukan sih? Bukan ya? Lupa gue. Warcraft. Lupa deh gue. Oh ya, Ice Frog deh, sorry. Blizzard tuh apa ya dulu ya? Jadi malas main gitu nggak teman? Iya, kayak gue kemarinan main sama Lita, main Paladin anjing, masih rame loh Paladin lo, tai. What the fuck? Ya di like woi, ayo di like. Paling enak gratis bener. Main apa ya guys ya? Tinggal setengah jam lagi sih kayak. Ya udahlah, nggak usah main lah. Twitch. Gila, yang nonton 112.000.
So, random question for you. If you were going to 1v1, by the way, I watch your streams all the time, so I know you're like unbelievable at Valorant. If you were going to 1v1 a pro, which pro would you pick?
1v1 a pro?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I would lose, but I want a 1v1 yay. Because in the off chance that I win, oh my god,
That's legendary.
that I get.
Do you try and op against him, or do you like?
I'm not an offer. I am not an offer. I'll send in a weird off angle, maybe with a judge, you know?
Do we just shotgun it?
It's not fair at all, but I'll do it anyways.
I like that. I like that strategy a lot. That's a good one.
We know you love Fade. There's a massive Fade statue just out of sight.
I see her.
How many pictures have you taken with
I
it?
haven't even gotten a chance, actually. It's been pretty crazy with
Main itu game HP, main apa game
I
HP
haven't gotten a
anjing?
chance, so maybe on my way out, I'll be able to get one.
Yeah, I hope so. It is pretty cool. There's also an incredible Fade cosplayer somewhere around
There's
here.
a lot of
as well.
cosplayers.
Yeah. The cosplay is incredible. If you were gonna cosplay a champion,
Gue pengen mandi deh guys. Bentar boleh gak? Gue mandi dulu anjing.
My
Hah?
girl Reina.
I love Reina.
I
That's my
love
main,
it.
but
That's my
Gerah gue
it doesn't
anjing.
look anything like when you play it. It does not look nearly as good.
I will have to catch your streams. I've never.
Yor Fikri jadi dibeli boom. Kata siapa sih?
Who said that?
Gue mandi dulu ah. Gerah gue bang kicks.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the Gold Carpet. Have a great stream, and we are so excited to watch you later. Back to you guys. Thank you so much.
Mandi dulu ah.
Huge shout out to Jade. She's awesome. Did an event with her a while ago. She's a really, really cool person. But also, I too would like to cosplay as well. I know famous. You know me. Yeah, we know famous. What can I say?
I call it Jade, not quarter Jade.
Well, you know, I mean, what can I say? You know, I call him DJ. You know what I'm saying? I'm finally bringing it up this time. Or someone else does. But also, I would like to cosplay as Reina too. I think I can pull it off. Got an outfit just like that. You know? What about you? Who'd you like to cosplay as?
Cypher without a hat.
Wait, I thought you were already doing that.
Yeah. Brent, what about you?
Me? Some people keep saying I do a good chamber.
Yeah?
I don't really.
What's your
I
best
think it's
friend
just 'cause,
Jackson?
Is that
you don't want to hit
subtle
out.
way of saying you're really good looking?
No, I think chamber is. Listen, I think chamber is a bit of a boy, but I can't exactly say that. But listen, people keep saying it. I don't know what. I think it's the glasses. I think it's the glasses. And it's just like skinny. And you don't want to hear my French accent because I will get fired.
Okay.
So.
Baby. Go for it.
I'm thinking this is
Dramatic
dramatic
pause.
You have 5
dramatic
seconds.
pause. Oh God, what is an agent
5,
in the
4,
game?
3,
Sovan
2,
Poe, I have
1.
hair.
Sova, there it is.
You have hair.
Okay, well, guys, let's move on to Too Loud's opponent for today. Of course, it is the NA #1 seed. We got you, baby. Gunning for their first ever 2-time win. It's, of course, the Green Wall, Optic Gaming. And this team, Bren, this is it. This is an opportunity to do something that hasn't been done all year long. Claim a second title at a global event.
Yeah, and they've got that experience. They've got the veteran leadership.
They have the championship lights.
They got the one title as well, but they've never been tested like this before in an event. I think they have really had some incredibly close matches, and they're going to be feeling that as well heading into this finals. Now, honestly, they were looking kind of scary yesterday. I think they were locked in for the first 2 matches, but look at this team. There is no team with the amount of accomplishments that Optic has across the board in VCT history.
Yeah, I think this team has already proved that they have been the best, like most consistent squad on the international stage across the pre-2023 era. But now they're looking to end that with a bang, to make history, be the only back-to-back team, and finally win a Champions event. Last Champions, it was the one international tournament that they attended that they bombed out of. They want to end this year strong.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there are a lot of stories for Optic, but I think at this point, one of the main ones, the biggest story that we got to talk about, right? We have obligated to talk about it. It's, of course, Ye, or you better know him as El Diablo, a.k.a. the Chamber of Your Nightmares, because this guy pretty much just loves this agent. Josh plays it all the time.
Well, the wild thing is, out of our top 4 teams, the meta has actually been trending away from Chamber.
Yes.
And Optic were the only team in that top echelon that was sticking to it 100% of the time until he picked Jet on Ascent yesterday. He lost with it though, and it didn't look as impressive, but he's just a god among men. And there's a reason that he stuck to the Chamber. It's because he can do things that no one else can.
It's just undisputed, I think, at this point, that he is the best player in the world. The numbers that he's putting up, the consistency that he does this in the global stage against top-tier competition, it's not a question anymore. But the question is it going to be enough?
And that's the big thing, because thus far, Ye has been performing at a level no one has ever done in a tournament. He was even performing pretty well, not up to his own standards, but up to a high standard when they lost versus Loud the first time in this tournament. But now, as we come into this grand final, he's proved that he can be the best player in the world when it's in these high pressure, when it's in these big matches. But with how consistent Loud is looking, with how well every single one of their players have been performing, and with that map advantage, I don't know if it'll be enough to win the tournament.
Well, we're going to have a lot more to talk and break down for Optic Gaming, but for now, it is time to head over to our gold carpet yet again with Chrissy and Doug. We're standing by with someone who's got the voice of an angel. It's Average Jones.
Thank you so much, GB. Yes, we are standing by with Average Jonas. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm loving the vibe here, man. Like gold carpet? Are you kidding me?
So yeah, gold carpet, gold Jonas.
Yeah, of course. We gotta, you know, we gotta dress to impress.
Dress
That's what
to
they
impress.
said. That's what they said.
All right, so as a Silver, Silva's removed from the game. He's deleted. He's gone forever.
Yeah,
Never existing again. Who becomes your new main?
World of Warcraft.
Can we say that here?
No,
Don't get us fired.
I think probably another initiator, maybe KO or something. I think.
Okay, I can see it.
KO is cool. It's a Giga Chat actually. KO is a Giga Chat.
And the lineups with the night, I can see it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have a good one.
All right, how long have you been in Istanbul at this point, and how much donor have you eaten so far?
So I like to call it like a donor per day kind of thing, right? Like
A donor per day keeps it off the plate, right?
A DPD, right? Yeah. So I'm on like a 1 DPD approximately, one per day.
Get up those numbers.
We should up those numbers.
Well, let's grab a donor afterwards then.
Yeah. Wait, so you've already had it today? Breakfast donor?
Well, yeah, obviously.
That's how it's been going. All right, so we're obviously here in Istanbul, champions, finals today. What is it like watching this game that you love, and I know has had such a big impact on your life, especially when you started streaming? What is it like coming here to another country, seeing it in front of a crowd, and having friends from all over the world meet up with you?
This is like the epitome of like hard work for several years, and like I spent a lot of time making friends from all the different regions, and to come here and just be like, it's so weird, right? Like, you know, I had like a lot of people in Spain who are close friends, and you haven't met them in real life, but you're like, hey, and you like give each other a hug, and like you've known each other for ages, right? And it's such an amazing feeling to be able to have this community vibe across different regions, because I think that's what Champions does really well, like connecting all the regions together. Like we have Americans cheering for Brazil, we have everything here, right? Like people were chanting DRX even from one of the NA stream booth yesterday, just saying.
No snitching on who it was. We'll keep that one down. It was probably Achilles, down from the desk. He just sounded like he was
stuck up there. Well, thank you so much, Jonas. I hope you have a great time at finals. It's great to see you here.
Thank
You're
you,
looking
love
great.
you.
We are going to a quick break, but we will be back with some more carpet. You're not going to want to miss who's next.
rain is holding off, at least for now. Yeah. But the vibes are immaculate. My God, I want
Wangi.
Okay.
Mantap, Sru.
Until you and Terry
Srud.
join back forces to win a
Srud.
championship for Sentinels. When's it happening?
Halo guys, akhirnya.
I've never actually been on a team with Tarek. I played against Tarek, but
Halo.
we may be starting a team 2023. Me, Tarek, nothing. Skadoo.
Gila.
Maybe bring Sean Garris back from coach. Pull it from Heart of Thieves. Who knows?
Those are fighting words. Those are fighting words. We got a lot of spice today on this golden carpet. It is a spicy golden carpet, that's for sure.
Skadudul kemana ya sekarang ya?
See what happens.
We don't have a chat monitor
Seger
right
banget
now, but
coy.
right now it's just like,
Anjay.
that one. All right. Well, so you joining Sentinels did take everyone by surprise. But what drove you to the decision to finally re-enter competitive play?
What drove me, it was a little bit of
Ngap, Marcos sudah nggak balik lagi tuh. Iya. Bangkeks.
Kasihan. It's been like four or 5 years. Sure. But if I'm being honest, it was spontaneous. I was at dinner.
Really?
My agent said, "Hey, Sentinels,
Udah hilang bang, apa ya udah hilang?
throw your name into the hat." Yeah. And
Why
then
not?
they instantly freaked out. They're like, "Nah, this can't be real. This can't be real."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real. And I said I'd go all the way if I need a boot camp for a month, whatever it is, I'll be there. So it was kind of like a random little moment, you know?
That is incredible. I don't. It's really difficult to get Shroud on your team in general, much less just randomly like, hey,
Otak kau.
might be interested if you're
Hah?
interested in him. Like, it seems like a crazy occurrence.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
To have to watch though, right? As someone who's
Apa sih Lala? Kenapa sih Lala lagi emosi banget kayaknya?
Queen Nai.
Queen Nai. Queen Nai.
Queen Nai.
Online matches, it's like, oh, whatever, online matches, those are
Online.
whatever. I've been there, done that. But it's when you're doing those
Queen
big
Nai.
arena matches, and you're like, man, I've been playing up there on the stage, feeling the rumble of the arena, you know?
Caca, sorry. Bingung gua antara lu berdua tuh mirip anjay. Kerjaannya cuma manggil. Kayor udah hilang anjay.
3,
2, 1.
brawl.
Apa sih nih orang? Woi! Woi! Santai dong anjing. Woi! Woi! Anjing. Ini kenapa pada diem semua ya? Ini bot ya lawan gue ya? Tunggu gue main rank deh. Gak bisa nih gue main rank kayak gini, harus rank nih. Queen Nai. Ya gue juga susah bedain dia berdua, bener kan? Tontonin aja Yor, mereka gelut. Mukanya biasa aja Yor, anjing. Apa sih ini, kenapa sih? Oh anjing, Queen Nai lawan Queen Nai. Ini dia Queen Nai. Who is the best Queen Nai?
3,
2, 1.
brawl.
Hehe! Hehe! Si anjing! Apa sih? Mamam lu tai. Mamam lu. Anak anjing. Heh. Bye-bye lu. Dasar tolol. Si anjing jago juga dia. Di karung viewersnya streamer tipu. Apaan sih?
Player 2 wins.
Tahura. Queen Nai. Ini lawan bot, buka lu lawan bot. Ini ada ranknya anjay.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Emang jago aja gua, bro. Sakit woy anjing. Wah ini bahaya nih, dia main jarak deket nih, gors. Aduh takut. Dia masih hidup anjing. Woi. Goodbye anjay. Pikir lu siapa? Si anjing. Curang cok. Ini jago anjing. Aduh. Bete dia, anjing jangan main jarak deket, dia curang tai. Woohoo! Bangsat, jago banget nih orang. Aduh, bahaya. Wah, gila. Jago banget gua. GG anjay. GG. Bot bacot anjay. Mana ada lawan bot gila ini emang gue emang terlatih, bro. Buset kagak teriak. Kaget kenapa? Katanya mau nyetel lagu tak pernah padam, Yor. Apanya? Padam. Muka lu. Kasar banget ya gue anjing streamer tai. Ya apa sih? Mamam lu. Coy, sakit coy, apa sih coy? All my friends are toxic. Oh, ambition is so rude. Coy, ini curang banget coy, ini orang sumpah. Gue gak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Coy, tolongin gua. Bangke. Jago banget ini. Cuy, jago banget ini, Cok. Oh, Tuhan. Oke. Pemanasan sudah selesai. Bang, satu orang nih ya, anjing. Dia curang gitu loh, terbang gitu loh, tai. Tuh. Curang anjing. Curang, Cok. Tai. Curang. Bangkeks lah. Curang anjing. Ya dia bakal juara siapa nih? Optik. Optik. Optik. Optik. Optik. Optik. Optik. Optik. Optik.
In this one, and the community just has full faith in Optic.
I mean, how can you not win?
Optic.
They've been so consistent at winning rematch games. They've been so consistent across the board at winning from the lower bracket. I don't really have a problem with the community's outcome.
Yeah, it's so close.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, folks, but this is it. The two top teams in the world are going to be facing off again, and this time it's for the championship. One more match to determine once and for all who are the real kings in the mountain. Is it going to be NA's Optic? Will it be Brazil's Loud? And the question I have for you is, are you ready? Because the grand finals start right now.
This team, when it was assembled, very few people had expectations of us.
Optik.
No one knew we'd be able to dominate
Optik.
History's kind of repeating itself.
Optic Gaming, build their legacy.
Optik Gaming. Optik Gaming.
And Optic stay alive.
Optik Gaming. Dominate. Sabar, Edoge, sabar, buset. Ini lagi nih, sabar nih.
If I win champions, that's my dream come true.
Lagi aktif ya? Iya, soalnya lagi dari tadi udah kayak nggak bersemangat banget, sumpah.
I think it would just
Sumpah nggak bersemangat
everything that
banget.
we've been
Dari
working
tadi tuh
for.
nggak bersemangat asli. Apa ya?
It would just cement us as the best team in Valorant.
Every time that we face them,
I'm
we're like pretty confident.
with you.
This time won't be different. We can lift this trophy. I want the Loud era.
Anjay, keren banget ya.
Optic allowed them. Fear none.
Eeyore pantai, kenapa sih Bang Dre? Lu kenapa marah-marah pecah? Mending kita denger lagu ini dulu nih. Ini enak banget lagunya. Sabar ya, aku kasih lagu ini.
Honored to be here on the grand final with Mimi, Saisho, and Bren for the very last time in the 2022 VCT season. It's time to activate the stage.
Goblok kok. Gue search-nya di Twitch. Ini anjing. Super Bass, live di venue. Lupa kapan, Yor? Lupa kapan? Kapan sih? Loud. Optik. Kucing lesbian ntar aja lah. Bang Dre, ntar aja. Optik.
Well, this is the last map select we're gonna have in this tournament. A grand final.
Nih, lu dengerin lagunya nih.
Siapa yang padi yoyo?
Ini lagunya nih Bang Dre nih, pasti kasih nih.
Tuhan, ternyata dia lesbian. Tuh di sini udah gak kuat nahan. Tuhan, ternyata dia lesbian. Tuh di sini udah gak kuat nahan. Aku ini anak sapi. Kalau nenek langsung dari sapi.
Aku ini
anak setan. Kata mama udah kelewatan. Aku ini.
Lu belum kelar Bang Dre. Lu belum kelar. Kalau sampai habis kocak anjing. Yang kepompong yang paling gokil tai.
Go into their bind, and that is their choice for a very long time, and it has been their best map. They've been very strong on it, but Loud has shown a comfort in playing it, and last time these two teams played it, did not really go too well for them.
Yeah, Loud are the only team that have delivered Optic a loss with this comp that they run on the global stage.
Oh, Tuhan.
Just need to run that over again.
And of course, Breeze is the third map pick here.
Oh,
for
Tuhan, tolong aku. Tolong aku.
When the last time that they played this most
Atas
recently. So I don't know if this is going to be as easy as a map to take away for Loud.
Yeah, now Optic have the option between Haven and Icebox to go as our fourth map in the series. Haven has been a map where they've ran that crazy composition, putting Victor on the Phoenix, running a style on the map that no one else has really played, but thus far it's been effective. It was a final map versus DRX that pulled them over the line.
I don't know how any bans is kind of difficult for Optic, but they've managed to somehow make Icebox map 5, which means they have a couple of chances to close us out without even going to Icebox.
I think that's true, but also you look at the map pool and they're only favored on one, maybe two of the maps here. In Bind, they're probably favored even though they lost it to Loud, if they can fix what went wrong for them. But otherwise, this is such an uphill battle. The only silver lining for Optic right now is that they've already
Kipas angin kesedot sampah. Kipas angin kesedot sampah. Kipas angin kesedot sampah. Kipas angin kesedot sampah. Kipas angin kesedot sampah. Oh, kipas angin kesedot sampah. Kipas angin kesedot sampah. Kipas angin kesedot sampah.
Buat sayangku Orochimaru di Kuala Namu. Aku dan kamu ini ibaratnya seperti Indo males dan Alpha males. Kita sering berdekat-dekatan, tetapi tidak mungkin untuk bersatu.
Kipas angin kesedot sampah. Kipas angin kesedot sampah.
Kipas angin kesedot sampah.
Neng, gue tabang dangdutan yuk.
Najis lu.
Najis lu. Optik ini menang ini Optik.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bulls give you win. Apa iya ya, yoi. Tat tat tat tat tat tat. Gak, itu apa iya tuh dari mana sih? Padamu pemilik hati yang tak pernah ku miliki, yang hadir sebagai bagian dari kisah hidupku.
Engkau aku cinta dengan segenap rasa di hati. Selalu ku mencoba
menjadi
knock knock knocking on heaven's door. Hey hey hey hey yeah. Knock knock knocking on heaven's door. Knock knock knocking on heaven's door.
Oh, mirip ya? Mirip ya? Mirip ya? Terkejoet gue ya anjay. Bangkek lu Bang Re, bangkek. Lu tau gak? Sebenarnya tahu, tapi kau memilih seolah engkau tak tahu. Kau sembunyikan rasa cintaku
di balik topeng persahabatanmu yang palsu. Kau jadikan.
Wih anjay. Wih, Undertaker coy, keluar coy, Undertaker coy. Anjay. Anjay neon. Bukan ya? Ini siapa sih? Nova Repindra, welcome bro, thank you. Anjay, tenggelam di dunia lawak. Multiverse. Jadi teringat nonton Interstellar anjir. Ada yang pernah udah nonton Interstellar? Anjay, gokil bener. Keren banget anjing. Gila, boleh-boleh. Ini konser apa turnamen anjing? Lagi main gundu anjay. Wah anjing, ini kenapa sih selalu klipnya paling pertama lagi tai? Gila, keren banget anjing. Entrance-nya boleh-boleh, cok. Marpet guys, marpet.
Finesse.
Marpet. Marpet coy.
Victor. Crashes.
Check. Anjing. Ini pasti video dulu nih, kayak tadi nih. Anjay, satu boneka gede sekarang. Oh, ada temennya, cok.
Sadak. Less.
Loh, satu lagi kena mana? Kena COVID. Oh, enggak deh. 5 ya udah ya.
Everything comes down to this, the grand finals of Valorant Champions. One of Optic or Loud will be lifting the most illustrious trophy in all of Valorant here in Istanbul today. But how hype was the Fire Again performance? That was fire.
It was absurd, and for either of these teams, if they could lift that trophy, it is just history in the making. We would have our first two-time champion, or it would be the first time a Brazilian team, the first time a team not from North America or EMEA could win a trophy.
It all starts here on a map where both of these teams have so much history, on a map where we've seen variations in style and dominant defenses, insane individual performances, and incredible head-to-head matchups.
Yeah, and that early storyline as well, it's going to be, what are we going to see composition-wise from Optic Gaming? Are they going to go back to that triple initiator? They're going to stick with their guns with a composition with Ye playing the Jet, which is something we hadn't seen from him until, I think, April was the last time he played it. Compared to the other day, just bringing this out completely left field. But honestly, with a best-of-5 series like this, the early prep, we can talk all we want about it on Ascent, but the deeper the series goes as well, the less that prep work is even going to matter in these players' heads.
Yeah, but for the first few games here, that prep work certainly sides with Loud. They had a day off yesterday. They were watching Optic play. They were watching Optic earn their spot. Optic has had just 24 hours since their late night win against DRX to come back here with a new game plan and maybe have a chance to lift that trophy.
Honestly though, Bimi, with how unrefined the game plan looked from Optic on Ascent, I think there's so much improvement they can do there that Loud won't have even been able to see. So I think Chet's probably come up with some extra game plans and extra ways of getting Ye into the game, if indeed they do commit to that Ye Jet heading into map 1. Because it felt like he just wasn't finding those same opportunities against the extremely slow defaulting of DRX. Loud don't necessarily play like that.
We're into the Prime Gaming agent select here. Everything is on the side of Loud right now, like you guys said. But last time in a grand final, they couldn't pick up a single map. They have to here, given the bans, given the map, and given the composition.
Yeah, all the advantages on their side. They've had an entire day to prep, and yeah, we're going to see the Ye Jet and that head-to-head of Aspas versus Ye on the Jet
Wow, Bang
itself.
Taps!
Absolutely
Thank you, 1 juta
legendary
ya.
head-to-head in terms
Optic,
of that matchup
Optic.
there. And Josh, I love the point
Yeah,
you
let's
brought
go,
up as well. I
Optic,
think
let's
the fact that
go.
Optic have had time
Let's
to
go,
reflect on that map that they
Optic.
lost on Ascent with this
Optic.
composition, and it does add a lot of room for improvement. There's nothing better than losses to learn off of and to improve again with your playbook when you're playing on a certain map.
I think that's absolutely true, but also they're playing a very similar, the same composition as their opponents here. And what that also means is you're going to get this amazing head-to-head. You've got Sada setting up Aspas. That duo always works together to get Aspas in the best positions. And on the other side of things, Victor has been amazing with his utility. So that to me is the premier head-to-head headed into this game. But all of your expectations can get upset in a moment. Maybe it's Pankada Marv that take over this map. There's just so much room on Ascent for individuals to dominate at times.
Yeah, and for Optic, this is their chance to redefine what was a previous stomp on Ascent. The last time these two teams were here, it was Loud taking the win dominantly. This is the match now that matters. This is the match that decides the tournament for both these teams, and Optic are looking to rally.
Yeah, both of these teams are going to want to start off strong here. You guys know the map, you know the agents now, and it's time to send this over to your casters. It is my pleasure to be throwing this and introducing you guys to the one and only Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you, Yinzu and the desk. A fantastic start to the day and truly a tantalizing prospect here, Mike. We have a great game in front of us, but it's a different look from the last time we saw them meet in the grand finals. It's a whole different battlefield now.
Yeah, and actually form comes into this as well. Obviously, the advantages here in the grand finals, the rest day, so to say. The map beats are getting these 2 bans, but this video's got me kind of messed up. We're starting on Ascent here, and the only notable loss in recent times was versus Optic Gaming in that grand final. And we start here for a best of 5. It's madness, Lauren.
It's going to be a marathon, hopefully. 5 maps on the docket that we could certainly get to grips with here. And I think, as it stands, being logical, emotions aside, Loud's form has been formidable.
Terrifying.
Truly terrifying. They've overcome their demons. They are now moments away from once again facing their nemesis, and no higher stakes could be on the line. Let's get into things.
Let's go, Optic.
Final kicking off here on map 1. Crashies get that first bit of contact, but it's all in, baby. It's bursting. Loud straight towards the site, and Optic better be ready.
Aduh!
Instantly bringing the fire.
Aduh! Here by Sassy as well. Just Victor and FNS left here for Optic Gaming as Loud take full control of B site. Actually, Ricardo playing very close contact on the doorway, but actually picked up by Victor. Actually on the way back through, plenty of time to work with here.
I need another pick though, and with the HP being a little less than ideal for Loud, there is still a chance of it, but that late lurk through middle, look at who's encroaching slowly but surely. Les could be the downfall of it all. Gonna find one.
Guys,
and now
itu,
FNS, they've got to know where he's at.
Itu si Aiman boleh gua TO
This is done for.
Tolol banget pertanyaannya
right? Surely there
Aduh,
it is.
ente dah,
finally
dah,
deals with it.
ente.
You can see the danger mounting.
Itu Aiman gua
Pistol converted here for Loud, and such a concise, dominant start there. No mincing their words at all.
A statement made in round 1. They stack up, they death ball in, and Crashies dips his toes a little bit, punished for it.
Real Optic.
Curious actually if, really, you talk about this rematch, you talk about the pressure being so high here in the grand finals, the stakes raised, but this is comfort zones. The Loud try and toy with that a little bit. They're one of the most proactive teams in terms of the early round. But if that converts into aggression here and finding entries, it could be very,
Nanti ada giveaway 4 kali adik-adik karena kemarin belum ada. Jadi stay tune di sini aja. 4 kali adik-adik.
You don't often see such familiar foes in games this
Real.
early on, and it truly changes the dynamic here. They should
Kesempatanmu
be so
lebih
hyper aware of
besar.
each other, but again, the fact that
Yo,
Loud
chat
did
gue
win
baca dong,
their last
kenapa?
meeting truly changes the narrative, truly changes how we have to look at Loud in this, give them credit where it's due. But the buy into this round, do just have the Marshal. Nothing too much really beyond that, a Sheriff, a Frenzy. So certainly not outside of the realms of reality, but
Nice read nih by Optic
one
nih,
thing
nice
I am
read
seeing
nih.
though, Mike, is a stack.
Nice read,
And
nice
as
read,
it stands
nice
in the
read.
right place.
Nice read, Cok.
Concerning here. I mean, the
Nice
drone's
read,
gonna
Cok.
be crucial.
Nice read, Cok. Cok.
Spotting
Nice read,
more
Cok.
team members. Knife actually only going to catch one. Victor
Wah
looks
gila,
very
Cok.
aggressive.
Victor, Cok. What are you doing? What are you
I
doing?
like the idea of Blitz
Are you crazy?
almost over-aggressing on it, trying to encourage his hit to come in from several players on the site. However, Aspas light works.
Are you crazy? Optic.
Damage here is actually in the blender,
Buset dah.
but still standing out. He just fight through that. No stress, no sweat. 5 alive. They walk into the stack and dismantle it.
Another decisive round as well. Brute Force and Ignorance on the way in. No real indicators towards the stack, but like you said, that slight bit of aggression, almost baiting Loud into a false sense of security. Loud, make the most of the opportunity for the Prime Gaming flawless here in round 2. Unfortunately, actually, the Knife did reveal more of this stack. I don't think Optic even expected them to pop as quickly as they did on the back of that entry.
But I love this from Loud though, playing with this really confident mentality. Now,
Emang biasanya dia
this
pakai
is the
dual
first big
shore.
challenge though.
Udah, kalau
Amplify
dia send dia
coming out
pakai
here for Optic, far from perfect, some light shields.
Great flash.
You're absolutely right. Sticking around on this. Gonna isolate Aspas.
Nice.
That's a big pickup already. And they can
Balik, dapat satu, balik, mundur. Nah, cakep.
Peel away though.
Optic maju dikit, maju dikit.
Bite out of the execution if it does come through on either side. Actually less spotted out in mid as well. Victor looking to actually close the gap on this. Could be problematic here. Les actually gets attacked here, but the double swing coming through.
Okay, nice.
Gonna find it.
Nice banget.
Yeah, keeping that one safe, didn't allow it to spiral out of control. And I looked at Loud being
Kalau
very
lu pengen
decisive,
tim yang
very
mana masuk
commanding,
final siapa
right,
ya?
dominant even. Exactly. Optic answer right back in kind, and Loud are barely making their way from top mid. Now, Finesse going to note that. Yeah, not flash, not bad though. Will at least give them the angle to fight with, but what they're left with is still just the 2 Bulldogs. But again, obviously for Optic, they love to keep these, and yay, in the back lines. Oh, and the patience shown is horrible, isn't it? Nastiness from Yay.
Buset.
That's clean.
Apa itu,
4
Le?
alive, the rifles convert, but again,
Nice
that was
Optic.
the bonus for Loud.
It's key to note early on, we just touched on it, but
Nice
how
Optic.
willing these teams are immediately to close down these kills.
Ya, saya
We
bisa
talk about
menang VCT
Loud's
gimana,
ability to
mantap.
convert man advantages, and how actually early on in the rounds, we're talking about how they have one of the strongest early round kind of
Optic ada
protocols.
nih tim ini story to
It's
beat
interesting if
lot on
Optic are
Acer.
going to continue with this. Again, pushing towards mid. Whether or not Loud actually are going to continue these little flash plays in through a lobby. Seeing a heavy stack here once again. Les going to have to prop up the other side of the map entirely here. Don't expect Crashies and FNS to go exploring just yet. Yeah, both noted close on A main here.
Big info found. There's the flash, and they at least start taking the space towards A. Now, Victor is staying around though. He's not falling back towards the site. He's just holding the off.
What are you doing, Victor? Victor! Victor! What are you doing? Why you pick alone? Why you pick alone? Marpet, nice Marpet.
There's just no slowing down.
Nice
to this.
Crashies. Marpet, what are you doing, Marpet?
That's a big kill actually from Crashies.
Marpet, what are you
Relinquishes
doing,
some of
Marpet?
that map control. Look
Babik
at
lah
Mark
Marpet
now
nih, anjing
looking
lah.
to exploit that.
Iceman himself, the audacity to do this in a 2v2.
Kok Marpet
Do
yang
they
what are you
consider it? Do
doing?
they read it? Let's
Victor,
find
what
out.
are you doing,
They seem
Victor?
prepared, but
He's heard them.
he's going to hear this. He's going to call for the run. You've got to look towards Crashes as well. Surely he's going to...
Nice Marpet!
The audacity to walk up, Cat. Zero respect, zero care. Gets behind him, gets the info, and gets both the kills.
It's beautiful to watch rounds like this where you can see both teams are just at that cerebral level, trying to just manipulate any space on the map. Yeah, actually going to have the operator online here for round 5. Loud's ultimate stack looking very healthy here as well, though. Sadak actually with no command. A couple others, and that's such a crucial kill there. And like I said, Marv manipulates that perfectly.
I'm just still amazed by the willingness to brawl that we've seen so far on the extremities. That really stick around for these fights, but fighting.
Sekarang orang-orang lebih prefer pakai ini ya, pakai Stinger daripada pakai Sheriff anjing.
Time purchase there, so no worrying crunch yet.
Flash.
And, oh, no, how's he going away with
Nice, gak dicek. Astaga.
Walk on by, dips around, has a little peek towards main, notes the players. Yeah, he's still on the case. yet to be forced away from the angle, and what are they left with? Sassy, Les, and Pancada, and you know FNS is walking this. This is insane play. The bravery to do this, testing them on all occasions. And he has no idea. FNS is getting away with murder for the second time! Doesn't get checked again! These corners will be the downfall of Loud.
Again, key information. As you see Les slip away into a lurk roll, knows that Sassy and Pancada are going to have disconnected from this.
And here we are again, top middle at a disadvantage. I can't believe what we've been witnessing so far. This defensive-sided aggression, and the timing is gorgeous. Might be able to thread that needle of timing so perfectly. Does Sassy and Pancada have anything to really say about the matter? Maybe they'll get a plant out of this. Maybe.
Stinger apa Koyor? Itu stinger.
Marv and Victor actually tucked
Tadi
up.
dipakai.
Happy to give it away here.
Disciplined. I like that.
Marv actually just holding the angle here on the jump up spot, so come through. Again, time now becomes a concern. Is not going to be very comfortable. Pancada and Sassy to actually set up in this post plant. Is he going to get aggressive off this paranoia?
Spike planted.
Mark still being cautious, waiting for support that is now arriving. Bear in mind we have the flank from FNS, so he's going to be late towards A main. They could wait for it.
Anjing.
Don't get ahead of yourself when Ye's watching that. Be it Mark, be it Ye, it doesn't matter, you're dead. Sassy now surrounded. 4 players. The first falls. Found him, silences. Ye, quick trade. Mark
Nice.
Mike, let's kind of pause for thought here as the defuse comes
Turni
in.
kapan ya? Ada yang ganti kaca
The
siapa
tempo
ntar?
changes here are unbelievable.
Turni
We've
besok.
had patience being
Tapi
displayed, let's say, in that you're
qualifier
sitting deep towards
qualifier
the site allowing the plant. But then we also then have FNS strolling down middle. This is going to be hard to handle for Loud.
Yeah, and look at the number of times that Optic are happy to do that. Just backfill where they actually discover this information, or at least feel a little bit of pressure. I mean, actually, how FNS isn't cleared down, and it's almost like that flash is tailor-made to actually get them for market control. And FNS runs away with it. Curious here, like I said, some of these ultimates now coming online for Loud. Aspas going to bring in.
Turni apa nih,
I'm not sure if this is
apa
banking on winning
GVI
this and trying to get
itu
an
ya?
operator online to face off against Ye. Curious to see, but the weaker side statistically here for Optics, and we're already seeing a little bit of an adjustment here.
Now, we talked about Loud breaking their curse, but do remember the narrative, the concept that you don't get to beat Optic twice. And now that's come back into effect. So, I mean, Chet's been cooking up something in this game, certainly changing the tempo and the tone to this. FNS needs to be careful now. They are holding for this push.
FNS sekarang mainnya berani banget ya.
Loud actually. Look how deep they've had to tuck into this default now. Actually
paranoid
investing
about
utility to force them off such a forward angle. Again, there's no pressure. Look at Optic, they actually swing through now. Marv's exploring short, he's got the one-way up.
They've conditioned them to do this. It's the perfect, causation and reaction.
Great bait for the operator as well. Yay, rewarded for it.
Fantastic. Gets to fall away, dips towards short. The lockdown comes in and ensures further safety. Now they can rotate that third man if they fancy it. Still not too much stress. Aspas, position noted, will fall away. This is very comprehensive from Optic.
He is, and actually the lockdown force them into an uncomfortable position because there's 30 seconds left for Loud to actually step the pace up here. Does this drone clear FNS again?
Don't let him get away with it again. Finally he gets found.
Still,
I don't know how he's doing this time and time again. Leaving Sassy and once again Pancada to deal with such an unfavorable situation. So many players against them, so little time. Optic mean business today, Mike. This is looking good. It looks like they've done the work. We were waiting to see if they had been able to.
Absolutely. And they're tempering this aggression so nicely. It's a peek here and there, and they're ready to re-hit as Loud set up outside sight. In great timing to deal with the turret as well, the bait being the Vandal to come through to deal with that turret. Sets Ye up for success. Beautiful stuff so far from Optic. Already improving on the previous matchup. 13-3 last time to Loud on Ascent. It was 3 defensive rounds for Optic.
And we have to put into perspective how hard it is to play into this. With the veto the way it is, with the bans that come in, the map veto will sit very favorably towards Loud. So again, coming in with the odds against you like they are for Optic, this is quite an impressive start. But it is only the start, it is a best of 5. We have a little setup here towards short, and somehow Marv still gets away with it, finding Sadak. Quick pop flash underhand, you can see the instant pressure. They just pile it right back on in. Optic aren't backing away from any of these fights.
Got a noted with the drone. Slips off the side.
So long! Crash is offsetting the timing, playing a little ahead of the utility there, and it's just shut down again.
Optic tampaknya hanya 4 batang kayu, tapi ini 4-4-nya lagi bagus loh.
The pace is just great. Optic, typically a slower team, but happy to just stand their ground and fight here, and rightfully so. Loud. That's going to pump the brakes now because, as in that previous round, they've forced so deep into this default. Just waiting for Optic to show their hand. This is fascinating to watch because Loud really have to think on their feet here.
This is going to be a big test for Loud to try and find solutions to this, because it's not something we've seen from Optic. We know the potential has been quite an aggressive side, but you get tempered throughout tournaments. Again, when you look back at the game they had against Loud, they looked, shadow of their former selves, they were quiet, and not having the impact they wanted. They've dialed it up to 11, it feels like. So for Loud, it's big adjustment time. They have to somehow recalibrate their mentality, their approach to this game, and it's not going to be particularly easy, because even if, let's say, you deal with Optics now, newly found a little bit of aggression here and there, that defensive side willingness to fight, there's layers to it, right? Then, well, Optic can sit deeper. We know that they can kind of fall back to this. So for me, this could be a big timeout for Loud, and I hope they find a solution to this. Otherwise, Optic aren't going to stop.
No, they're not. The concern being the strength of Loud's attack on Ascent lies in that post-plant scenario.
Optic.
We haven't seen enough of them yet to really get their foot in the door in this first half. We're a 3-round deficit now. Still ultimates are plenty for Loud. Again, we're not really seeing them set up to, make plays off them here. A heavier stack towards A lobby here this time around. Less disconnected outside B main. The curious thing is actually if Optic starts trying to pressure him there. Like I said earlier, relinquishing some of this map control. Both Victor and Marv noted here off the knife. Look at the pressure. They can't even get past this one way.
No, this is a stranglehold on the game. And we know the willingness to fight. Optic aren't just doing this as posturing, there is intent behind it. Already having FNS kind of over towards Tree as well. Yay posted towards main. And Loud have to find the solution. And this, I'd say, has to be this round, otherwise it starts getting really out of hand. Cycling through the utility though, Marv's still ready off the back of contact.
They burn up so much time with this one-way. Marv will be noted here. Deals with it. Does the read come to the ground? Perfect!
This set piece is gorgeous! Off the back of contact, the paranoia invested in the swing comes out, but he does get punished. Above of the ult on the side now looking more vulnerable, but the double stack towards Tree still stands. Marv, I don't know if he got hit by the paranoia, he did. Just backs in towards the nade, but look who's there! Fly from Pancada, finally having the impact on the site. But it is Yay in a 1v2-ish. Sadak not really influential yet, but it's still this man, and he's still got the big gun. Oh Lord, above, what is he up to? Testing the waters, wants to take down the door, give himself the chance. Pancada now, the single one standing, and you're right, the spike is not to hand, and Yay knows it.
Smoke Dulu lah! Nice Optic!
And not expect to get burned. Yay's in the building.
The Red Bull clutch from Yay. You can see immediately how quickly Optic looked to collapse on the back of just slight contact. Marv and Victor, a great setup here. Pancada actually completely back, but you see all eyes focused on main. But they just can't recover here. You can see as well, even with this. You don't often see Yay's op not shoot straight, but he gets them on the second regardless. Against the reads, they know exactly when less is coming.
And they are
it's not
grinning,
noted
man.
this point.
Look at Crash's face. They are beaming in this. They know exactly what they're up to. Yay's now getting confident. I feel like the snowball effect could come in here. Loud needs to stop the rot, and they need to stop it fast because they are now heating up. They're firing up. That's not bad, but the answer's better. Once again, the back and forth. The fight never subsides. They just double down on it. This time, no less. Still trying to bail them out. We've had Pancada before. This guy has been a phenomenal player. They need him again because Yay is still standing, and it's another 1v2. Surely red, surely known, and that time he is dead. Les has to do it himself, he will.
And this is a key round I was talking about when they're actually looking to come and pressure Les. Get him out of tiles, get him outside of B main, and Les stands strong.
He's such a demon.
Answers the call. Beautiful stuff from him, but still, 3-round deficit here.
First real reply, but it was off the back of an individual, right? And I think the desk rightly highlighted how good Les is. He is an impact player. He is one of the names that should become a bit of a household name here, and these shots are absolutely crisp as hell. But it's a one-player bailout. You could argue Yay had that in the prior round. But again, 6 for 3, we need to see repetition to this.
trend continues. Yeah, actually, look how deep he is. The paranoia from Marv, perfectly timed as well.
Gila, ini
Making sure there's no
dua tim
possibility of a
semuanya
trade
pakai
come through.
1420
That's
kah?
Asmas again.
Si anjing.
Takes away some of that pop on this execute, but the Hunter's Fury going to be posted blind here.
Yeah, that's
Tagged
how you
with
get
the
tagged.
burst.
And he's dead.
Found.
Couldn't get away from it. Good connection from Sarsi.
Mob!
What? What is going on? How is Mob here? How has he just got a kill? Still noted, still fighting. Finally goes down. Sarsi's got him. This game is just...
Look at the damage.
Sarsi's considering this though, Victor.
Wah,
No
gila,
idea.
Victor.
Sarsi is becoming quick to what they're up to.
Pegang pisau
And Sarsi
mulu
is
udah kayak
saving
Eeyore,
5
anjing.
HP.
Dark goes through, but they're still locked out in main here, and actually, FNS noted.
Cross
Just
is
a little
being
bit of
watched,
chip
though.
damage. Can't repeat this now with the operator.
Okay. Cross vision somewhat depleted, but
Look at
no,
Crashies.
Get out. Crashies, you wouldn't dare.
He's actually got the Hunter's Fury as well, so he can split from FNS here, but a little bit of a misread from Optic.
30 seconds left.
Assessment incorrect. They maybe assumed that they'd have backed towards B after the contact on FNS, but no, they carried on forward. Now the plant's in.
Crashies on short here. I was going to say, if he actually does want to clear through main with the Hunter's Fury, he could, but an Optic just swing this through as 2.
Sarsi isn't the one to be worried about just yet. Pancada holding the push up here. Crashy's trying to stay tucked to the wall to avoid being noted, but he has to swing it. Eventually, Pancada, great work. And they're starting to work it out. They're starting to piece together what is going on and what's going so right for Optic.
How Marved is there at that point of the round. And again, that's on the back of the paranoia coming through from Tree. Even here, on the minimap, look where Marved is when this engagement's going onto site.
But the fact that Sarsi even doubled down to check again,
Yeah.
that to me is such good intuition from that man, just to ensure that there was no second layer to it.
It's the conditioning early on in this half where actually everything that Loud are doing, Optic are happy to backfill immediately. Still got the lockdown up, unless, well, we do see, actually the first time.
Yeah, he's in mid. Yeah, he's in mid. He just went for a wander in mid.
One
A
jing.
lovely sunny day, but he loses his life. Sadak with the trade out, and now you can see the look towards the site. Less leading this. One tuck towards market, one towards the box. You have the ult invested now. Do they commit further? Yes, they try to. Crashies though, greets it. Smiling again, the vision depleted on one. I think it was Sarsi couldn't even see. Pop flash towards the site itself. Victor has one in kind. They're trying to halt this progress.
Look at Marv
1
again,
minute on the
though.
board, and you're absolutely right. Marv is in the backline disguised as an assassin. And this time, they're absolutely clueless. And it keeps happening time and time again. This is just unthinkable.
I mean, Optic are just pulling off some of the most unorthodox decisions, and it's paying off for them. Loud can barely get a steady footing. Again, look at Ye's willingness to just swing here. There's been a lack of focus from Loud towards mid in the early round because they've had to stack up towards A main. They've had to try and pressure this one way, force Victor out of some of these angles, and Ye, yes, gets the kill, gets traded, but then look at the immediate decision from Optic.
It's actually been wonderful to watch, and you're right, you kind of frame it so perfectly. Ye created that avenue that then you're going to see Marv kind of fill through and then find the approach from. Now, we go again.
More
It's B.
aggression. But look how early the information comes through, Lauren. The rotation's already happening.
And it's not just mindless, it's so well constructed, and we're going to see everything invested towards this. Crash is going to post it. It's FNS to find the front. That's Sadak now gone. Crashies going to be halted for now towards middle. They could really do with some damage now, and they ain't getting it. Marv this time stands to fight, does get outdone. Good trades. This FNS playing off of Sean, and he just gets aggressive again. What is this brawl? I can't believe what we're watching.
He's only here with the lockdown. Actually,
Gila Pancada.
Pinned him in here.
Siapa
Sassy don't want to
kasih
close it
anjing?
down.
Wah gila juga nih.
What the hell was that first half?
This has been one of the most volatile, abrasive halves I have ever seen. This game is playing out like we're in OT in map 5 already. This is something different.
Absolutely is. And I already said earlier on the last time it was 3 rounds for Optic to pull away from their defense. And it's 7 this time around. The stronger side being Loud on the defense. We have to see where they come away from this.
Yeah, it's going to be 7-5 on the half desk. What do you make of the first half?
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. This is the grand final, guys. We kicked it off in style. And, Brent, we heard the cheers the crowd had for Ye, and he's showing up.
Yeah, this guy has just been an absolute playmaker, but a key difference, I think, between the way he's been playing last time and this time has been the amount of disrespect he's showing, honestly. Pushing into deep positions all the time, but it's clear counter-stratting, I think, from beginning to end by the entirety of Optic. They've come into this match, and Ye has been enabled because of it.
Yeah, I want to show you how they're playing, right? They're fighting over extremities, which they couldn't do against DRX because DRX are so passive on the default. And then they're pushing out. The amount of kills they've got on the defense by pushing out because they're abusing the lopsided defaulting. The way that Loud defaults, they have 4 players in one area, 1 on the other. They just can't hold this. Look at FNS getting kills up here in tiles, man. This is your killjoy pushing tiles, and it's booming Sadak's brain trying to deal with this.
It worked so well for them for so long, but those last few rounds, Loud rallied with some big plays from Sassy. And now as we look ahead towards the second half, we have to talk about how good Loud is on this side of the map. They've played it twice in this tournament. They've only ever lost 1 round. 95% defensive-sided win rate. And the man that is absurd on this half is Aspas. Every time he gets on that defense, he is so enabled, taking those fights to hold down main control and being excellent when Loud leads into those retakes that they're oh so good at.
Look at how the heat map there was focused around tiles as well. There was a big red spot because Aspas is holding mid, killing everybody that tries to push him from that area of the map. He's going to be demonic. He's going to be doing the same kind of stuff that Ye did.
Well, Loud, this is where they were expecting them to come online. Let's see how Optic are going to be able to deal with this defense side as we jump back into game with Pansy and Hypok.
Now, I think the desk kind of highlighted perfectly and echoed what we were seeing a great deal of. But again, when we talk about this side switch, Mike, it does kind of lean back into maybe the start of this game. Where do you sit on this? Where does this now tailor in your mind?
I mean, from what we've seen from that defensive half, I got to feel like Optic have just completely, like carte blanche, approached this with a totally new mindset. Okay. We're seeing things that aren't necessarily, you know, I use the word unorthodox, but it's not the traditional Optic way, right?
Sure, sure.
They're happy to get aggressive and whatnot, but like I said, it was that backfilling of some of the setups, and Josh highlighted it perfectly. I was talking about when Les was going to feel the pressure, and when they created enough pressure outside A main, that's when they looked to isolate Les. It was a beautifully constructed half. Timeout here, it's time for the second half. I'm curious actually of what they're going to do to deal with that. Because it's whether or not they do the old, you know, let's mitigate as much as possible.
Sure.
Discover where he is in the early round and let's head elsewhere. But Aspas is so active on some of these defensive rounds on Ascend, and it's really difficult to get a solid grasp.
Now, and it's very interesting to see the timeout now as well, preparing themselves coming into this for Optic. That's a real curiosity and something that I'm sure people
that is
through. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
That's terrifying.
1 round on defense, they've lost.
Well, there's the challenge. Optic, good luck. Because by normal accounts, I'd say, hey, quite a nice scoreline here, 7-5. It's given them very much gateways into this. But Loud are exceptionally strong here. This is their palace. This is their absolute, just perfect side. So we go in. The challenge is set. The bar is high. Optic, if you want a chance in this, you have to genuinely go against the odds by such a large margin.
A slow approach here from Optic early on, but they got bodies outside short. Pancada actually tucked in on tree here. Does have Sassy close by. Sassy, what? Getting the second headshot on that.
And Pancada's still happy to sit on this for now, being bailed out a fair amount and no main pressure either, so they're really quite free to do this, but just walk up from Optic. Okay, Pancada finally falls, and Crashy's got both there. Pancada, fair enough, but how did he get Sassy? I do not know. Les is on the case and Sadak's on the flank. They're not letting this one go without a fight. A 3v3 now, the door going to be dealt with very swiftly. Ooh, Les needs to be a little cautious there. Don't get caught out now. The spikes are crossed. They still need to find a way to facilitate that. And look at what Marv's up to. Of course he is. The man in the back line's always going to be here. Marv again. He's going to hit. Did he hit the glass break? I'm not sure.
Oh my god.
Oh my word. They turn around and once again, it's Marv. Just their biggest fear in the back lines. How does he keep getting behind them?
It's ridiculous. He is making the most of so many plays from Optic in terms of creating that pressure and just doing the unthinkable. FNS hasn't crossed with the spike. There's a cooldown here where the smokes aren't available. You can even see here, Les is taking a double glass. He's like,
wait, what?
Wait, our Omen's dead? Who's that?
Pancada, why are you still alive? Yeah, a bit. Is this just the state of things to come is what I'm looking at. Marv keeps finding this space. He's got a very good read on the game. But again, you look at the stats coming into this. This is already starting to look like maybe this goes out of the ordinary. Let's look at the buy here. Just the stinger for Aspas and the Sheriff for Sasi, but that's it. So for Optic, they want to keep it clean. We do have a stack towards the B site, though, this time, and that's for Loud. 4 players present. And you're going to see a little bit of progress being made on the other side until then. Sadak was a player on short, does get picked off by Ye, so already we're now looking at what else can they achieve here.
Well, no, actually that peak is almost a red herring. So you said, the stack is here on B site. Now players conscious not to give away any audio cues. Optic happy to slow things down now. How deep this drone will get. It's all the way from Sub Rosa, so he won't actually find anything through tree or onto site. With nobody holding out, Optic almost feels as if got some space to work with here. Knife actually invested towards B as well. I'm not sure who that noted. There should have been 2. They've got a wide open site here.
Yeah, at this point you're starting to be very confident that you made it past tree, that no audio cues, no nothing out of play, so pretty much free plant. Still being cautious enough, but should go down here unchecked. And let's see if Loud can get anyone. That's the name of the game. Can they do any damage at all in this round? Or will this be as safe as houses?
Well, it's going to be difficult here with... I mean, Aspas has a stinger. Sassy with a Sheriff. Well, they're just going to try and dampen the next round here. Remove some of this and force a repurchase. Sassy's found one. Yay. Will respond, though. Just Aspas and Pancada left to find.
One enemy remaining.
The Spectre does better than the Stinger in that scenario. Will respond, but now Optic conscious to hold on to at least 3 of these weapons.
If you could punish Crashies, that could have been something. Not to beat. Optic keep alive. 9-5 now. This, I'm not going to get ahead of myself because we do know how good this map is for Loud, and I'm going to hold on to that here. Not going to lead into this just yet, so.
Just to cut in there, though, but this next round is key.
Absolutely. This is the one that determines.
This is double digits, potentially 11, because we're going to break the purchase of Loud. We come into this actually with a couple of light shields as well.
Yeah.
Well, this one could be almost map defining, because then the deficit is so large, and the way the Optic are playing, they're almost baiting Loud into trying to take control of some of these rounds.
And a fast start, though. Marved quelled early on. Sadak with the swing, and we're seeing similar scenes here over towards that kind of A-main approach. Almost mirrored to an extent, but a fight on the other side as well. Loud showing aggression on both sides of the map here.
Yeah, he becomes the power player here. With that rifle in hand. Victor does have a Bulldog as well, but smoke's removed now. Optic need to put themselves in a position to find an opening engagement. They can't lean back and rely on Marv smokes in any form of execution here. So we've got a minute to work with, so hoping Loud to try and keep this as clean as possible. Yeah, just going through the motions, removing as much of this utility as possible. It's not causing a rotation.
They're pretty happy where they are for now. The crunch towards the B side looks like it is now being committed towards. Victor going to be there, spamming away less. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's at the sights! Flies over the rooftops, takes down less, spots the player by the back of Bowhouse. Flash dribbles through and Sasi eats it just completely. Sight's now there, Spike is on towards it. FNS trying to hold the cross, and he does exactly that. Job achieved, mission achieved. But can they hold this though? Can they hold this retake? Aspas and Pancada have to work this through.
Susah nih bro menang Optic nih, feeling gua. Entah kenapa.
Turret going to be key.
Round ini ya.
Actually stacked up on stairs as well. And Optic happy to wait for contact. It's a weird setup though. Crashes up on the box.
A little unorthodox seems to be the name of the game. This entire map. And the wallbang came through. And the damage now achieved, but FNS falls and now crashes his blind. Dips into the smoke. They still haven't found him.
No way.
He's got one. Oh, thank God. Saving Loud from what could have been an absolute tragedy in the making. It's going to be close, but I'm pretty sure he's got it.
What a play from FNS. He eats the paranoia, slips inside the cloudburst, nearly gets the better of Pancada as well. They made him sweat for it. 0.74. What is this from Ye? Right over the top.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
And again, it cost them 4 lives.
Tuhan.
And the repurchase looks a little rocky. Ye's got his Blade Storm already.
It was farming. And yeah, the buyback for Loud is...
Look at the advantage here.
It's horrible. It's straight up middle. Look at the push already coming out. Aspas, though, wants to be the one to equalize it, the grand equalizer here. Push straight up through middle, look towards tiles, try and spy the player, but it's not just him. There's 4 players behind it. Smoke towards CT. FNS should have seen enough.
The spike's there.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The spike is behind the wire. It's in enemy hands. They're going to set up new defensive lines. This map ain't going to be fought out like this often. And Sadak's got the as well.
There's no way they put this is just to slow things down here, but look at Optic.
How'd you get back in here? They're locked off on so many angles.
Can Victor find it in here, actually?
Oh, Crashy's has just got down Sadak. Oh, no way! It's falling down like a house of cards. Aspas goes down, they still know less. Pancada's there too, but there's that final player. They don't quite know. Crashes with the tag and the frag. Couldn't find
So
Pancada.
funny, Loud bro.
Less still
Funny
doing
banget,
well,
Loud.
though.
Asli.
Still making
Kocak
this seem
gaming.
almost possible.
Udah dapat
Spike
ini.
back in hand in 45
Kocak gaming
seconds.
asli.
They can start to get to work.
Asli kocak.
This whole
Kocak
time,
asli
he's been
kocak.
holding on. Oh, Les takes a tag.
Kocak sih, sumpah
He's down to
kocak
13
banget.
HP
Gila.
now. Does he expect Marv this close?
Yeah, but look at
Asli
Saucy. Okay,
kocak
takes down
banget,
Crashes now. Game on.
asli kocak.
Gives him a little bit more.
Asli kocak.
What?
Punishing
Kocak
Marv
lo.
on the hop up.
Kocak
And now we're in a
anjing.
2v2. Spike
Kocak
is down to
babi.
time in Optic's side.
Oh,
But you know that
Tuhan.
support system is far away. Saucy, they know he was over by feet. They've got a ways to wait here, and Les needs to stay
Optic juga
patient.
kocak anjing jadi
It's
2-2.
13 HP for Les as well. And only working with the Bulldog. FNS actually tucked up in tree here.
Kocak, kocak, kocak gaming, kocak, kocak.
13
Dasar
HP, making it
kocak,
look lucky,
kocak.
but it is Ye on the other side. Does he wait? He waits so patiently, he finds one the second! He
Kocak.
can't do it, it's Saucy!
Asli kocak.
And somehow this falls
Ron
down Loud's
kocak,
favor.
Ron
Once again, we
kocak,
know
semua
These guys are
kocak,
damn good on this
anjay.
side. But once again, the
Kocak, cuy.
unorthodox is
Kocak,
hitting
coy,
here.
coy.
What
Gila,
was this
coy.
round?
Bangkek
The
salah,
spike
coy,
left
coy.
was
Kocak.
4 players from Loud. I mean, come on.
I mean, 2 things. That's the last time we see that
Optic
default
kayaknya
from Optic.
troll,
It's the last
kocak
time we
emang
see the spike
bangkek.
there on the floor. I can
Absolutely.
guarantee you that.
Absolutely.
Bacot Yor ah.
God,
Apa sih
one
lu bacot
almost an
anjing?
overplay. A bailout round from Les. He was left on so
Kocak.
little HP, and once again he's doing this.
Sassy luckily closes out. It costs them so much though once again. She's well just scraping together another purchase. A judge and a Bulldog to round this out. Hunter's Fury and a lockdown available now for Loud. And they brought it within 2. The Stinger's on the other side though.
Last minute.
Optic. Be a pace change here.
Yeah, but there's still that fight for B main, and it can be such a swing factor of if it actually goes right, they win out, they keep control of the map, and now with the mid pressure, they might commit behind it, but no, the timing's actually really good for this hit to come on in. Yeah, Aspas and Saucy deal with both sides of this hit from Optic, and yeah, lesser weapons just being mowed through. It's now down to Marv and FNS. Just the last one here, and it's dealt with comfortably
Kocak,
enough.
Optic,
Loud, 3
kocak.
standing, didn't crumble under the pressure there at all.
Just like we said for Optic, this comes back to a crucial purchase again. But in Loud's favor this time around. A little bit of a buffer now, but it's not much. Aspas will be able to offset that slightly with the Blade Storm. This will be basically everything in the bank for Optic. And this is the round Loud can equalize.
There's a reason this veto looked good for Loud. There's a reason coming through the upper side set them up for success. This was one of the maps. This was one of the sides. Already showing the discipline, the capability to bring this scoreline back to where it's at. Optic still trying things, still getting proactive. And speaking of that, 3 players out of A main and the spike's coming this way.
They've got numbers advantage on this. If they push through here, Sadak's ready with the flash.
Flash goes in, and Marv actually gets away completely scot-free. And they've made such mid-progress here on the other side of things.
Yeah, Aldron will reveal it, but already through market here.
As long as the spike doesn't get caught, this is a really good read, but Saucy gets away. Quick moves, keeps him living, and Ye gonna try and close the gap though, noticing potentially one towards Bowhouse, not 100% sure.
Gila, gila. Loud is in the house, yo. Kocak.
Dealt with and beheaded. The site now looking more vulnerable. FNS gonna step forward, clearing the back of Bowhouse, no, but it's gonna be the trade for Marv. Now the spike on the side, but look at the reinforcements. They finally made it here.
Just Marvin crashes left now. Still got the paranoia. Sadak actually gets found though. Marv's found the headshot.
It's a 2v2 now, and I'm looking towards where Crashes is off to. He's playing the smoke. He's holding the space. The temptation beckoning, and he's going to swing it. He's going to get one. And puts Marv in the 1v1. The Iceman himself. The Omen battle about to go down. Pancada on the other side. Still got a little bit of utility to play with on Pancada too.
So
How's he
much
go
time is
about
he
this?
up,
You're right, you can hear the clock starting to tick. Time is not on his side anymore. Marv shoulder peeks it. Bides his time, a second,
Stop picking,
down to
stop
danger.
picking, stop
And he's just
picking.
dipping back
Stop
in, he's
pick-
toying with
stop
him,
fucking
he's playing
picking.
with his food. Marv is doing so much in this, but does he have the time on it now, Pancada? No, he doesn't. Marv played him to the
Kocak.
second and played him like a fiddle.
Optic get to 10. They answer back now after Loud building in 3 rounds. You look at the knock-on effect though. Optic's purchase is going to struggle here. What a beautiful round though from both sides. Again, the back and forth is insane. You see the awareness here. Crashes looking to be unorthodox. Get inside that smoke, cause problems, run the clock down as much as possible. Still ultimates available for Loud. A lockdown for FNS now as well. See, there's a Stinger, there's a Spectre here in this purchase, and Aspas back on the operator.
Oh, this is going to be such a fun battle. Aspas posted towards middle on this.
Similar scenes. Look how deep Rob.
Oh,
Sit
the
early on,
timing.
Aspas swings it.
The intuition on the timing, just steps out, finds Crashies midway up cap. Lovely stuff. Now the pressure going to continue to mount though. Yay is just taking space.
barreling through.
He's straight up tree. What?
You can be on Sassy and Aspas.
How have they let him get this far?
There's no rotation.
And no one's noted this yet. Pancada's still, you know, trying to do his work. Sat to tell. And Ye's above him. This is not normal behavior at all. Ye has somehow just appeared behind him, and this is a devastating round to lose potentially. Now with a spike on the side, they can start looking towards getting the plant, but still, Sadak falls away. Hunter's Fury, I think, just got invested. It did! Darcy found Victor. FNS on the trade, still posting it. Marved again! How much can one man do? Sassy doing bailout work as well. And now Sassy against FNS. And the time, a couple more precious seconds. But look at where FNS is going.
Sassy's
All
got the
the way
read.
around. I don't know. I don't know about this one. I don't know. All the way around. And I thought Sassy read that. I thought he was ready for what was coming. I still am just absolutely in shock and awe of how Ye got to that position. Still.
It's flipped back the other way now. Another ridiculous. Marv just going down swinging here. The only thing to actually put him down, the Hunter's Fury. They said Sassy so close to the mark here. But Optic find their 11th. They forced the second time out here for Loud. And look at the advantage now, financially. And in terms of these ultimates coming back online. It's getting scary now.
I thought this was going to be a Loud map one. I really did. I thought by all accounts.
You look at the numbers and you have to lean that way.
Surely, logic dictates. Even with, you know, Optic losing that last game as well, they faced everything stacks against them. I thought, surely this one, you know, it's a long series, but I'd say Loud gets it. Even the desk, you know, the veto looking good in this favor for at least the starting points. I just looked like Optic took it as a challenge.
Just to note as well, Sassy's having an insane game so far.
He has been.
And this isn't even saying anybody on Loud's particularly playing bad. Optic have come into this, like I said, with a breath of fresh air.
Reinvigorated, looking so new in this as well, playing as a pack too.
And we noted how decisive they were in the first half. That trend has continued here in the second.
Yeah, 100%.
They're really looking to catch Loud off guard in the mid-round. Make it as hard as possible for Sadak to formulate any sort of plan.
Yeah, the 3 on the trot that Loud were able to claim has now been answered back almost in kind. 2 back-to-back for Optic. Let's see where they decide to take this one. Big info already, but no surprises here.
The semi-force here. I mean, 700 left in the bank for Aspas and Sadak. A Stinger and a Spectre, but a Bulldog for Sassy.
And my armor with it too. I mean, he's doing what he can, I guess. A relatively sizable investment. And look how deep they're already sitting in towards this.
Modest ragu, anjing temennya pada di belakang
Commitment on that
semua.
one, V8.
Wait.
Sadak is used to all that space and need to be very cautious now. Play forward for Sadak, and there's just no good options. There's no good outcome for him. The rotations are coming in. Pancada forced to the back of the site, and away we go. Yay, first man forward. The flash is good. Sarsi's still going to find one, but it all feels for now as already the site's been completely and utterly ravaged by Optic. Up towards heaven, it's going to be less. And Aspas trying to play it back in, but look at the weaponry, Mike. You noted it early on. It really wasn't good at the start, and it's certainly not good now.
Ya, balik lagi
For the
anjing.
Bulldog to work back in here. 4 to find Yay. Still got that Playstorm after so much damage conceded here. Right at the choke point. Yeah, you're looking to get aggressive. Crassy's the one to find the wallbang. Optic on map point. And like I said, the finances haven't been comfortable either side. I think this is Loud looking to make it as uncomfortable as possible on the repurchase. And Optic taking no chances with this.
You practiced that against me.
They put the lockdown in. Another beautifully handled. Was anti-eco, but a Guardian, some light shields here. Not an awful lot for Loud to work with.
Yeah.
Some gaps in utility as well.
Enggak lah.
Optic, I feel like they're hitting their stride now.
Confidence will be brimming, and the high flash to allow the steps forward. Aspas
Aspas
has
is
got
revealed.
as well. Yeah, he's gonna not do anything
Gila,
about
bro.
it. Aspas gonna fight too. Just tries
Gila,
to play
Aspas.
alive. I don't know how he just got 2 kills out of that, but apparently that's just fine. Sadak, I think, got tagged. He's down a little lower, but Marv's to the side. Again, these rounds are absolutely unfathomable. Marv tucked in the corner, and Sadak's got him dead. Good resilience, but what a
Gila,
bailout
Aspas
from
masih dapat
Aspas.
2 anjir.
Seemingly fully blind, but didn't seem to make a blind bit of difference.
Beautifully coordinated piece as well. Pancada going to line up the last 2. Loud on 9 now. Again, the first time we've seen this, though, the flash over the top, the cloud burst in mid just to try and pressure Aspas. The Nano Swarm lineup coming through as well. He takes so much damage here, and he's suppressed, so we can't even dash out of Pizza. That's it, beautifully constructed. Just trying to catch him off guard.
I mean, between the 2 flashes, that was wildly impressive. The first flash to set them up, as you noted, the high flash that comes in, but there was the second. But just in between that split second, he got vision, actually got 2. So 12 to 9.
I mean, it's a credit to just how insane Aspas is.
Yeah, absolutely. He had seconds to work with, maybe less, but still got him out of danger. Crashies goes down instantly. That's going to be the spike. Left for a second, but quickly picked back up. Now, you can look at the buy here. FNS really the only danger man, I'd say, with that rifle. The rest, obviously, up against it here. And, of course, perfect purchase on the other side now. Starting to enjoy a little bit of that money that's been evading them this half so far. But with 9 rounds to 12, a couple more chances to try and close here. Nice and clean for Aspas. Steals a Victor. Looks like Marv's on the chopping block, but he's still standing. And we're, what the hell is going on? Aspas! I don't understand it, but I don't understand how we're in a 2v2 again! This game is blowing my mind!
But look at the spike.
Bro,
Well,
can you
Aspas
just tell me what the fuck is that shot?
Sadak's got to be careful here, though, because he could get caught. What is that? He found the headshot.
Just casual, real casual. The 180 just denies FNS. But once again, there is one man, and it is Yay. And a 1v2.
Another 1v2.
They look destined for him sometimes. It looks like it's so simple for him.
30
but
seconds left.
Sadak, such a cerebral play. You got Pancada playing safe as well. Might get the 1v1, but that might be all he gets. He doesn't have a shot of it. Lovely from Sadak.
Show me that blade.
Darah anjir, gosloy.
Did he catch just a pixel ahead of the paranoia?
Buat gue pecat, coy.
Cool, that's fine.
Okay,
I think
no.
there was a pixel, but I mean bloody no. No.
What?
Reaction.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair.
I mean, if there's going to be a deterrent to not challenge Aspas on mid, it's kills like that that'll do it.
What?
Yeah, the guy is an absolute demon.
But we talked about the finances and this back and forth, nobody really getting a very solid foundation to string together rounds comfortably, at least. This is now right back in favor of Loud. It's 12-10. Optic tapped out here. I mean, everything comes into this purchase. Yay down on the light shield. But Loud, they have a buffer. I mean, it's only Pancada sat down at 450. The only thing to offset this really would have been Aspas either playing a rifle here, holding onto that Blade Storm, and it would have made it even better. But I'm happy to see the operator in his hands.
If we're already getting glimpses of greatness coming into this point, can't wait to see what he can do going forward. 12 to 10. Timeout concluded for Optic.
I mean, Optic would have to do the unthinkable. If Loud win this round, they'd be playing to prevent overtime with a broken bye. Yes, they've got the round loss bonus if they get a plant.
Ini kalau misalkan Optic kalah, wah,
a lot
bisa
riding
OT.
on this now.
No money, bro. No money, nobody but you.
Go back in. You can hear the purchase here. And you can see he's straight up in towards middle, but it's all a fake. It's all
Wah,
a
iya
straight
gila
up fake.
juga.
They're
Wah,
dealing so quickly.
apakah?
Aspas rattles off a shot.
Apakah?
Crashy's dead. Cross now being watched. Gonna spot a pixel on the TP going forward. He's got to know he's somewhere close. The flash is really good though. Marv set up to succeed. Aspas gone. Pancada tucks in the corner, tries to get out of there. TP's away. 10 HP. Sprays in a praise. And this time,
Wah,
no one's
sia-sia
answering.
anjing,
A 3v3.
dibunuh dua, temennya
Somehow
kayak
after
gitu,
2 big
anjing.
picks at the start coming up for Loud. And the fight continues. F&S ferocious towards heaven. Wants Sassy dead. He can't do it. Les is there. And Les is still standing. Loud hold on again.
What a beautiful retake.
Gila Sachi, teman main gua coy.
Absolutely perfect. They recover the
Dulu gua
operator
di
as
Brazil
well.
anjay.
Les
Apaan
has his
sih
lockdown
Kenzo?
back
Yorko
up.
dulu pas kecil teman
I mean,
main
I said the spike plant will make a
apaan sih
difference.
lu? So iya lu.
It's not going to be a massive difference.
Orang teman
We
main
have to
gua.
scrape together
anjing.
a couple of rifles, but the utility will
Les anjing jago
suffer.
banget Les
They're
tai.
missing shields on the side of Marv. It's a broken purchase here in round 24.
Oh, we get an OT in map 1.
Give it to me.
Let's go. Let's go. I don't need my voice. It's fine. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Actually, maybe both. Yeah, we look at the purchase, and it's what a rifle, no armor. It's scrappy. It's odds and ends. Sussy this time. Warded away from the spam.
Actually concedes a little bit there. So the sheriff from
Cerita lagi
yeah.
dong, kangen nih bacot. Teman main
Reading that
geleng.
perfectly as Optic actually drift back towards B main. Yeah, he has to be the tip of the spear here. Actually, previously the Nano Swarm actually set up for that.
Headset
dash
turnamen
onto
kira-kira
switch, but
bocongnya
yeah, he's
nggak
been
ya?
getting
Congnya bukan nggak
pretty
bisa denger ya,
fruity
goblok.
with some of these dashes onto B
Kenapa
side.
bocongnya dah?
Yeah, I mean, he set himself
So much info.
That's everything. The entire plan now seen. Sussy.
Right here.
Ready for business.
Oh, shit. He's committed to that second half of the spray. Would have done a ton of damage.
And for Optic, it feels like they're going to have to start almost brute forcing this. They have no info anywhere else on the map at this point. Yeah, they'll force out a shot and maybe take up a little bit of the space in middle. FNS does now have his lockdown ready. And that's going to be committed. 35 seconds and the counter comes out.
Sanak's not here with the nade either, so see already less slipping away. Sassy respecting this.
Ooh, that's good. Okay, game back on then. And all the information once again flowing, but Optic need to make
Oh!
just an absolute spray down between Les and Sassy. They have no idea. And Aspas makes his debut on the round. And this is just
Let's go. Optic, Optic, Optic, Optic, Optic, Optic, Optic, Optic,
If you open up a door of opportunity for them on this map, it's almost downhill from the very word go. Optic held on well for such a long time.
All expected, but we are way off script here in terms of what we were expecting out of that one. Optic exceeding expectations. Wow. Actually, I feel as if they're playing poorly. Optic have just come in with a totally new approach.
Sabar guys.
They're swinging back and
Gila, bro.
forth.
Gila,
So
bro.
many of those rounds. I feel like the last
Optic,
5 or 6, we kept
Optic.
talking about the economy. Other than
Optic.
Loud stabilizing finally in like round 22, 23. If Optic continue with how they approach the regulation side.
But remember this duo on this side as well.
Yeah.
This was a really key component and what made this side look actually quite exceptional was the combo between
double stack in mid. They're
Victor
gonna look for
and
less.
Marved. And I mean, maybe rightly so. The guy got away with a little
Ya.
more freedom than they like.
Mau
They spotted
dibunuh.
him again. There's 3 players put to cast,
Mau
and that's
dibunuh.
him dealt with. Now, where's the
Nggak
rest?
dibunuh.
Pancada with a
Udah
critical
ketahuan,
trade. Crash is
anjing.
going to get
Ngelarp
dealt with as they
mulu.
did try and commit towards middle, but it's going to spur on the hit towards the A site.
That actually takes the tag with the elbow in there, so won't be able to come through, commit to that flash. So that coming through. He's getting aggressive here, but he's spam through right
Gila
here.
sadap
He's
anjing.
going to just
Ini
deny it.
gila
Actually,
juga nih.
Aspas
Woi,
wants to get
Aspas
aggressive
gila.
right on back in. Silencing FNS and putting it back down to this 3v3, but they're walking wounded. Victor!
Wah gila
dies on
Victor,
him.
what the fuck are you
It
doing?
goes right back on out of the round.
What
is
the-
going on? They face a 1v1, they fall. Loud. Advantage in OT.
And another round where Optic are just looking to
Mantap Isoy.
fight to the death ahead of these spike plants. Beautiful stuff. The setup though, you can see it formulating the cogs.
Let's go, shout out to Loptic, guys. Let's go.
They create a little bit of pressure on the back of Victor and Marv with that one way in. Almost baiting Loud to come and challenge it, burn up some utility. And the timing is perfect. Less isolated, but Loud. Alter the outcome there. Immediate response onto A site. I think that's on the back of 3 people showing presence. They know then they have favorable numbers, forcing their way into A site.
Teriak Optic Royal Mas, mantap. Optic.
Pressure's on now. Loud had the answers on this side of the map, right? Like this was the side they're pretty
Eventually,
solid
yeah.
on.
Yeah, they
they
did.
worked out. I think it was 4 on the trot at the very end to get us into OT. Optic need to come up with a concept, a plan, a theory, something they want to try and run into this. 'Cause I actually quite liked what they did, trying to find less there, and everything else looked good, but very end of it, Loud again still so exceptionally strong. And we are seeing a good performance from 3 of the players. I throw Pancada into that as well, and Sadak doing exactly what he needs to.
I mean, we're looking at the numbers here. It's not reflected
Juara
numerically,
Champions
but
di tangan
some of
dia.
the players have come up huge in some of these rounds. And that's the thing. You can count on every single one of these players individually sometimes to just deliver you an outrageous round.
Yeah, and if you want Optic to tie this one up, we're going to need a little bit of that. Need someone to find a little bit of that magic. So far, Loud starting to really settle into this.
Sassy adjusting now for the
Optic.
bag, but there's nobody outside B main.
Optic. Optic.
Towards A.
Optic.
There's a 3-play stack for Loud as well. The flash is perfect. And they're going to take the space quickly. Marv progress made. Now, Tommy the Turret going to take a little bit of contact.
Optic, nice Optic.
Pancada just catching strays there. Marv strides in and they're playing so aggressive. And it's Sadak this time with 2. The quick pop flash, the underhand gives him a little second to back away.
Anjay, Optic yay! Yay!
They didn't hear the steps.
They have no idea he's here. And do they turn? Do they look?
Oh
He's
my
got
God.
3 players! Oh my word! It's
Gila, cheater cok.
You have got to be kidding me. How do they keep getting away with this?
I don't know. I don't know. It's always someone.
Gak ada yang
It's always
expect lagi
someone.
anjing.
Doing his best Marv's cosplay in round 26.
Look at this.
Itu bukan kehendak gue lagi ya guys ya. Itu tadi udah bener ya. Gue punya dukungan tuh udah bener ya P3 ya.
Still,
Gue udah bunuh 3 loh ya guys ya. Bukan gue loh ya guys ya. Ini kesalahan pribadi mereka ya.
Unbelievable talent on that man, finding it there. Perfect space to work. But again,
Optic.
We said for Loud.
Optic.
Wait and see one of their players step up.
Apa sih bacot-bacot so asik lu tai.
Optic needs a bit of that magic.
So asik
Well,
lu. Nih bacot-bacot apaan sih so asik lu kocak.
Bails you out, gets you 3 out of the hat. No worries. Now, Loud hitting the timeout button.
Optic. Bentar guys, gua
Time to try and work it out. Because again, they decided to cotton on to some of the ideas, some of those concepts, unless is going to be soloing out towards the middle. They already started to feel a little worked out here. So right call coming in for Loud to potentially preempt that. Where can we adjust? Can we then punish potentially off the back? They did get the trade last time around. I think it was Crashies who got caught when they tried to pull away from it. So is there any way they can kind of round out beyond that?
I mean, this is just such a mentally exhausting series to play. Because like I said, the tempo, the pacing of this to actually keep up with the rhythm of some of these rounds. And we talk about kind of expected outcomes, right? Sure. So many times that's been squashed.
Yeah.
Delivering on all fronts here.
That's a grand finals for sure.
Bot coming back. Out of charges.
See now, actually, less from the previous round. We'll have Aspas in conjunction. But Optic switches things up. Yeah, looking to try and get ahead. He's revealed.
I thought he'd gotten away with that. I thought he was just in front of it, but no. Oh, great pick for Saucy. They take away Yay.
How? I mean, Ye couldn't dash out. He got suppressed there. Tried to get ahead of the knife.
Take flight.
I feel like this has been one of the cleanest first bloods
Yeah.
we've actually seen. No regress on the back of it. Marved and Crashies now tasked with holding on to A site. Victor actually tucked in. He's got a contact play off the turret here. He could go huge.
This is everything for
read
Victor.
it.
They know exactly
Where's the
where he
flash?
is.
Where's
It's
the
too
flash?
late. Victor misreading the timing and just facing his demise with the spray from Finesse. Still gonna find two. It ain't over yet because Mars made it on site. The paranoia perfectly timed in the TP to find a little bit of safety. He ain't letting this site go. Crashies lingering over from CT, but he needs big kills here, and he's got one. He can't get the second, and now a 1v2 for Crashies.
30 seconds left.
As the shock dart invested, our drone goes up, gonna spot the player on the side, that's no problem. But it's a one towards Boathouse, and with 20 seconds, they don't have the plant down just yet. Can he keep his composure? Can Crashies cool them on their nerves?
Wait, kenapa nih?
Tries
Oh, udah 2-1 aja.
a little semblance of silence, just hold on
10
for a
seconds
second.
left.
And now he starts to build. He tries to get that pick towards the back of Boathouse. 5 more
One
seconds. They're running low on blood time. With 7 HP, he's charging down on the side. Oh, it's dead! It's not enough! Sassy! What is Dusty made of? 3 HP, still standing, still breathing. It gets them to 14.
That is an absolutely heartbreaking round loss.
What the fuck?
You gotta feel like Crashies has him.
Wah, ini sih udah anginnya sih, guys.
Did.
Ini udah di luar gua ya, guys ya. Gua udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain lagi, guys.
Spike down B.
What the hell was that? I can't believe he's just won that.
And you know it, that second between the right click and then the shot coming back in felt like an eternity for Crashies.
Oh my
3 HP.
God.
3 HP. We go again. No rest for the wicked, and the underhand flash marked. Turned it well enough that he would have at least gotten a shot back into this, but already looking towards that A side. Rotations are on the way.
Looking invested. It's a big pace change here. Sadak gets ahead of it, does get revealed by the knife though. And that's it, tag on Pancada. He's gonna be feeling so much pressure, but he found a kill. Victor's down.
Pancada's just standing in the open, taking the fight! Allowed! Take the round!
Lagi ngisi Emper, ya.
Rushing Optic in the end in OT.
Dibeliin ini, guys, gua, guys.
You gotta feel the round prior.
Cheating
Set
dah.
that into motion. That 1v1, that's heartbreaking. But this map for Loud. Let's talk about this for a second here, because it did look like Optic had all the
Gimana,
answers.
guys? Ngomongin, guys.
They came in
Optic.
good. They were running everything like good
Optic.
half scoreline as well.
I'd be happy to really switch things up here. Again, almost catching Loud off guard, I would say. Coming out with that first half performance, you got to feel Loud were feeling the heat. And this is supposed to be absolute comfort zone. This is the stronghold for Loud.
And you started to see it though. That longevity was there, it kicked into effect. And they held on to this game. And again, I tell you, when you go back through the motions, you kind of roll your mind back a bit here. But I've got to say, for me, Sassy, from the very start, was on an absolute mad one. He was the difference maker.
I mean, it wasn't necessarily visible in a lot of rounds, but slowly he was chipping away, got himself
Gila,
up to like
comeback.
20 kills
Gila
or so,
nggak?
and we're like, hang on, actually. You know, where Aspas is not necessarily feeding, but really getting negated around the map. And then Sassy, I mean, some of these rounds just absolutely ridiculous. Ends up on 32 kills. Aspas as well, just to note it as well, not necessarily reflected numerically, but he had an insane game here.
Oh,
and
some
he
of
felt
them-
Ini
so
map satu
much
aja
of
udah
the
seru banget,
focus.
Cok.
So much of this was just tailor-made towards Les and Aspas, just to make sure that they can't have impact.
Roll your mind back to that double flash towards middle, trying to pressure him, but still gets two somehow in the a second that he had to work with. You remember Les when they put 3 players to dig him out of tiles. Optic were tailor-making poison for these boys, and they still fired out and they brought it to OT and then converted it. Brilliant resistance being shown by Loud here to be able to bring that one back, because it did feel as though Optic came out and did make a big impression here. So this is already a fantastic map one. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5. If this quality keeps up, I don't know where we're going to be in a couple of, more maps, maybe more hours at this point. But brief summary here, has this exceeded expectation, knowing where you came into this with, like, yeah?
Absolutely,
yeah.
yes.
Right.
I can't wait to see actually how Optic approached the rest of the veto. We said it was kind of front-loaded. Throw me the next map right now.
Well, there we go. That's how we're going to leave this one. We're going to hand it back down to the desk in a second's time to wrap up map 1 and lead us into map 2.
guys. Guys, kalau misalkan beneran lot juara gokil sih, anjing sih.
Register now for your national qualifier.
147 Momentos, iya gila. Optik.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
What a start to kick off the grand finals here at Valorant Champions. Loud take map 1 in overtime, and look at this, the city is lighting up for them. They've already taken map 1, guys. They've done more here already, Mimi, than the last time they were in a grand final.
I mean, what an
Si anjing, bukannya nonton ya?
Boleh aja tuh.
Gila, tarik yang nonton 119.000 anjir.
Microphone closer. The microphone doesn't make noise, Brittany.
You have to be touching the microphone.
Okay.
There you go.
Fine.
Fair enough.
Hi, chat. How are we all doing?
We planned this, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It actually looks kind of good.
It matches the color of our hearts.
Yeah.
Multiple lost this time, so Optic definitely punching harder than we expected.
No, it was a great matchup in terms of just the...
Harder than we expected.
No, it was a great matchup in terms of... Every single player is playing way more aggressively, trying to find those holes that you were talking about in the defensive protocols a lot of the time. And it looked like Optic were going to take it, but it is Loud once more battling back, showcasing some of that experience they've got, and making it one of the most ridiculous maps that I've actually ever watched. I mean, I can absolutely empathize with Mike who's on the cast saying, what the bloody hell did we just watch after the first half? Because it felt like every round ended in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was absurd. And I think for Loud, it's kind of re-hitting a story that has been with them for this entire tournament, in that they are one of the best teams when the going gets tough, when games get close. They're fantastic at making those adaptations in the late round. And I was especially impressed with the guy you're watching in this clutch.
Oh, yeah.
Saucy, he stepped up in such a big way towards the tail end of this game to keep Loud in it.
The stats say there was only one clutch in this game. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The amount of moments that Sassy was able to win, including this one.
Absurd.
It's just madness.
Indonesia Vietnam menang siapa ya, guys?
It could have gone in either direction, really. This was so winnable by either team.
Thank God it's Brazilian. After that. I mean, that was just an absolutely outrageous thing that I witnessed there. I couldn't believe it. But I mean, justice, honestly, as well, for trying to use the jump and right click on a classic. So
yeah,
I think he might be Brazilian and bold at this point. But you guys have witnessed two fantastic Jet players on the server. Why not throw you another one?
Eeyore
The
3-2,
Korean Jet standing
mantap.
by with Achilles.
Berarti dia lolos ya? Berarti dia lolos kan?
Yorbathon
off dulu ya, bye-bye. Oke, siap.
Buzz, off the rip, let's just go ahead and show it. You're going to be doing this interview in English. It's the first ever interview that he's doing in English. But right off the top, what do you think about the first map? Already crazy. We got overtime to start. What did you think?
I thought Radu gonna win this first map really easily, but Optic was they prepared really well. So but they're winning in the first half. But last time they Radu pull it back and goes to overtime, and they're winning. And it's crazy match. I see.
Oh, hopefully it keeps being that crazy. But it's been a pretty crazy time. We've been here for a very long time. What has been your favorite part about being here in Istanbul?
There's a lot of moments I wanted to say. The match we played, there was crazy moments, you know? Against Furia, Fnatic, FPX. We go to overtime a lot. And there was a crazy match, and there's a lot of unforgettable memories, I think.
All right, so the matches.
Anjay, mukanya mirip Crow tai kalau nggak pakai kacamata.
Some great series throughout there, and the fact that you guys were able to make it as far as you did is just utterly incredible. I mean, moving on, who do you think is going to be able to take this last half of the first map? Optics, though, still looking really, really good on Loud's map pick. Who do you think is going to be able to win the series?
I think the Loud is going to win this series because the last
Sinteyong ada ngomong apa nggak Sinteyong?
And the map board for the route is so good. So I think Loud is going to win like a 3-0 or 3-1. Yeah, I think Loud is going to win this series.
Okay, there you go. And Korean Jet is saying Loud is going to do it. We're not going to have the two-time. We are going to have the first Brazilian champions. We'll have to just wait and see. But last question for you here, Buzz. Do you have anything that you want to say to the English fans? Because obviously you've been having incredible international performances this whole year round. You've gotten so many people's attention on the English side. I want to give you the opportunity to say something to them in English. I
just want to say everyone to thank you who support us and watching us. After I lost, I want to say everyone that they give us the kind words. So that gives me energy, and that was so good. Thank you to everyone. I hope you guys enjoy this tournament. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Buzz. 감사합니다. Congratulations on doing your first English interview without a translator on standby. Dave, maybe he's going to be out of a job. I don't know. But guys, we'll turn it back over to Yinsu and the rest of the crew.
I'm just sad again. It could have been DRX, but it doesn't matter. We still have two amazing teams here. He thinks Loud is going to take it or 3-0, 3-1. Do you guys feel that way after what you witnessed on map 1?
Honestly, I think it's so up in the air still. And already you're seeing the prep have an impact here. You've got the IGLs and the coaches already dictating the game in a different direction.
Yeah, and one guy who's been leading the team over at Loud is Sadak. He is in the AIM Lab shoot-around as he's prepping for map 2. And Bren, you were complimenting Loud on the way that they prepared and the calling as well. How much does he need to step up, do you feel like, as the series gets longer?
I think Sadak is one of the best IGLs in the world, and also just in terms of the impact that he has as a player alongside that. It's hard to make the kind of calls and adaptations.
Oh, si Sadak yang IGL, gue kira Sachi anjir.
He's going to play such a huge and pivotal role for Loud the deeper this series goes. Because like I said prior, as we were heading into the map select, preparation goes out the window to a degree. And it comes down to, you know, the resilience, the mental game, and being able to essentially adapt to what your opponents are throwing at you on the fly. In fact, we already saw that on Ascent, I think. The further Ascent went, the more the preconceived notions that both teams had coming into that map just went out the window. And they were adapting to the way that each team was playing over and over again. And so Sadak versus FNS in this IGL battle is going to be one of the most important elements of this entire series now to decide who takes the whole thing.
Yeah, I think the battle of the minds is everything for these guys, especially as the series progresses, because we head into Bind now, and this is one of those maps that has generally been a strong favorite of Optics, but the last time these two teams played, Loud actually came out on top, and I think it also did kind of come down to the late-stage adaptation that Loud was able to provide.
Yeah, it does bear mentioning that Optic are incredible at Bind. They are 10-1 globally with the composition that they run, and that one loss is to Loud, and it happened in the upper finals, and the way in which it happened is that Loud were running these sand crunches repeatedly. They were getting control of short, they were holding it with the Viper one way, and they were crunching sand, trying to punish Marv, to get retakes through hookah. So there's a clear game plan there, but it also offers an opportunity for Optic to respond and come up with a counter of their own now.
Yeah, and we already saw that on Ascent, where they did come out, they saw that 4-1 slower style on the attack that Loud like to play. They got aggressive on the defense, even if there wasn't a lot of time to prep. We're already seeing some of those ideas.
Siapa yang tinggal di Surabaya?
The question is, what is that idea here on Bind?
We're heading to the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. Optic, they're trailing by 1 map, but this is where we expect them to recover, given that Pearl and Fracture out of the question.
Yeah, I would say so. I think this is their map pick to win now as we head into.
Aku, yo coba glitch shot kan lihat Yor, tar ya, tar abis map ini
in that matchup where they were playing against each other. But Optic have really impressed me, I think, with the kind of adapting, and I think the evolution of this team as well, because it hasn't really necessarily come down to the compositions that they've changed up. It's come down to those little things, the way that they change their defensive setups, the way that when they have a Viper's pit online, Victor will hold in a much more unorthodox angle, for example, to try and play off of that. Those are the little things that Optic are doing that makes them one of the best teams in the world at Bind.
Like I said, Loud love to run these, or have recently, since they've been playing this comp against Optic, love to run these teleporter plays into B and crunching that area, pushing through with short control. For Optic, I think they need to adjust their game plan on the attack side. That's where they're going to be starting with this comp. And normally they run heavy presence down short with a late backstab in showers, and I think that got read pretty heavily. And they run heavy B long with a late backstab through hookah, and Marv was getting caught in those positions too. So there are clear strategic things that
Halo
they
Bang
need
Yor,
to
aku
shift,
yang pas itu
and they will
nanya
know that
M2
they need
delay
to
ternyata
shift
pemirsa
heading
di
into
provider.
And I
Mas
think
Masih
the
udah
two
nyaranin
players
yang
that
banyak
does put the
admin
pressure
juga
on
makasih
is
udah
Marv
dijawab.
and Yay. They were two of the
Siap,
top
Hams.
performers in map number 1. But these are the guys that on that attacking side tend to play a little bit slower, are the ones playing back, holding for those flanks, and shutting down those retakes that Loud loves to throw.
Yeah, and this is where Optic, they have to come back. If you look at the maps of the rest of the pool, how concerned are you guys if they're not able to?
If Loud win here, I'm with Buzz. It's probably
Jangan
a
tuh
3-0
Bang,
or a
belum
3-1.
lagi.
It really is that way, right? It really does. I think both of these teams are just, despite the fact that the first map was so close.
Yeah, it's going to be an important one indeed. We already had an overtime. Pansy and Hypog, we in for another one?
I absolutely bloody well hope so. If it keeps up to what map 1 is looking like. But, Mike, this is one of those gateway maps, I feel, in potentially unlocking
Anjay, gue jadi pengen main
here.
guys.
If it does go the way, let's say,
Anjay.
Loud, you do feel as though it
Coba
starts looking like that 3-0
fokus
does
ngapain Bang
become
Yor?
highly likely, maybe a 3-1.
I believe so, yeah. I'm absolutely with the desk down with Buzz as well. That ultimately this one is really the flip factor.
Gue lagi lihat
When I
TikTok
said
kan.
previously, the
Kayak banyak banget yang ngebahas tentang
that was the one that
PMO, PMO.
So
Siapa yang di sini PMO berlebihan adik-adik?
kilter here, so
dijawab gak?
it's going to be interesting again. Starting on the attacking side, I mean, last time Victor didn't necessarily struggle to really
Langsung yo. Oh, Tuhan.
Effectively able to deal with him. Some of the desk highlights were actually some of these setups where Loud had the perfect reads, and they knew at what time of the round that was going to happen. They absolutely bossed the middle round.
This is where we find out, was it a bad performance from Optic, an off day before, and you find the validity in the answer of, was this now Loud fully answering them, fully understanding what makes Optic great on this map, or can Loud do that again? Has there been evolution? So many more questions coming into this. We look towards the attacking side here, and it's Optic starting out, but can't help but glance towards the defending side of Loud, already exploring a little towards short.
Gak ada yang bakal jawab kalau ngamen juga bener sih.
In towards showers, noting nothing so far.
Marv actually positioned outside, and on the back of that sound cue, both him and FNS will peel away from this. An early progress for Ye and Crashies here.
Anjir, main retake guys.
Only one member. Les has been left to try and anchor on B site here, and haven't really progressed anywhere else on the map. No real confirmed information elsewhere.
And the first contact made, noting Ye. And the follow-up, so you're now going to know at least 2 players towards long, so he's got to try and play his life. Already Ye's going to backfill that space though, take all that elbow control away, force him towards CT. This is a full-on retake, 5v5.
Spike planted.
Now actually, look, Optic look to push even
Waduh,
further.
Les.
Crashies will find less, and that's an early kill to concede in this retake. Nobody else even really set up close enough to capitalize on that contact.
Now I'm looking towards maybe the pressure that's going to come in from Hookah. Victor does need to readjust towards Tube, down to 73 HP, but there's been time now. Sassy just finds Victor. Yay, overextends with CT, and the punish on the timing here. They've actually carved space for themselves.
And timing, they've still going to get a little bit of a wiggle on here. But the fight towards CT is found. And now Marv. Oh, what?
No way.
Marpet coy. Coy, Marpet coy. Bangkex jago banget.
Around him. And Marv still delivers.
What an insane turnaround on that for the Red Bull clutch. Just when it all looked going so well.
Marpet.
Even find this first one. Beautifully done. Surgical precision from Marv.
Lejat dan bergigi.
Because the retake until that point looked unbelievably
I mean, Optic were crumbling ahead of that.
You know, the burst.
Hang on, though. Loud have actually forced back into this.
Get out of here. Well, we've got Stingers coming out. We've got
Gila mereka full buy anjing.
So it's purely Stingers with a little bit of utility.
Gak ada armor pakai Stinger, gila. Ini meta baru.
Could dampen the next purchase, so what can they achieve off this?
Let's see. And first contact found in the
What
success.
the fuck? It works,
He's already got it. Yeah, he's dead. And now if you're Optic, you're not expecting this.
Gila, works anjay.
Loud and making it count.
Meta baru kah?
The script here in round 2.
Marv left to pick up the pieces here on short. The flash actually
Gak, emang udah di ini ya? Emang udah di buff ya?
Side, nothing to act upon.
Launching smoke.
Oh, that's it.
Udah di buff.
Still got 2 towards long here. I mean, Sassy's got the upgrade. Already this rotation coming through from Les, but he's only got a frenzy in hand. Sadak wisely respecting this.
Thought he was going to sit a little bit deeper towards CT, but actually Marv wants to provide almost more. Maybe dig him out of this hole they're sitting in towards, getting up close and personal to the Stingers, the fans.
Wah gila, Marpet coy.
Tearing into them, and he has at least given them a 1v2, right? Like he's done the best he could potentially.
This flash could be crucial.
Okay, confirms his attendance, spots one towards Heaven. He now knows both of the players. He wants the fight towards Heaven and he gets it. And now looks towards the follow-up. Pancada creeping closer, and the pop flash has to be good. He's called him. A little bit of a turn, though. Pancada's got the gun back out. He's ready to fight on this. A tap on the spike, and the push! He sprays it well!
Kill!
Could not care. Damage achieved, though, Mike.
4 will fall for Optic with his back-to-back Red Bull clutches. Crashes and Marv. Getting Optic on the board here to start bind. Again, with that Stinger purchase coming through, we'll see what the gaps now within this purchase. Fantastic opener, actually. Even to flip this back, full 2v4, actually. And that's with Marv getting hyper-aggressive with that smoke.
Wah, kalau pakai Stinger menang tuh.
Live from the Hex quarters. The watch party all lined up. Seeing it, yeah, there are gaps here. Some utility missing. Sassy actually going to offset this now with the ultimate being available. Crashes on the other side will grab the orb in showers. Marv actually has the orbital strike online very early on here for round 3. Could be key in a post-plant scenario here as well. They can get themselves there. Actually, let's get to that.
Kocak gaming ya. Gaming kocak.
To me was such a surprising factor that no one had noticed it until now. Same to be said for Aspas. No note on towards it, but the trade comes in. So position now removed, bit of a one and done. Now what remains is, well, less. Still connecting, but the trade's still coming. They're really fighting for the site. Now, Plant comes in, Optic should be able to get into a decent post-plant. Seeing how far those Seekers go, they know they've got a little bit of time to work on this now.
Demi.
Posted, but shouldn't actually catch anybody here, so...
Somewhat telling in itself, but I'm going to give away the full picture. Yay posted on the angle. Ooh, the timing! He gets to look back, but Pancada picked up his teammate. And now the 1v2. Trying to slip the net here, fall away towards the site and play the timing, but already on the site is Sarsi sitting pretty. Pancada's on 5. This is the kill, he turns!
Oh my god!
Back in time! Dips around, the movement's gorgeous, and Pancada
Wah,
is
kelamaan.
just hemorrhaging blood. He's got to get out of there. That's more than enough done for Yay.
Optic.
Big round for Optic.
Just when you think Sassy's going to catch the god timing and find that kill, Yay flicks back onto him. Another Red Bull clutch.
How many we had so far?
There's been 3 rounds.
Right.
There's been 3 clutches.
Sounds good to me.
Coming right down to the wire here. I like that Pancada even survives this here. What a readjustment. I mean, you just never have an advantageous engagement with Yay. Like, if he's got a gun in his hand.
Yeah. I don't know, I wouldn't put a knife past him at this point. Anything else, it's just, it seems like he's far too good at this game with everything. And now we're going to see the knock-on effect of the money being shredded.
Gila, Sadak sakit banget anjing pakai stingernya. Babi. Jago banget anjing stingernya dah.
Isolated him so early on. The flash didn't even catch. Yeah, he smells something.
There's something wrong in the showers, man. It ain't looking right.
I think he was actually spamming onto the core of the wall. Actually, look at this though. Optic re-aggressing back onto Hookah.
They double back into this with a little bit of presence shown and a beautiful shot towards CT. Ye's patience pays. As pass goes. And this buy that wasn't meant to be much, to be fair for Loud, did do a little bit of actual damage on Victor, but it does seem as though, again, we're seeing that composure from Optic. This is what you want to be seeing though. Keep control of these early moments, these early rounds, because you know that Loud have that capability to go late game and the flash.
The flash caught Sadak. And the spike's going to immediately make its way towards B. I mean, FNS already got tons of space to work with. Marved gets even deeper. The Sadak, he's reading it. He knows Ye is somewhere.
Spike planted.
Lurking back over towards A site. And Ye's got the info now.
You just don't love the idea that this man is anywhere near you, just lingering around. The killer in the shower. And Optic makes it 4. I've got to say, so far, so good, but I still feel like we haven't seen Loud on that full comfortable purchase yet. We're still waiting for all the other, I guess, essentials to fall into place.
Let's actually look at that statistic as well, talking about it being a strong map for Optic. Loud, undefeated on Bind across Stage 2 and Champions, 5-0. Obviously noting that previous matchup as well. They have to answer back here. We've seen glimmers of getting a little proactive. See with the previous catching Victor off. Well, not now, actually Optic going to adjust away from that. Bit of info early on here from Sadak. We'll note long presence towards Fountain. Slight adjustment here to be less. Looking to just anchor from that hookah position.
What a different tempo already.
Now with the scoreline benefit, Optic can slip back into that more methodical approach. Late probe sent out here towards Showers. And expect either Ye or Marv to be tucked up there time and time again. But no confirmed information on the setup just yet.
No. Once again left to his own devices, Flash will.
Kok jadi sepi guys? Halo? Karena mainnya lama ya?
That he was here, so might be able to find some value from this lurk eventually, but no real deep steps towards the site yet.
Posturing on short here and looking to get back behind that denial of information from Victor. Leave FNS in a position here. It's only 25 seconds. They actually resort back towards A site.
Do they clear him in time? Do they even use close utility on this? Aspas is ahead of it, and he pulls the trigger on the first. Takes out Crash, he's Pancada by his side. This is doing so much damage. 10 seconds now. Yeah, he's out though, unleashed. And now in 10 seconds, they gotta get the plant. Can anything deny it? The ult gets popped, and they need to get the site under control. Damage achieved, 4 seconds. Yay! Gonna just try and get that plant down. The spray goes a little wide, but that one connects. And now just the one.
What the fuck, Sadak anjing, jago banget bro.
They get themselves on the board. Just when the Viper's bit comes out there, you think Optic are going to be able to set up a stranglehold behind that plant. FNS looking to slip out, just take advantage of that timing. Catch a kill when it's seemingly Sadak solo here. Beautiful pinching. Yeah, actually noted very early on as well. There's just too much happening elsewhere. Optic can't recover, can't act upon that information. But that's just the first. Ultimate's coming online now for Loud. Seekers.
1-4-2-0 Nostra screen.
Actually potential
Nostra screen lagi meta kayak maksudnya. Nostra sih gimana?
Again, but Optic switching things up a little bit.
Ya percaya nggak mau di Ayunda hackingnya di Bekasi? Di Bekasi hacking apaan anjing?
It's 3 towards Showers.
Nostra atau nge-strats?
Much different. Now yeah, he's on the tour de force. But this close play now for a second time, but Pancada's the one to succeed towards Showers, and that's a perfect follow-up. Aspas is a real nuisance at the moment. I love this close hold, and it's going to force Optic to be absolutely
gila backupnya anjing.
Pop flash through from Showers, finds nothing. Crashy's just trying to forge any sort of steps ahead.
16-9. Nggak tahu 142 Kresis. Kresis sadak. Kresis sadak. Siapa lagi nih?
Well equipped with dealing with this hit from
Yay.
Optic.
Yeah, and that's actually completely switching up the pace as well. Said huge kill from Pancada, and to slip away and confirm that information behind that first blood. Allowed Optic to set up, and Yay actually looking to just get that backstab on Pancada. But credit to Aspas there. The contingency in place for that A site hold. What can Loud do with this now? Two strung together. Slight investment here from Optic. Guardian. Oh, there's a rifle, a judge for Victor. Well, he's going to look to double satchel in here, try and find a kill. Unless, got to be careful, I was going to say, with that Viper spit being thrown down.
Straight in.
Victor gets ahead of it.
Yeah, Victor's
this is huge.
Flows through kind of the spray behind trying to sell a tail, but it looks like Les is considering. I wonder if he's seen this.
He didn't get noted with the Trailblazer.
Nggak dilihat anjir.
Did not. Still getting away with it. I feel like they're so aware of the possibility. Now 100% sure. Les is in so much danger. 6 HP.
Nggak mati.
Oh,
anjing mati.
Spams the one to silence him. Now Pancada, Sadak, and Aspas in danger, and they try and re-explore their options, and Optic having none of it. Just Aspas now, and
gak ada suara.
sadly,
Apanya gak ada suara?
side. Couldn't have left any
Apanya gak ada suara?
Had to stick around just in case, but as it stands, Plonk gonna come in and Optic 5 strong.
And credit to just the IGL here from FNS, reading that Viper's bit is up. Victor immediately gets behind it. They can create so much pressure. I mean, Les is faced there with either letting it completely expire or challenging. Victor's done so well to remove that control early on. Aspas just now left to hold on to the Phantom. Like I said, this was a slight investment, but it's going to be a big boom to the economy. You look at what's carried out of this round now, and they've had the upgrades. Still have the showstopper, which on a lesser purchase, again, you can almost throw in here, but key to bring back. And it's only 2 for Loud. Optic, I think an opportunity to potentially
Oke, gila lu bos.
The finances
Gila.
here as well. Yeah, slight force up.
Away with down.
Mic baru lah Yor, baik dan juga. Muka lu mau mic baru apa ini? Mic mahal anjing. Lu pikir murah babi. Alala, ngapain gua? Orang kabel doang bermasalah anjing.
Loud will have 3 here once again. See at least here, much earlier on, information probes being sent out, the boom bot, the flash as well. Even just plant the seeds and potentially keep those 3 Loud members locked onto A site. A much quicker peel away from this setup out Showers this time around. But Sassy with great reactive utility here, nothing noted on short.
No, nothing noted on either side of the map. They sent out the Prowler and the Flash and got nothing.
Itu sponsor bergeliking kocak ya. Iya. Malah makanan ya.
We'll be playing with that, slightly more tempered pace, sitting a little bit safer somewhere. And now with a lot of utility invested towards this B side, it feels so likely.
So like posting this. Gotta be careful.
Anjing, sama-sama lo.
Headshots, I think
we've seen this lineup before. Yep. Observers well and truly were ready for it. So clearing site pretty comprehensively, but already going to allow you to know that it's probably sitting towards CT or elbow. Site itself should be clear. Now, Victor going to commit! He's got fully into this one, and you're absolutely right. Seeker's setting it into motion. TP taken, Yay going to at least find one of them. And now 3 standing. Pancada, Les, and Sassy, where are they? 2 towards CT and 1
dari
around short. And that goes Les. They're really running out of options here, and I think they these weapons.
Yeah, got to settle for it here. It's another one Loud, have to watch pass them by.
Dia tahu kalau misalkan retake dari TP bukan anjing. Ditungguin di dalam sekarang.
On 50 credits, even with the light shield. Marv actually looking to apply a little bit of pressure here. We can already see Loud on the X-ray though. Navigate their way towards holding onto these rifles. You noted it. Great reactive utility from Sassy, and actually on both sides here. Perfect timing and Optic explode behind that. Like I said, they respect the showstopper. They back away all the way into elbow, but like I said, the Seekers aren't dealt with early enough. They have the perfect information. You can see here on the minimap, both of them indicating at the same time. Just literally gifting Victor at least 1 kill and a ton of damage onto the second.
Marv juga pakai 1420.
Almost negating the round completely at that point. It's like, well, might as well back from this. And you gotta say it. You said this was a round where this could be very punishing.
Mat, jangan sampai lu gua hide, Mat. Sumpah, banyak bacot, Mat.
Well, we're seeing that here. Trade of blows at the very beginning. They're gonna find Sassy. The fight back in on towards Mod, but apparently they're still just gonna power on through. F&S. First foot forward towards the site, and Pancada left in no man's land, but he makes it his own. Tries to find the fight and loses. Victor reigning supreme.
Taruh di camp aku, ntar jadi jelek.
This is powerful. The other two players
Jadinya jelek nggak sih?
really considered quite quickly on the flank here.
Gini maksudmu?
Yeah, actually, if they can keep 4 alive here, they can effectively buy out for the rest of the half. Eyes go towards Optic and how clean they can convert this post plant. A Sheriff and a Phantom to work with. Still good utility available, but... Okay.
Di bawah border nggak bisa, ketutupan. Nih tuh, pasti ngocen ntar tuh, nggak bisa. Pasti ketutupan nih. Ngocen, pasti banyak yang ngocen.
Unless sadly, looking to try and hunt someone out here, but I think he's very much wise to him, and he is. Yeah, you're not going to get the best of him in that. Optic, keeping 3 standing, still moving forward well enough to build up their funds.
Di atas kan ntar ngocen juga.
Out money to a degree, and 9K
paling tahu di sini.
And it's time to pull the emergency brakes, right? Trying to get a little bit ahead of the curve here, maybe close
Ketutupan
out the best they can in this half here for Loud, because sitting on 2 rounds
ngoceh anjing, orang ketutupan. Ah udahlah, sini aja udah paling benar.
Bad map for them. This is where they best Optic before, but I think this is 1, an elevated Optic, and 2, Loud don't have that same impact this time.
Yeah, and the big difference is we're seeing similar trends to what we saw on Ascent, right? Optic's decisiveness on the back of early round information. Actually, this previous, where Loud looked to take away that early showers control, right? It's a 1-for-1. It doesn't really favor the defensive side at all in that regard, because Optic have the numbers behind that. They have the numbers behind that opening engagement to just exploit it. So I'm really looking for Loud to kind of dial it back a little bit. That might sound crazy against a team like Optic, where they are a very slow burn team, particularly if you don't give them an opportunity, they will go hunting for it, but Loud have to slow the tempo a little bit.
Well, I do wonder what they come up with here. You can see them discussing options on the screen. It was Sassy and Sadak there just having a little conversation back and forth about it. A couple more seconds to really mull it over, but got to say as well, no one really having that highlight game either for Loud, or at least in this map.
Nobody's having a chance
impact. Not really.
Fundamentally,
not really.
Optic look world class right now.
Yeah, extremely solid between Ye and Marv doing extremely well themselves. 11 kills apiece, but everyone's doing what they need to. It's not like one player is creating you all of your chances, but yeah, as it stands, Loud unable to really find the answer. So this time out, hopefully, could be
biarin aja. Yang nggak lihat, yang masih tanya, masih subathon, masih bela subathon ya buta matanya. Kalau dia cuma bercanda, gue sumpahin buta beneran, amin.
Actually, previously, Loud looked great for mitigating this, but Ye's creeping onto the angle.
Oh, time looks different when he's playing.
It does. It
Seconds
really
just seem
does.
so much longer, and these players are so damn good. That's Aspas, by the way. The Ye looked like he had an eternity to shoot towards. Now there could be problems, though. Got to be stilling the nerves there. Could have been a punish on it, but no, they actually get to keep their lives. Didn't get to gap close in time for Sassy.
Now you give Optic time to set up behind that first blood. I'm not saying that's going to be checked here. He hasn't played this spot just yet. Crashes with the Trailblazer, though. That's what you got to hope for.
And hello. Oh dear.
Wih, masih dapat satu anjir.
You still actually able to get 1, so finding some value, even if not much. So we look to where this now swings, and it's back towards Sassy.
It's so early, though, that it's drawn the rotation, right? Pancada comes all the way across towards A's side. He has to, right? Sassy has to go huge here for Loud.
It's got a little bit of utility, but they're going back towards A. And now Pancada gets a shot at it. Maybe a chance to change the tone of this round. The cross now made. Spikes on the...
And the molly as well.
They have to go for this. And then Crashy's going to get away with his life for 10 seconds now. He's going to take some damage from this potentially. Let's see if that molly gets invested. No! Ye denies it. And now saves security for the plant. Crashes gets it down. Sassy barely made it away from B site.
I still hadn't moved. He was so conscious of somebody being left in that lurk.
Sure.
Optic are playing so reactively right now. Loud can barely get a grip on when they should rotate because there's pressure on both sides, and Optic's ability to... Actually,
waduh, kalah.
How does he actually adjust and find that kill? Like I said, Optic just running rings around Loud.
They're hitting their stride here, and I was worried that maybe the impact from game one could have had a negative effect. I feel as though if anything, it's just turn the pace up, turn the heat up. And again, yay, this opener, saving this in case that maybe, that molly came in, denied the plant even further. There was so much potential danger, but as I said, navigating away from that. And once again, we're left at 2 rounds for Loud, and that's it. They've been held on 2.
Optic.
The stingers are coming out for Loud, though.
So the best chances they've had.
Yeah, honestly. It looked like
Optic
was doing better with them than the rifles.
Here.
Like I said, they just haven't had
Here.
any opportunity to create advantages here. Loud have really been put on the back foot. You've got to give Optic credit in that regard.
Optic.
Oh, and the follow-up spam. He reads it so well. Sadek just getting punished now. First man found. There are 2 more to clear. Over towards Lamps, and Crash is already on the case with that. Does have a flash if he wants to really try and set something into motion, but they're just holding. They're holding to see if anyone dares to try and walk out from this.
The same thing again. It's such a free first blood. The Optic can just sit there and let it sweat for a second.
Clearing showers, nothing there. You're starting to get a little paranoid. Where are they? Where are these people waiting? Because again, look towards Ye. He already kind of explored up short. He had a little look towards Hookah, nothing there. Now he's falling back with the rest of them. They've been working out mentally. They've got to be in some ratty corner, which is exactly where they are now.
Crash has got another flash now, yeah.
There it is.
Put FNS in.
And it's a fake flash!
Gila, fake flash.
They fell for a
Gokil.
hook, line and sinker. Backs turned. FNS with the freest kills of his life.
Spike planted.
Oh, Aspas and Sassy have to try and recover anything they can. And now it's just one.
Oh no. You got Ye on one side. Spamming through!
Wanjay.
What?
Apa itu, Le?
What?
Wah, tai. Ngantuk gue jadinya.
This is the round, man. This is the round. The fake flash into the wall bang. Fair enough. 2-9 now.
And Optic have just been, like I said, so fundamentally solid.
Yeah.
The look at the position they're in now for round 12. Tankala was waiting half a week to find that flash.
Oh,
didn't even
we're at
know you could.
1.6.
Didn't even know you could hit that.
Paper walls. Thanks for showing that, Ye.
Today I learned.
Yeah, there we are.
There's going to be an Odin there in every ranked game now.
Brilliant. Just what none of us wanted. And we go. Not as much information as they'd like on this, but now the confidence brimming with Optic. An absolutely glorious half here, even if you get through. -3, why did I even say it? Why did I think about it? The curse could come to life. But with the fundamentals being so gorgeous for Optic, really, really drilled. Gotta feel this is the one for them. This map looking highly likely. Plenty of ults to invest as well for themselves here. To wrap this one up with a bow, at least into the first half. Considering committing.
Well, actually curious as to the placement of this orbital strikers. Sassy and Pancala have backed away for Garden now towards Elbow. You see the ping coming through onto the TP. I don't know if they've misread this flash, but they're creeping back towards the triple stack of Loud. Trailblazer will find Sadak once again. And it's all a pump.
They've left Jay, yeah. And look, this is just to punish the rotation. It's so smart. They show all of that leg. They get, try and get all the attention towards A. Post Jay up into a Tuka to try and catch one of them. Now, fortunately for Tankada, he's diligent as hell. He did not fully cross, and they're holding the site right now. Seekers go in, they got to try and crunch towards Elbow. They need some sort of control. You're going to have the ult come in, try and secure CT, and Ye going for it again. Trying to find any wall he can just to get the hell through. Nightfall comes in, and now Vision is fine, but the audio cue is going to be limited, but Victor doesn't mind, turns the flash just fine. Back to business! Back-to-back kills! And Aspas, the last
Gila boy!
Standing.
Optic gila, kuat banget anjay!
Holding the cross, there ain't no way out of here.
Coy.
He is surrounded, he is looking dead and buried.
Down to 29 HP now. Ye just posted on this angle. Would need nothing short of a miracle, but Optic happy to sit in this crossfire. Let this clock tick down, and Victor to deal the killing blow. 10-2 from Optic. Loud left struggling for answers here on map 2 of Bind. Again, it just comes through to Marvin Ye, just had an insane half. A number of times, it's such tempered aggression at the right Optic obviously being so versatile. Like I said, Loud just couldn't really set up for anything. And previously where they found success, where they found value in dealing with Victor, yes, he's down at 7-7, but it was absolutely absent here.
You're right, and the flawless fundamentals hitting for Optic, and to wrap up the first half here in map 2.
Tuhan, ku cinta dia.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. We needed Optic to come out looking convincing with all of the disadvantages in this best of 5. Brian, how convinced do you think they look right now?
I mean, this is one of the most convincing openings you can have to a bind map, and I think it comes down to the fact that it looks like Optic are playing with wall hacks out there. And I don't mean that literally. I mean that they have done so much work on the defensive setups of Loud. They know exactly how they're holding at the right time, and this has manifested itself in this head-to-head matchup between the smoke players, between the controller players, and Marv and Pancada. Marv is always going to be the guy who's going to be second in, playing off the space that his team creates. And look at the difference in his scoreline. I mean, the guy was 14-9 in this map because his team have had such a good read, such a good idea of how they want to be taking and tackling the key areas of the map on bind on their attack side.
I think looking forwards, though, you have to go and look back at what happened between Optic and Loud in the upper bracket. So the way that they played out that kind of round, when Loud went into the attack, here is footage from that upper final, and so much of it came down to this battle on short. They jiggle Ye off the angle, Loud push forwards, huge amounts of utility to set people up, and then they're triple facing instead of getting into the site to punish all the defenders.
Yeah, and I think that the executes have always been excellent for Loud to shut down those star players, but in the first half, it was a different story of Optic. They had done their homework. The way that they were playing the mid round on that attack was impeccable, and I think that this team will come back in, learning from their mistakes to be able to close out this map. You already have such a confident half built in. Your star players in Ye and Marv are performing at an incredible level, and for Loud, I guess the question is just how close can they push it?
Well, let's see if they can do it as I hand this back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypog.
And at 10-2, it feels like Optic have done enough. I feel like that's a fair assessment. Obviously, it is possible for Loud to be able to close in the scoreline a fair amount. There is those certain key rounds. We look at Mike. But talk to me, have you seen any glimmers of hope here in this map specifically for Loud?
I'm going to be honest, there was so few, and it wasn't really due to their own wrongdoings. Optic played such a flawless setup, and like I said, it was versatile. They were already prepared for so many different things that just never came from Loud. There was never these crunches coming through that we had seen previously that found success. And early on, Ye and Marv actually creeping all the way out here. Catch less. Tuck him in, put him to bed. Spike will come through, but a man advantage here for Optic.
And the post plant's going to be interesting. Do they try and fight back for shower control? I feel like you have to. You can't leave that unaccounted for. And doing it early enough should be quite indicative of this repositioning the timing towards it. So they've taken a fair amount of space, but they should be worried about short. Over push towards CT.
What?
And it pays. Gonna find FNS and Victor. Now you got to worry about those other two that slipped the net over by Shower. They've come back around on towards short, and they want to try and clear towards Labs. Already Crash, he's going to find Pancada, but the response is instantaneous. Now Martin Ye not going to make it out this time. Loud, get things started. More frenzies, more fun. Get the round, as Sliggy once told me.
Said no one ever, actually.
Sliggy says that all the time. You're not part of the Slug Club? That's crazy.
I'm not part of the Frenzy Club. That's for sure.
Wow.
That's just to put it in context here. Optic, a 63% defensive round win rate. Our champions here. They'll get themselves on the board. They definitely come into the stronger half. Yeah, actually going to put a light shield in here. See how aggressive he gets with this headhunter. We caught early on here, but Loud have to respect this. The dip away already. Rotate with the spike. Actually, Sadak posted up here. Giving Ye a chance at finding a kill, but...
Langsung beli bulldog semua anjing.
Yeah, terrifying.
Emang mau bulldog tuh masih bisa melawan Vandal lah.
Looking towards short now. Could have a fight
Si anjing.
maybe.
Nggak ditembak, cok.
Looking back on through. Yeah, he's been pinged out, so you can already see the Les did spot. Yeah, he's going to fall away from that.
Ye pinged him as well, so...
Yeah. And it's actually a misread of information. They're going to now rotate behind it and look at the spike.
Absolutely. They've already sent their way back through cave as well, leaving B site wide open. Can't blame Optic for this. They've...
No, you have to almost overreact here.
Yeah. very difficult to find their way back on here. Only Classics, the Headhunter, to work with. Maybe not to just brawl for hookah here.
Very good read for Loud, though. Not giving anything away.
Gila, apa-apaan?
Yeah.
Apa-apaan kayak gitu?
Dip away, get the heal. Because Optic are just
Gak dikasih
ravenous
orb,
for it. Just
anjing.
roaming around as a pack. See if they could find anyone slightly out of position. And as it stands, Loud aren't really giving them that chance at all. Sitting super deep. Gonna make them work for their dinner if they want it.
I think Optic conscious of denying some old progress here. Ultimately here, this is preventing 5 orbs to come across. The nade is nearly perfectly timed, but couldn't get ahead of him. Yay, he'll find something in spawn here.
Lah si Ye nggak mati.
Wants to come back through and mati to find it.
Gue pikir si Ye nggak mau mati.
Early old progress here, stealing that away from Loud. Optic come back in with the rifles. Light shield for Ye, the only real gap in this purchase due to the light shield in the previous. Now we see Optic slip back into this more receptive style on defense.
Sumpah ini kalau misalkan dapat bonus, ada kesempatan buat comeback juga.
Force Loud to dig a little deeper.
I would like to see a conversion of the bonus here. Really put the fire under Optic now. Make him sweat a little bit, because that is when it gets to crunch time. If Loud can actually convert the bonus. Now, all goes up. Yeah, you're going to stick around on the fight. Didn't dip away on the first try.
Less desperate to try and get behind that Prowler, but it's the second time he's fallen first. Removing that second controller from this composition. Actually, removing a lot of that short control on the back of just that wall. Early flash comes through. Crashes will note presence.
Sabar, ini jangan ngomong aja lo, ini 50 nih, emapnya Optic.
And yeah, he's gonna get played in.
Sabar.
Sack cut beneath window. Prowler actually noticed him. Fantastic work. The pop flash is beautiful, and the combination on this from Loud is just stunning. Brilliant synergy on this lovely utility work. And Pancada firing on all cylinders here. Takes out FNS, controls elbow. That is now a secured site. There's no way back through for Victor or Marv.
It's another scenario as well. They flip a 4v5. Loud come through, and this has got to be read by Optic, right? The back of this.
Gila, lu
with less falling, there's no real threat towards short. With the trap outside showers.
Dari kemarin, ya. Dari kemarin gua terakhir tidur pagi nih guys.
Seeing that trailblazer.
Pokoknya gue siang gue cek jam itu 42 jam sampai dia gue. Sekarang 39 jam 55 menit. Gue nggak ngerti kenapa ya.
This is where we start talking about those key rounds, Mike. The ones that, you know,
Cuman dari kemarin cuma berkurang 3 jam hier. Kayaknya tidur harus gue nyalain dah.
Loud choose to reinvest. Optic actually going to call a timeout as well, but CFNS is desperate to try and get something back in ahead of the spike plant coming through, but he's punished. Pancada doing really well with the bulldog there.
Gue coba tidur, gue jalanin ah.
So, timeout now called. Chet and Optic feeling now's the time. Oh, who are these people? Huh. Do you recognize some of them? Oh, that's the guy who missed, it was like a 2v1, a famous one, I think?
Yeah, I think that's Baller from Fortnite.
That's crazy! That's crazy, wow.
Main lagi anjing. Kenapa ya tiganya masih kurang gitu menurut lu? Iya, gue pengen kurangin.
But quite genuinely,
kalau tidur tanya mati. Kamu nggak baca deskripsi? Hei, kamu nggak baca deskripsi? GG, kasih tau G, deskripsi gue G, tolong G. Kasih tau G, kasih tau G. Deskripsi gue G.
That's when you start going right. The scoreline will get closer. We're not into the meat of the gun rounds yet, though.
Well, that's the thing though. With Loud converting the bonus, that gives them the buffer potentially. I mean, to come through and win this clean, it then puts them in a position to play some more scrappy rounds, go for these, you know, heavy invested, almost death ball kind of executes.
Yep.
Not overly reliant on utility, on getting in, just those raw gunfights, which Loud are fantastic at executing. As I said, Marv and Victor will bring a rifle in here. I don't think either of them conceded any damage, so should be a full
baca ya,
as well.
Tuh dari Raka ya, dari Raka tuh baca ya. Baca adik-adik.
Start getting concerned. That'll be Loud
Emang bangke sih. Enggak lah, gue pause lah, santai guys. Jangan marah-marah gitu dong. Pause nggak pause. Siap Yor anjing.
And initially, last time around with this, Les got punished by Ye. FNS can take it a little bit lower, lingering around these walls, but it'll be fine. I'm just going to dip back towards lamps now. Again, we've seen these defaults being held. Nothing too much of a worry yet. I do see the commitment towards Hookah though.
I've just watched this as well. FNS and Les just facing off in terms of the toxic cooldown. You can see it's just back and forth here. Les is being given no control. I was talking about previously how important it is that he dies early. Here at least the pump is.
Masih 3,5. Gue mau potong rambut kayaknya. Ntar sama si Rafael.
To play a little deeper here was Loud are stacked up on this now.
Yeah, and sadly for the two players who are Optic on this site, they're the ones that only have the frenzy, a sheriff.
Masuk kandang singa bang.
Far from ideal, and they're gonna try and slip a little deeper towards
Gak gitu anjing.
Yeah, he's
gue masih waras cok.
Oh my god!
How is he alive? Ashbash flies out of there, and Ye is just baffled, dazed and confused. But Victor's got Sadak. The spike's not planted. This fight's on multiple fronts, but it ain't over yet. We're not out of the wilderness, as now it's just Aspas. Tell me how Optic are 3 alive with rifles now, and I'll tell you, none of us saw it at the start of this round. Aspas though, good for 1,
oh my god,
good for 2, and now just the 1v1. And the correct guess, Victor, none the wiser, forced to pull the trigger. Aspas,
what?
The unthinkable again. The 1v3 in the final seconds.
How has he turned that back around?
He shouldn't have.
Optic. I mean, you think there it's like, yeah, he could have killed him earlier, but he's done enough damage. He was at 35 HP.
He was walking wounded. Look at this. Easiest kill of Ye's life. Guess not. Oh, he slipped the net. Don't worry, we've got 3 on the site.
He gets the kill onto Marv as well with the reset on the jump. And Victor swings. I think the paranoia is there from the paint shell, but all the damage was already done. Victor swings ahead of the box. What a ridiculous Red Bull clutch from Aspas.
Well, we have a treat, folks.
Coba Ye bisa bunuh Aspas.
A technical pause coming in. We'll update you when we know anything about it. Hopefully it's just quickly resolved when we move through.
Tapi nggak dipungkiri 3 lawan 1 itu harusnya menang.
Not the sort of round I'd want to be thinking about.
3 lawan 1 itu harusnya menang nggak sih? Even kayak
turning the tide,
aduh,
right? You
pas
come into
lah
that with,
udah.
I think it was what, bits and pieces. The 2 players on the site, it was FNS.
Marv and Victor brought rifles into that. That was saved from the previous.
Absolutely.
I didn't know any pistols or anything like that. Obviously, Ye with the headhunter. Don't really want to talk about it again. But
that's it.
Yeah.
So again, pretty light. Still a bit of danger, absolutely. But they were going towards a site that did not. Oh, green pants. Anyway, again, they did not have what they needed to hold that side back. Somehow they still did the damage. You had then Ye in the perfect position to punish this TP being taken. You think it's all lining up, right? And then somehow,
seperti biasa Optic dan Tepos-nya di multiverse dapat killnya. Kita kita kalau nggak pick harusnya lot nggak bisa waktu itu.
Easy. Yeah. Oh, we're fine. Apparently not. And now we're sat here thinking about it.
By the way, gue udah berapa hari sih? 13 hari ya?
I believe what I just saw. Honestly, to give Aspas the first, potentially the second on that short challenge, it puts Victor in a really rough spot.
Yeah.
Because and again, you never think about these things on the fly, but he gets both kills and gets the paint shell back, which applies even more pressure to Victor. Like I said, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well, between triple and a paint shell. That's actually mad. And I was thinking about actually previously, they come back in on this buy round, and this is where it's concerning. Because they win this. They get given the 7th. Optic now, I mean, after the purchase here from Crashies, they're going to have under 1,000 credits total coming away from round 17. And then you get scared. Because Loud should then find the 8th.
Jadi ingat kelas Yercok yang ini. Gak bisa buka gue deh, gimana caranya G?
The bit where I start paying attention, like,
aduh G, mantap G.
That's easy to close. And they just got away with one thing.
Here, ping.
It's like they, by all rights,
yeah.
One enemy remaining.
No. The tech issue has been solved. We were waiting on. Where are the lineups?
Low. Might have had a couple tipples last night, maybe. You know. A one-off. Still no updates.
Mantap Doge, kamu emang terbaik Doge.
Nice and generic. We love that. We can hazard guesses. Just make it up. Who knows? Could be fun. There is actually plenty to be talking about in this game, though. We can talk about what we've seen so far, and individually, once rolling it back, haven't seen many standouts from Loud, even with that round in hand that we just saw from Aspas, right? Individual impact, incredible.
I mean, they came out the first half, and it was one of the cleanest scoreboards you'd ever see. It was like everybody was 5 and 10. It was literally 5 and 10.
That's it.
Across the entirety. So this is the point now. I mean, 4 unanswered rounds. If a couple of these Loud players do start heating up, I mean, it's Aspas and Sadak really to get ahead of the curve from that first half.
But what a round to potentially instigate further impact. 6 to 10 now, Optic. You thought they'd had enough. You thought this was good enough to go, and then you just had one of those rounds. Yeah, he's starting to push up a little, though.
Yeah, another tool to try and disrupt Less's control on short here. Actually, the Prowler might even come out. Yeah, he's a million miles away from his TP, but he's actually using the wall to his advantage.
Oh! And he suddenly turns back.
Anjay,
one trade out and a terrifying surprise for both sides. But he's going to have spotted at least two more players there. So with the 3 players behind them on the A side, they're feeling a little bit more secure in this if Loud carry on this way. But there's every chance they could potentially turn their heads the other. 50 seconds, still a little to play with. Crashes. Seekers coming in. Now, this might stop them in their tracks. They may not hit this rotation button any further.
Dia tahu Viper sama Sky di sini.
And now the commitment comes in from Loud. Straight towards the side they go. Seekers back on the other side. Going to spot 2 players. Crashes feels away, respecting it, but no respect on the way back in. Sadak deleted. Les finds a trade. Crashes on a heater right now. Literally. Pancarlo's got him. And now it's just Pancarlo surrounded, but reaches the flank. Did he consider Victor's positioning? He's looking the right way, and it's absolutely not the right time this time. Victor's got it. Making up for his moment before. His head back in the game here, and that'll be 11 for Optic.
And thank God for that. Optic stepping a little closer to map point now. We're forced to repurchase, but with that early string of
gara-gara
rounds,
tag false nih. Anjay, bocil tag false.
Going to be in a very comfortable position. How Crashies gets that kill is ridiculous. This is beautiful though. Come through. Actually, the second headshot coming on as well. Aspas on that showstopper though. Now I'm going to call a timeout here. A couple of ultimates available.
Hati lu dukung siapa?
Tour de force available for Yay. That should hopefully give them a bit of a bump in the finances.
Yeah, otherwise it's looking like the Spectre and the Guardian still would really drag us down.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough because they actually come into this now. You can see them reconsidering the purchase throughout this timeout, but I'm seeing something weird. Pancarlo's got an operator in his hand.
Right.
Which would lean towards, potentially this next round slowing down just a little bit. On the outside, at least. And Optic have shown a number of different approaches towards Les. I mean, previously it was FNS just literally mirror matching that utility to prevent any progress, not allowing Les to really lurk up short. Then we see Yay sent forwards to try and just, dry challenge. Like I said, a million miles away from his TP, it's almost committing to the one and done, but the expectation being it's just Les on the other side of this. So Optic are trying to take away this early control.
I'm going to start learning more and more about it at the very least with these sort of attempted moves, be it, full success or not. At least you get to paint the bigger picture of it. Let's see what the buy does end up being. Okay, it is going to be the tour de force and what we kind of saw.
And that operator for Pancarlo.
That's still
He's posted long. He's literally posted behind Fountain.
Maybe wanting the challenge so they know the tour de force is there.
Well, they note it very early on. So they know Yay is now playing towards B site. Do they read towards this just being the 2-man hold? This is where you really start looking towards the tools they have to pressure Yay even deeper. Or some of these angles. Sadak overwhelmed. The double swing on Showers comes to at the perfect time.
And Yay's not necessarily backing from this. finally going to dip out and look towards long. This is where we do see if Pancada does succeed. This has all been building towards this, but yeah, he is quick as all hell. Crowd's behind it. They know there's a chance of it.
Teleport's ready.
And while all this happens, so many players done it, pressure through Hookah. The timing! Yay! Just about swings around in time. They exchange information, but they both get to keep their lives. But look at the teammates falling like flies around them. Pancada only has Sassy by his side now, and Yay repositions deeper on the angle. This battle is fine for Optic because they've got others standing. That spike is still left in the hands of Sassy. Where does he go with this? Double up on long, try and run away elsewhere. You got 20 seconds.
I mean, Pancada just can't swing this. He can't. To know that the rotations come through already, Ye's already posted on a deep angle. You've got to assume there's going to be another stacked up.
No, not two. You almost felt it was fated, but now the slow to make things worse. 8 seconds. The spike now falling in Pancada's hand, but it's all been given up. This concept, this theory, did not work out at all for Loud. Pancada not getting what he wanted that time, and again, Yay, the discipline here, he's always on.
And just like that, Optic find map point, and they strip away this huge advantage Loud had, sorry. From those 4 unanswered rounds, and they were clean. Roll your mind back, they were clean. They were keeping a lot of those weapons available for the next rounds that followed. Operator still here, but it's 2 Bulldogs to round this out. The Viper's Pit, the Orbital Strike, Sassy one away from the Nightfall. Optic have really slowed things down now.
Yeah, and Loud have to dance to their tune as it stands. Already you're going to have that Viper's Pit
So much info from that Trailblazer.
And yeah, he's up close to this. How long does he stick with this angle? That is going to clear. And actually doesn't get away. Punished quickly, and the side looking a little bit more vulnerable. They're going to flood on forward. Marv there, though, connects with the first, dips away slightly further, sits deeper towards Shower just to keep his life. Keep that twice. Pancada!
Here comes the
Victor out of the air. Crashies diving in towards the side, but you're going to see the Viper's Pit on the other side. Now invested towards the side. But the timing, oh, he's got a shot at it.
He's got his ult.
The bullet goes astray, and you're absolutely right. Marv does have his ult. He's going to invest it, and it's just pandemonium. FNS going to find Aspas trying to back away, but the 2v2, the plant's going to come in. He's got to know. It's been adjusted. FNS has seen him. He's seen everything with this, and Marv again from the shadows. This man is always behind him. He's got another. And now the one man in the ult. That is it. Less to try and turn the tides. And he's been found. FNS has him. Optic have actually gone to finals now. One apiece. The best of 5 is back on. 13-6, Mike. That was a big performance from Optic.
Marv, man, he's just got to be the most slippery person ever. He's just omnipresent around the map.
Gimana sih cara mainnya,
Backfields
guys?
that perfectly,
Yang
then
champion,
comes
guys.
back into Showers when you think they're going to stack up on shore. They're going to clear through the Viper's Pit. Sadak caught sleeping. Fantastic performance in map 2.
Gimana sih, guys? Ini
Again,
ya.
it's Ye and Marv to lead the charge for Optic Gaming.
Incredibly impressive numbers coming out of them, you know, literally neck and neck, 18 apiece each, but the way they played, Mike, was the impressive part, what they were able to achieve throughout this. I did get a little nervous when we saw the bonus being converted. We started to see some signs of life coming out loud there, but it was dealt with.
It was squashed decisively as well. Again, you can see almost at that point, it's like the pressure's not getting to them. Even there, FNS just headphones off immediately, just zero emotion. Almost expected with that first half performance. They managed to close out. Like I said, Loud, what, 2 rounds away from making it really, really awkward. The composure's there.
Very much game on now in this series across.
Di mana guys caranya guys? Yang glitch shot yang mana sih?
Heavy initially, you would have said towards Loud, but what a fantastic performance already from both sides. An incredibly close map 1, map 2, looking a little bit more decisive for Optic, and then of course that now means what Breeze is on the
Gimana caranya ya glitch shot?
With how this has gone, expect one of these teams to switch up once
again. Gua ngerti caranya, dia ngerti nggak?
Fantastic opportunity to really, step up the pace and look towards a much, much faster tempo of game. Which gives, so I mean, let's talk about Ascent being exhausting for both IGLs in terms of keeping on track with the macro element of some of these rounds. Breeze is going to be so wild.
Yeah, it's one of those that I really don't know which way this start's going at this point. It's kind of playing outside of the realms of normality, but Mike, now we're stuck at 1 apiece. Has this changed where you're at here? You starting to be more of a believer back in the Optic side? Did you ever get worried?
No,
Not worried for a second.
Not worried at all, right?
All right, well, I'll let you live with that lie. We'll head it back to the desk to wrap up map 2 because now, as said, the map pool is unlocked.
Ya Allah, sabar. Susah banget, guys. Hah? Yang ini dong, yang biasa dipakai, jangan yang ultimate dong. Yang biasa dipakai sama itu, yang kemarin yang champion punya yang mana? Yang dipakai, yang tuh apa ya? Yang dipakai di champion punya. Gak ada ya? Eeyore kok grid shot lu kecil? Iyalah orang gua apa low sense anjay. Ini apaan? Harus scan QR ya? Yang mana ya grid shot ya? Grid shot. Yang mana sih guys? Ini kah? Valorant. Biasanya di feature. Oke. Ini. Nah, ini masalahnya ini kan dia bilang kan Valorant nih champion, tapi nggak ada.
Round on B, and Optic did a really good job of not giving them opportunities to lean into
Ini
that
gua
region.
bisa pencet.
Spike was always going down, but those retakes were so rarely successful.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty good tweets about Marv being
Masih
ice
belum muncul
cold.
sini
Here
nggak?
he
Nggak
is
ada.
in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match with a pistol round sideshow to
Gitu
kick
tuh,
things
Bayor,
off.
oke.
Yeah, and I think that this kind of exemplifies what you mean about players heating up, because this is a 1v3 where Loud looked like they were completely in control of this round. It's a pistol round, they come in with a great game plan, and Marv shut it down. And that was only the first of 3 different clutches that started out this map. There was a clutch in round 1, then in round 2, then in round 3, all going the way of Optic. And that is the kind of magical big game energy that you get from Optic at times.
Yeah, and speaking of magical big game energy, I have one of my favorite players right now who is joining us here in the arena. It is C9 Mel with Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yes, I am joined by my fellow NA Challengers analyst, Mel, and of course she does play for a small team. You know, Cloud9, probably heard of her. Mel, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You probably haven't heard of that team. You have to look it up on VLR. Go really deep in the trenches, but managed to get here.
Hey, you know, we have Game Changers coming up pretty soon. It's going to be pretty sick. I know, you know, you still a little process for you to get there, but you guys are looking pretty good. How's the season going for you guys?
Main game Valo.
Overall,
Iya.
you know,
Oh
feeling
iya,
pretty good
belajarnya
about
kayak
Game
gini
Changers?
guys.
Yeah,
Dia
100%
kayak gini
Series
nih.
3 coming up. I think we're
Yang gua
looking
tahu
really
iya
strong
emang kayak
going
gini
into
nih.
it. Super confident and international after that. We're really excited to see all the different teams. You know, I'm familiar with a lot of the world-class girls around the planet, and I'm just super excited to play them.
Heck yeah, it's going to be awesome. Now, since, you know, you were one of my analysts at NA Challengers, you did a darn good job. Oh, actually, LCQ. Valen was a challenger. But anyway, you know, I'm old. I forget things. But I figured we'd do some soft-hitting analysis right now. Let's actually break it down. What do you see right now in the game? Loud, game 1, Optic, kind of let that one slip away from them. Loud picks up the win. Now Optic bounce back. What's your take?
I mean, I just want to say now, Preds 3-1 Optic, you know, going in.
Okay, going in, all right.
But on a sense, specifically on defense, what I really noticed was how Optic was playing their defense. They were going so aggressive, and I feel like that's a really good call to make from the FNS and coaching staff and the team, because it could throw off a lot of prep that Loud could have for them, right? Loud's like, okay, they're going to be playing like this, and then they just go in. FNS is pushing 4v2, taking more and more space. They're playing so aggressive, and I thought it was a perfect call.
What do you think could potentially be the thing that maybe, you know, could be the downfall of your Pred? Because Loud, I feel like Loud's big thing is that they keep it going, they keep pushing, and the longer these games go, Loud have a better chance of coming back because they ride off of that energy. What's your take on that?
I mean, it's going to be either way. I feel like it's 50-50. I feel like both of them are teams that could really go off that momentum. I think Optic, we talk about, you know, going with that momentum, like they start kind of slow. I think now we're starting to see them start a little early. In a sense, specifically, we saw them start early, and then they're kind of like letting it go towards the end. But I feel like they clinch the second map. I think this is anyone's game right now. I still hope for the 3-1 Optic, but it could go either way.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, coming up next, you know, I think Pansy said it best. The series is wide open here. Any players in particular that we, the fans at home, and our analysts up top should be keeping our eyes on here? Someone you want to put a focus on?
Honestly, I can't say that both of the teams, like everyone just head for head. Every person on the team is just looking phenomenal right now. I feel like everyone can do anything. Anyone can pull off a moment. It's going to be crazy to watch.
Mel, you're the best. That's why I love you. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you. We're going to send it back over to Yinsu to break everything down with the crew once again, and hopefully Josh doesn't talk too much.
I wouldn't take that personally. I wouldn't take that.
What, you want me to go down there and fight him? Is that what you're advocating?
Yes.
I think this is the thing where people confuse us. Whenever there's B-roll on the screen, he hasn't gotten used to us yet. You know, we've only known him for like 5 years.
Maybe. I'm only going to speak in single sentences, single words.
Now he knows. Yep. Okay, I'll do the same.
Done.
Like this.
Analysis?
Analysis.
Good teams.
I don't
Next map.
Breeze.
Good map.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Not split, really, I hate to say. I know you were tweeting that you wanted to see split, but we're going to be going to Breeze here. How much do you feel like the pendulum swings back into Lau's favor?
Honestly, potentially not too much, because the last time Optic did play this, it was against DRX, and they ended up winning 13-5 because they had fantastic ideas on their defense side. And guess what? Optic is starting on their defense side again.
Kenapa jadi
I
nembak?
think
Clear
that it's really
anjing.
kind of defined by how they play with Victor and Ye. yesterday on the Jet and on the Chamber when they go into this map. In the past, the composition, I think, has been leaning a lot more towards their attack and how Victor creates space for this team. But last time, they had a lot of cool ideas with the aggression, combining the Jet and KO to get space in caves, and also with double op setups. They've been toying with a lot of new ideas on Breeze that propelled them to that win over DRX.
Yeah, and that was really impressive, but you've also got to remember that they've lost 3 times as well at Champions, and they looked really poor in those instances. And a lot of their focus and preparation has been on doing different things this time around. I think they might have used a lot of what was working well for them on Breeze in that game against DRX. How much more do they have to show? They've only had 24 hours coming in here. I think Loud should definitely be considered favorites still, because Loud are insane at this match.
I think that's an excellent point as well, because we were highlighting kind of the counter-stratting as well that Optic were coming into bind with, but that is a massive opportunity for Loud to do the same on Breeze, because I think what they were doing, heavy pushing up into the extremities, into taking shot control, pushing A up onto a deep angle,
crosshair placement lu, crosshair reflect, terus
you have the knowledge
flick gitu-gitu ngaruh.
And you know they got the advantage.
Tapi kalau spray, lu harus pelajarin di in-game. Feeling di in-game juga harus pelajarin.
And the reason it works against Loud is Loud like to stack their players on one side of the map. At what point are we going to see Sadak make the adaptation to run much more spread and slower defaults and try and catch the aggro? If it happens in this map, it could extend for the rest of the series.
And I think there is a good chance that they could do that, particularly since this is the map that normally you get to see less flexing onto that Cypher, onto that more traditional Sentinel. Playing against similar teams to Optic, his job has been to receive that aggression. And I've actually been impressed when he's playing on the attack at how well he does to shut that down.
Well, I mean, we're definitely going to see a map for no matter what. This series is not going to be a 3-0. We're not going to be able to close anything out here on Breeze. But what do you think Optic need to do if they want to take the lead here? Because yesterday, they nearly threw that best of 5 down to a reverse sweep, which has never happened before.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, right? There's no opportunity for a reverse sweep here, so the momentum's going to be very different. But Optic need to continue to apply the pressure. They've got their map, and they did very well on it, but the deeper the series goes, the less you get away from the prep, and the more it's just about adapting to each other on the fly. So I think this is potentially a turning point in the series.
And I think this map right here, right now, is a big opportunity to showcase, on Loud's perspective, I think that they are putting that experience that they got in prior tournaments to good use right here, right now. Because listen, you've lost the map. It was in a pretty dominant fashion on Bind, but you're coming into Breeze now. It's still anyone's game. You've got to remember, essentially the past matchups that you've had, what it took to even get here in the first place.
Yeah, and I think it's also for the younger players on this squad of Loud, their opportunity to come back into things. Breeze is a map that Auspus has a lot of potential to take over on when he's playing on that Jet. In the past, Victor has had kind of up and down performances on that Agent. So there really is a chance here for the team of Loud and for Auspus in particular to just claim this map and take over.
I think another point that we need to bring up, right, is that with Optic starting on the defense, they've been running double operator setups quite frequently here. And that can be a very heavy swing economy decision, because if it fails, if Loud start running big site execs and they work, then they're stuffed.
Well, we're heading to the Prime Gaming Agent select here. You guys have mentioned the Jet and also the Cypher as well. How do you counteract that Cypher? Because it has been really successful.
We have actually seen it be counteracted. In their series versus DRX, DRX put in the prep work and were consistently pounding less on that B site when he was trying to anchor. They did a great job of getting rid of that Cypher utility and shutting it down. A lot of this setup has been shown. This comp has been shown numerous times. So if Chet and the team at Optic have put in the work, they should be ready for it.
But remember as well that this is Loud starting on the attack side. So the Chamber's job, the Cypher's job is not going to be to, anchor a site. It's going to be to stop the aggression coming out from Victor and coming out from, previously when we saw Optic, we were seeing Marv flash Victor into positions, try and take an early fight. And when they left behind Ye with an operator. Yeah. So there's so many layers to the aggression there. The question is whether Optic are actually going to play like they did against DRX.
I actually didn't like the double operator setups. I think it limited them in the retakes a lot when they tossed away those rifles.
I agree.
In a lot of the scenarios when they're playing on the defense side. So there are multiple looks that they could go into here, but Victor is going to be a big, I think, center focus point for me.
In that game versus DRX, they started out double opping, then had to move away from it. This is a map where both these IGLs are going to have to adapt as the game gets late.
I love a big brain map. I can't wait to see what's going to happen here and throw this over to your casters, Pansy and Hypok.
And I think it would be a miss if we said that this doesn't sit, in my mind, towards Loud here. This would be one of the better maps, I think, in their pool to be coming into this with. But do you kind of agree with Des? Where do you lean on this one? I'd love your thoughts.
I do agree. The difficult thing to be, and I do think actually map 2 is a course correction for Optic, right?
Sure.
But we now come back to, I guess, the latter end of this being front-loaded, right? Binds, it would depend on form on the day. Optic looking absolutely, well, borderline flawless, to be honest with you. That 10-2 half and then closing out in convincing fashion. But the Des make a couple of really good points. And it comes down to homework. Now, if Optic actually come back and do what they did on map 1, and really look to kind of disrupt the macro for Loud and really play off-beat, that's what's going to be interesting here for Breeze.
NWJ lu nggak di venue, NWJ.
The concept that you can reinvent yourself this quickly or be that prepared
Sayang
this
banget nggak nonton final.
Absolutely. I mean, credit to FNS and Chet in that regard, in terms of having the foundations there to achieve it.
So we go in, it will be Loud on the attacking side and Optic on the defending side. Yeah, you're going to be noted very swiftly here. And it's a relatively straightforward piece. Aspas going to crack the site open, taking down FNS. And the follow-up just as sharp. 2 already for Aspas.
Habis beli something capek gua. Okay.
Sassy and Aspas coming in. The shock dart doing any damage initially. Aspas trying to slip closer and closer to the ball. And actually, Victor pops in and Crashes finds a second.
Have they equaled this up? The spike's not been planted, so now there's problems. Pancada and Les, where are you going to try and bail this out from? I guess Lewis's position. Doing his best Marvin impression at this point. All the way around. See if he can make any impact out of this. Noting no one should relay big information to Pancada, who's in a whole lot of danger. He's in so much trouble. And now Pancada missed the shot drop in the meantime. He's got 2 players in front of him. Optic somehow hold back the flood there.
That's a 3v5 as well. Technically 3v4 with Les being so disconnected, but the Sheriffs in the hands of Aspas and Sassy finding damage on the way back through, but Victor goes huge.
Cuman capek aja guanya, bukan bangkunya panas. Ya bangkunya panas.
And that's a scary stat. Optic, the only team in history to beat Loud on Breeze. That's mind-blowing. There's just so many storylines, so much history to this matchup as well. And there's common denominators between it. With Loud's few losses here and there, how many of those are accredited to Optic?
The perpetual nemesis, it feels like. Just gravitating towards each other. So hard to avoid each other, it feels, but always providing some of the best games we've seen. And there's contacts made. Yay, gonna come out the better in that one. Walk away sitting pretty. On the other side, Aspas down to 24.
No confirmation behind that though, but it being Aspas, a big indicator. And the wall to confirm it as well. Potentially a couple bits of utility. Ain't not feeling any pressure just yet though.
No, but they should be able to get the spike planted. They've fought Sadak, and now with that going in, yeah, he's going to fall back a little bit. Be a little bit more careful. Crashy's just farming. So far, no threats. Have to see if they're able to find enemies. They do try and take steps towards the side. Pancada.
Gila di pins anjay. Bener-bener kayak di apa? Digencet.
No problems yet.
Loud just banking on getting away with the extra 300 from this, especially with Aspas taking such an early tag. 2 on the board for Optic, 4 left standing. Actually, even if Ye wants to ride this through with potentially just a headhunter, no, you're going to throw a rifle in the mix. And the light shield. Crashy's great early progress towards that Hunter's Fury as well. And 3 light shields here for Loud. Aspas, Sassy, Les. Stacked up here outside B once again.
Lah, taruh situ bukan bisa dilompatin, kocak.
Oh,
biar kedengeran suaranya.
This is a fairly pacey hit if that dart is sent immediately.
I don't think it'll know much because they're playing so far forward.
Anjing masih dapat 1 enggak?
Now Marvel alone. He's now in danger actually. Kind of left by front pillar. Swings it off the flash. Still going to post one back, but couldn't get back quick enough. Les is already there and taking the side control. Spike can go down somewhat uncontested unless Crashies just goes head first through this. Not the case. Passing the Aldrone, spoiling the players, and should be able to start stepping towards the site. No one's watching the cross until then. Sassy going to swing back out, leaving just Victor and Crashies here.
Marshall to work with, but Crashy's got so close here. Aspas completely unaware of the possibility.
How is he here? How is he here?
What?
How did he get there?
What were Loud doing on site? What was being held?
Apparently nothing.
Crashes
That
just
was
slips
fucking
into Loud's
sick by
formation
Crashes.
on that post plant. I mean, the first is a given. The second and the third, outrageous.
Gak ada yang liatin side.
Whose job was it?
One ladder. Close side, ladder.
Yeah, we're all surprised.
Cool, calm, and collected.
What the
in
heck?
comms as well.
Yeah.
What the heck,
Almost the
man?
expected outcome.
Pakanda, pankada anjing,
After that
pakanda.
one,
Pakanda
Loud would be
bangke.
furious at
Oh
that too.
Tuhan.
The outcome, not the problem. It was how they got there that's the issue. And Mark
Oh
trying to
Tuhan.
get in their faces, but that's
Ternyata dia lesbian.
eventually. Ashky goes
Oh
to catch Victor on
Tuhan.
peak. Now at
Bangke
least
lah.
able to play with wall goes
Ini
up.
Pakanda forever anjay.
Spray in on this. Do they have that rifle back
Got
in
it now,
hand yet?
yeah.
There it is.
That's just grabbed
Oh,
it for
but
finesse.
Finesse, this is perfect. He's gonna see one. One slips through, but that's fine. Sadak tries to backfill it. The tag, that's good enough. A 3v3 now, still chaotic enough that it could go down either way, but no progress to the site itself. And Crashes, you kidding me, dude? You can't walk main dry. This guy is just filthy with it.
Wah, gila.
Infuriating. Crashes just adding
Crashes,
insult to
just
injury.
being
Wow,
Crashes.
so they had a real nice shot here on this one. They're trying to make something happen, but Sadak shot gets Victor. Needs one more, but it's Jay, the final boss. And they have no idea where he is. Going through the motions, predicting the backside of cave, but Ye posted up by Yellow spots him. 5 HP, Mike. It's not enough, surely.
Got a flash to work with. Still got the fragment. Yeah, he does have the operator, so he's gonna try and creep onto a close angle. The flash, I think, just landing. See Ye's reposition here, but the knife could change this if it removes the headhunter, but
5
Sadak
seconds.
posted up.
Oh, Ye steps
Go
in.
optik,
Scored Sadak
kamu akan juaranya.
From this, but again, we look at, I want us to really dissect what we're seeing from Optic there. Almost over-facing, over-peaking, taking very aggressive fights against Sheriffs and ults, bits and pieces.
I mean, similar to what we saw in Ascent, right? A little more unleashed here, because like you said, previously Optic have looked very good in anti-ecos.
Oh yeah.
Crashes though, making this doable. And again, key damage done onto Sadak. Needed the ace to close things out, but already drawing out a timeout on the side of Loud. Good ultimate progress as well on this first cycle. Hunter's Fury obviously available for Crashes. He's at 9-2 right now.
Jeez.
An amazing start to Breeze. 4 unanswered rounds. Loud have to consider their approach. The concern being if things slip back into what we saw on Bind. Yes, the halves differing, but it's a little off pace, indecisive, hesitant in some scenarios. And that's so uncharacteristic. That's things you can sort of attribute to maybe map 1 being extremely taxing on Sadak in particular.
Oh, I can only imagine.
They need some confidence boosts, especially after then getting blown out of the water in map 2.
Yeah, you're right. So probably the right time to be hitting that first timeout here. Talk through options. Now adjust
Kasian teman gue di DC ini
expectations.
pada ngatok hibur kita dong bang. Siapa?
And they get that decent buy coming
Discord
here
lu
as well. Full
siapa?
rifles, not going to have full shields though, still with 1 might on Sassy. And the approach is everything here for Loud. They know they're going to be tested, but again, we look at which tempo and pace Optic will come in with. Is it going to be the over-aggression, the disrespect, or the more patient, deep hold? Noting 3 on the knife there.
The knife above.
Besok olahraga nggak bang? Jelas, harus itu.
Les going to try and get himself into a
Caca,
position.
Marcelo,
Eyes on the
Frito
map.
ikut-ikutan.
Look at
Oke.
Ye. He's already looking to challenge the backlines. Sorry, Victor. My mistake. Over towards Cannon. FNS not challenging just yet.
Yeah, but he's got to be careful here.
Bingung
Jumping a
anjing.
bit on the other side. You can already see the close down. Aspas wanted him dead. Gets him out of there. Sadak going to connect towards stairs. That depletes Mark, but the answer came back from Crashies. I didn't think he was going to get it, but Sassy's going to pop his ult as well. Yay, still firing, still dodging the Hunter's Fury.
Finesse,
So
finesse.
Les has been given so much room, but surrounded on both fronts. What can Les do with this? Has to pick up the pace now.
Yeah,
And that's the
hear him.
problem. He's heard the steps. He's already been seen and considered. The Fuse's
Finesse,
going to come through, and Les
finesse.
can do nothing about this
Ayo,
one. Has
ayo,
to
ayo.
sit and watch as the defuse
Belum tidur,
is
belum.
made. Final blow given by Yay, but already we're seeing a really comprehensive look from Optic here.
And Victor has so much space to work with. He actually.
Halo Kang
I'm
Eeyore,
pretty sure he
halo
updrafts
BJFM.
over that trap wire. Nobody's within earshot. Les starting very early on. There's no challenge on mid from Optic, giving Les that space, but it counts for nothing. It's a very pacey retake. Optic reading into actually the tendencies very early on that it's maximum 4. The backstab's coming eventually, but they equalize numbers on site.
I want to see if they try and re-explore middle now. They've had a little bit of success with that, and zero challenge.
Abis ini
for Les.
giveaway nggak sih,
Obviously,
guys?
they were really hard committing towards the side by then, but speaking of hard commit, Optic are back challenging in cave. They are just getting under their skin at this point.
Well, Des talked about it. Now looking as if they're spread a
Oke.
little thin across the map.
Yang ada aja ya.
Trying to find some point of weakness here to exploit. Yay actually has the benefit of that spy cam being behind the wall.
Oh, he can just get posted on this too if he wants to be.
See, the spy cam's not going to catch him. If Yay can post up here,
he's
actually going to swing it.
Quick as lightning, this guy. Les is gone.
And with the reads already on Les, you should see this rotation coming through. There's already 3 members towards A
Ini
side.
orang
See
atau
now
apa
Yay
sih
looking
si
to
Ye
explore
ini?
mid.
Bingung gua.
This is perfect. He's the shot! Pancada hands it out. Yay. Kept in check. That means Spike can get put back in hand, but no free cross here. Marv wanted to maybe police that. Sassy's got his back. Spike now can
Si Ye
be
ini
ferried
tuh
across
orang tuh
towards the
bukan
side,
ya
but
guys ya.
is there a little pocket on the A side that I'm seeing here?
30 seconds
Okay, it's
left.
just Victor chilling by the wall for now. Now we're going to have the kind of opposing numbers. The rotation isn't safe
The
either.
drone
The
clears it.
owl drone is great. Victor doesn't get away with his naughtiness. Dealt with by the door, and now crashes in FNS.
Wih,
Out of position here. I thought maybe
ke-thrifty ya.
that player who was sitting a little deeper, I think it was Aspas, might have checked on them, but they've stuck towards the site. And that's the point, rightly so. Good choice by Aspas, and Crashies opting to save.
Like I said, we were going to note if Loud were to adjust here, and even after conceding less,
Ini apa ya, Cok? Aduh.
in that lurk position with the spy cam, just looking to garner some map control, prevent Optic from actually doing what happened in the previous round. But it's a great adjustment. Sassy actually coming back through to back up Pancada. Well, Crash is going to be able to hold on to this operator here. Pancada's on the hunt. Time all but expired by now. You see though, the coal's turning and the response is great from Yay because it's less, there's nobody else noted. Yay's on that angle, like I said, unnoted from the spy cam. He knows there's no setup towards cannon. Ultimately, I don't even think anybody could pass into elbow there. So he has free reign to come back. That's why this kill right here, Pancada, so crucial to the outcome of this round.
Doing great work. It's actually broken.
Pakai prime kok, orang-orang pada pakai prime
It's
enak
wild
banget
to
ya
see
liatnya ya.
5-1
Kalau nggak
on
prime
the
kayaknya
scoreboard.
Bullet of
And that
Chaos
be
itu
the
enak
buy-off,
juga
that
loh.
first
The
loss.
purchase, yeah.
Yeah, the Guardian coming in for Crashies. Yeah, he does have Tour de Force.
I think
Obviously,
Yay's
it's fine
actually just
if you want to
cycled
do
a rifle
Headhunter.
through. He's just dropped a rifle through, so
Yeah.
as close to a full purchase.
So it's double up, essentially.
Yeah.
Victor retaining the operator. Brought across here for him. First time we get to see them tested by this double operator. So I'll see how Loud looks trying to navigate their way through here.
Tapi gue enakan gaya sama River buat gua. Like biar giveaway dapat tuh guys, dengerin.
Lean towards the A side, no one top mid. So much pressure on Victor's shoulders if they do go back towards that B side, which as it stands, they're running through the time. They're not in a hurry here.
Concern being if Optic do slip back into a deeper hold.
Let's
Typically, you
go,
would expect
Lord.
that with the pseudo double operator setup. See Victor just tasked with anchoring. Does have the blade storm, so he can pop that. He does feel a little bit of pressure as Loud creep closer and closer to elbow with this owl drone. Nothing found, but Spike heading towards Victor and the wall going up. That should be a big indicator for Optic.
30 seconds left.
This has to be huge for Victor. This is such a pressure moment for him. And the support's on the way, but he is alone for now. And alone he stands. Takes down less, looks towards connector. Spots another, takes another. Pops the ult, looks towards the side. Didn't overcook it just yet. Still hunting, still fighting, still fragging out. Somehow Victor keeps his cool, keeps the sight against all of the players. And Sussy, sadly with only 3 seconds, can't make a difference now. That was a critical round for Victor.
Beautiful adjustment as well. Knowing that Loud have slipped back into a much more sparse setup.
Anak-anak pada
Waiting
dukung
to
mana
receive this
NWJ?
aggression. They burn up so much utility early on and so much time on the clock. Ultimately, you push it onto, yes, it's a solo hold from Victor, but you slow creep into a site here versus an operator. Yay, even there to pick up a second kill from Archers. Beautiful stuff. And Loud actually will continue with this.
Udah jadi buka bro ya, bukan coy. Yo iya bro. Pusing kepala bro.
Actually almost as a curveball. Try and maybe enable an early peek, but no towards double doors.
Pada kemana coy?
Okay, now
gengnya Lot udah pusing coy.
Way more proactive towards the B side now.
Kemarin Lot jago banget coy.
They are making this map seem so small. Now the correct answer though is Aspas exploring through tube. That contact made, that information gathered.
Victor's here though.
Noting that it was potentially open, but the door's already been shut. And Victor noting the barrel, comfortable on the shot. But a potential found, but it just instantly got closed in his face.
Whether or not this is a trend to continue now, Optic in the early round looking to very quickly disrupt one extremity. Force the hand of Loud. Let's see. Sadak almost rewarded for his bravery there behind the owl drone. Will tag FNS. Sadak's got forwards. Completely unconsidered. Less doubles down for it. FNS will fall.
Okay, they've got a player advantage finally, and Spike planted. Yes, there's the flank coming in, but that should be checked when they have the numbers to deal with this. Crashes! Catches the glimpse. Forcing the body to drop. Then waiting on the other side is less. The grand equalizer for Loud, who is always delivering on so many fronts. Yeah, he's out of there. First time we're really seeing Loud starting to get a grip on some of these rounds.
And that's with that early aggression. Said that it's literally bespoke to dig less out of a position, find one kill on the extremity, and force Loud into a less favorable position. They actually get through. Like I said, Sadak, not initially rewarded, but gets way ahead of the expectation of FNS. Moving in tandem with that owl drone. Second on the board for Loud. But already this half heavily in favor of Optic.
I mean, if they can maybe string a couple more together, more than happy to see it close in a little bit. Now looking at the purchase that can come through this round as well.
Lacking in
some areas for Optic, but on the other side, ult's getting real close by. Aspas one away as well. You got 3 already hitting in. This is starting to look like Loud could potentially close this, Mike.
Expect them to potentially string a couple together here on the back of this ult cycle. Pencada has a Viper's Pit to convert a post-plant scenario. Aspas actually gets the Blade Storm online as well. Less, look at the position he's now forced to play. I think actually Sadak making moves with this null command to try and make use of it as deep as possible in tube, but Crashies showing restraint here.
We haven't seen him lean door yet, have we?
Ya, dulu pakai chamber bangke. Kagak tadi itu pakai jet.
When door pop. It's going to call Marv to attention, but doesn't actually know anyone just yet, surprisingly, even though there are 2 players there. And Crashies is posted on this as well. No one really to deal with the main pressure apart from Victor, but apparently he's good for it. But the trade does come through. Sussy going to punish as he tried to readjust away. Just a glimpse caught towards Tube, but patience being shown by Loud. They're not quite heading towards the site yet.
No pressure coming through mid either. Actually, the flash might come through this smoke, but Crashies turns it. Les has actually found a kill here. Crashies has to find something in response. He's found the first, a headshot on the second, but falls.
Quite enough damage done yet. Yeah, in FNS, the last two standing. Spike is down, so Loud has the time in their favor. Left's on the swing, and he's been so instrumental in Loud succeeding in some of these rounds. Now the Viper utility not really going to slow down the roll here, but this pop flash could be it. Let's see if they feel the timing right. There it is, goes in, and the swing. It's gorgeously done! Sadak leading in that round to perfection. Loud starting to get back in this game.
Chipped away at that round score and chipped away at the economy as well. 3 players going to be struggling here for Optic. Victor and FNS, the only ones probably to invest here, but remove those ultimates from Optic, and Loud, like I said, in a position to really string a few together. That's 2. Still got the Blade Storm, still got the Viper's Fit. Sassy actually back on the brink of the Hunter's Fury as well.
Potong. Weh, RBJ masih sini nggak?
Nothing on the table for Optic.
Apart from Victor just being sent to the blender. Aspas was waiting this time around. And similar scenes on the other side of the map. Less sharp with it.
Turu ya, Menit turutan daripada sakit hati lihat
She's
Optic
trying
menang.
his luck, but Less looks so ready. Yeah,
Lihat dulu,
extremely
sabar
diligent
ya,
from Less.
sabar.
And only Yay to
Ada
find
waktunya,
impact.
semua tuh ada
as
masanya.
This default we've been seeing held has actually succeeded pretty nicely. Now, there are still 2 players who can cause a problem. That's a rifle recovered, so maybe a chance at more danger, but the HP's already low for Crashies. And with the spike going down, they've got everything working in their favor.
I was going to say, no way that actually lands and kills Crashies. But it does.
It does.
Even here, you look at what's taken away from this. Pancardo's fallen, but a big cushion.
Oh, Les is on the hunt.
Well, he didn't
Does he
hear
check?
anything here. Yeah, does he actually check through cannon? But
Would he have noted that the rifle's gone? I guess he wouldn't have known when that was dropped. Or at least actually collected, so... Sanjay gets to slip away here. Play his life and keep that rifle into the next couple of rounds, because we do now have Loud building a little back into this game. This is enough. This is a buffer coming through.
It's barely costing them anything as well. Hold on to the operator. 4 left standing. Sadak back 2 away from the null command. Still got the Viper's bit. Loud are achieving this with minimal
Menurut
investment.
tim final gini menang karena taktik atau lebih ke calm?
Sure.
Ya taktik juga, terus gimana cara bisa fokus sih?
Optic will pump the brakes here. Call a timeout. So initially, it looked like the perfect read, right? They were looking to challenge less, really get him out of that position. Remove that kind of late round piece, so they don't have to worry about it. And then actually in the rounds they couldn't. They were so aware, hyper aware of having numbers advantage on the retake, getting back through, knowing where and when to expect less to show his hand.
Yeah, and him finding a little bit more activation in this game is certainly paying off now. It's 7-7, as we all noted, a very quiet start. Didn't particularly get the ball rolling that early, but already starting to find their footing here.
But being rewarded where Optic want to challenge it, honestly. Actually, this is
Coba pick player Indo buat clear tim lu sendiri. Di luar Forsaken atau enggak?
The double operator setup actually does reward this sort of playstyle from Loud.
Oh, it very much does. So, don't think they're going to be really looking towards that though.
Kalau di luar
in the cards till now.
Like I said, it was weird to look at what 5-1 where Optic was still actually struggling to buy back into one of those rounds.
Yeah,
it would have been potentially a different outcome if they'd been able to stabilize the money a little sooner. But
I mean, it's going to be awkward as well. The next round potentially Blade Storm, but look at what's left after this purchase, and this is round 11. Bear in mind.
Yeah.
So round 12 could be really uncomfortable, especially if Loud don't have to invest anything again.
Kalau misalkan Forsaken boleh, Nakinya diganti Jason.
Themselves the perfect start to this round. He wants to follow up Aspas, ripping through 2 of them. And Optic
kan di luar Jason, di luar Bebas kan, Indo semua kan.
This series is only getting started. Pancardo in the meantime going to collect on Yay. And here's the
Wanjing.
As quick as lightning, Aspas almost going to catch Crashies too. And they're just hunting him down for spawn at this point. Down solo, trying to stay alive.
Spike planted.
He's just on the run. There's a player to his right. It's just nowhere to get out of here now.
That's already got back behind this. 39 HP for Crashies, and we already talked about the finances. And with this round, actually, Crashies will find one, but Loud have already stacked the deck, have every ultimate available for the next. Sassy seals the deal. Loud claw their way back
Kayak
into
gitu
this
ya.
half.
Crossing shotnya ya.
Just one
Gila.
round separating them. 4 unanswered here.
This grit and determination coming out from Loud.
I mean,
look at this.
This is just ridiculous.
Oh, it's dreamy.
The flick on the second.
Okay.
Oh, show me that one.
I could watch it for days. I could watch it for days. They heard you call. They heard you call.
What is that?
What are you meant to do against that? Oh.
I say, I mean, the benefit of that round ending like that is there's barely any utility use, right? So this lesser purchase actually doesn't have as many gaps as a long, drawn-out round, right?
Yeah, you're right. Just how much
That's
allowed us to
the
work
one
with,
saving
though.
grace, right?
Yeah, brilliant. How's that silver lining? Real thin. But at this point, look at all of where?
That's big, though.
Where the hell did he just get a
That was in cave.
free kill?
That was
Fair
literally
enough.
from stairs to cave.
Okay. All right, well, Aspas of having probably the most impactful round thus far. Highs and lows. Sassy trying to find that instant information, but Yay is there.
Spike down
Left
A.
in the corner, delivers the bullet. And it's Sassy, Les, and Ben Carter, but Les is still...
Ulti.
Such a
now he
problem.
knows.
Wow, now he knows. Hello, there's someone else here. It's Crashies. Oh, the timing! But the adjustment better. Utility not quite what he wanted to at least facilitate a safe cross, but the spike's on the way. You got to make something out of this, Pancada. You got to do something to save your team. He's going to have to pull the trigger on the first, the second, and the third. Not going to happen. Yay! Flies in, and he's still trying to fire off. Looking for the follow-up here. Spike out, down the double swing.
Gila, Yor, oi.
Finally gets put to bed. and
Gila,
the
bisa di
scoreline
comeback
might-
nih.
We're at 6
Dari
to
berapa?
6.
5-0.
I mean, how Loud have pulled that off? 5 unanswered to claw back in.
Jadi
And they just
6-1.
looked absolutely lost in the first quarter of this map here on Breeze. Great restraint from Pancada, doubling down on that position. Again, less than Sassy, play it perfectly. Don't give Yay an opportunity with that operator in hand.
Tied up, it could not be closer here. The resilience shown from Loud is why they are in the grand finals. 6 rounds, 5 unanswered at the end. The desk, what are your thoughts on that one?
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hyper. We know the operator players tend to pop off on Breeze, but there were some nuts shots here, Josh.
Yeah, in the first quarter, it was all about Victor. And I felt like, again, we set up this story about pushing on defense for Optic. And I think that this head-to-head has ended up defining the majority of this first half.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I mean, Aspas making some massive plays to try and get them back into this, especially with his attack side operator. I mean, you just see it in the head-to-head. I think Victor, the early start that he got was a huge defining factor, but credit to Lau for being able to bring it back.
Take a look at how Victor was flanking as well. He makes his
Beneran
way
City
around
tanggal
this
2 bulan
trap
depan.
wire so
Okay.
that he's able to get the flank. And this is how I expected the half to play around, with Victor trying to outplay
Juga
Les and
kalah
get the
sama
better
Bun
end
di
over the
bis ya.
Cypher player, and Loud was still
Lupa.
individually popping off. And then in the second half, they just found the rhythm.
Yeah, they really did. It was such a step up from every player on Loud, but in particular, Les had a big resurgence, finding those late lurks, punishing Optic on the extremities, and giving his team those opportunities to pivot. But as we look towards the second half, he's again the guy that we have to talk about, particularly in the way that he plays as the anchor. He's almost always locking down towards B, very much just defined by how he holds space with the same setup on that site. And in their last game, he really got shut down. You see so many of his deaths just in that back corner of B, with a Jet diving on him deep, his utility already gone, and him getting taken down. So my focus is on Les to keep his performance up if Loud do want to convert this.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think Les is such a playmaker for them. The guy is really heating up, and he's doing it at such a young age on the global stage right now. He's been the real difference maker in so many of their rounds, with clean trades and also multi-kills and opportunities just found with the lurks.
I think
Gila,
you
ayo
can
dong.
see, as Pansy
Siapapun
said,
lah.
that Loud are getting
Menang
back into this
langsung
game.
lah, anjing.
Their belief is showing, the tenacity and grit is
Bang
all
kicks.
there, and the players are heating up. I
Anjay,
think
keren
this
banget
next half
snipernya.
should be electric.
Yeah, Optic, they have to find a way to stop this momentum, or otherwise Pansy and Hypog, it's going to get a little bit dicey for them.
I'm still working out my feelings after the Viper cosplay, I'm not gonna lie, Mike. But anyway, 6-6, the game actually could not get closer, and it feels like Loud are starting to believe this is now doable. Because it felt like a shutout at the start, the aggression was right, everything was starting to hit, and then it just, you know, the switch flipped. Now, what do we look at? Where are our key components we look at in the second half of both sides? What are you looking out for that could maybe be the swing factor of Optic picking up this map or Loud?
I mean, potentially for Marv to come online, he was punished a number of times looking for those kind of pop flash plays early on in the round. So really here, looking for him to write that. And yes, you can talk about just looking at the numbers there, 2 and 9, but it's the manner in which he was dying.
Is there anything
Number of
to stop
times.
Ye?
No, there isn't.
Right.
Loud's all the way, literally all the way posted deep on B is 3. Pancada. Now maybe as the wall goes up, they might consider the possibility.
Gitu ya? Hah? Buat apa ya?
Another rotation coming through.
Oh,
nice
buat ngumpet. Oke, gue paham.
Here with the Sheriff.
Lah jadi 6-6, iya kan? Gokil kan?
For a moment here. I don't know if they're just allowing this paranoia to build, but I said 4 players have made their way to this side of the map already.
Won't see the commit. There's already one out on the side. Ye trying to be a nuisance, but he's in danger. Instantly threatened by Pancada, who gets to deal with him in time to be able to turn around and try and do some chip damage. But it's Aspas finding Victor. It's all going their way. It's all looking good. The shot to the back of the brain. Pancada denies Crashies. And followed up with FNS. Loud strike first in the second half.
Great awareness shown as well. Ye actually crosses into that corner closer to the double doors in Tube. Means he's out of range. He can't put his second TP down. There's no fail-safe there. Beautiful crunch there between Aspas and Pancada, actually. And these Sheriffs paying dividends here in the pistol. Starting to get fired up as well as they take the lead here. Just the light shield here for Optic. Yay. 6 headhunter shots to make something work with. Like it might be a fast mid piece on the back of this poison orb, or maybe just try and post Yay up a little deeper. They've achieved that very early on. Problem being with how deep Loud will play on B, they're just playing off the back of this spy cam, so Yay not going to be given much freedom once he crests this corner. Yes, he noted there.
Taken out.
Deals with it somewhat early enough because look who's creeping. Crashies. They have no idea. He's behind him again. Not again, Crashies. Not again! He's done it to him! Finds less. And noted one towards CT2. Sassy is going to be called to attention. He'd love to get that upgrade if he can. And yes, he does. Even better.
Bisa pernah timing kayak gitu nggak? Ada-ada aja ya orang ya.
Just about coming back through this now. Sassy's here, but Spectre in hand. That Bulldog could go to work.
Glorious sniper. Couldn't ask for anything better. Sassy going to try and be brave, be the first man forward. Trade me if you must. We got to get a move on here. There's 4 players watching this cross. That flash forced them all away. Crashies need some help. They've got to be standing here like a shooting squad. Look at them all lined up.
Wah gila Rontox anjay.
I mean, how Crashies has got into that position. Yay removes the spy cam, and on the back of that draws the attention of Les. I think Sassy, he's only jump spotting there, so Crashies finds
Let's go Optic
to slip into main. And there's a point there where you see Spectres and dribs and drabs on the retake, and you think actually Crashies can go to work.
Marpet bunuh 2 guys, Marpet.
With that Bulldog, but Loud close it out. Holding their composure.
So far div, KO div.
Bonus, how's it looking? What we got?
I mean, pretty well rounded, honestly. Sassy gonna ride through with a Sheriff, but 3 Bulldogs to work with here. Again, how we expect Loud to play, posted up on deep angles, but Aspas and Sassy immediately walking through here. Sanak's been found elsewhere.
Oh, but the timing.
Can they catch Yay here?
Yeah, they might be able to. Yay. Not sure if he's even going to be considering this yet. No, he's absolutely not. He's gone down. Sassy's the one to actually get him, but damage done across the board. Both players now swarming the bodies to get the rifle. Aspas going to get that upgrade. But on the other side of the map, the victory is coming in. Already going to clear out the site from the 2 players defending it. So you have to look at how much damage Aspas and Sassy can actually achieve. And,
Emang dari kemarin jago sih si Crashies.
This is a difficult plant to try and work your way back in on.
And Sassy's still on that Spectre. Aspas rifle in hand. Don't expect Optic to over-challenge here. We'll try and keep as many of these rifles online as possible.
I like this swing though, them committing towards CT side so they can potentially have the exits, knowing that obviously the challenge on Ye came in.
Well, but Victor's the one you got to be concerned about. Sassy actually finds Crashies.
Okay, Sassy, fair enough. Still gonna be going for this.
What if he don't jump, bro?
Slap back from Victor there. Good chip damage, and they're actually down to 2.
Coba dia nggak lompat.
You'll take that. You will not be winning the round. They've done what they wanted. They get to keep the rifle as well. Not too bad either. So a bit more damage than I'm sure Optic would have liked.
Andaikan dia nggak lompat.
For Aspas as well.
We'll see exactly where purchase will lie for Optic. On the back of that, it's going to be light shields scattered across some of these rifles. Marv's going to be struggling though. Actually does get, I think, the drop from Crashies potentially. Be able to get everybody online, but Loud with a slight advantage in that regard. Viper's bit available for Pancada. Marv does have that null command. Still sitting at 2 and 12 here. Optic looking to address mid just a little bit. And similar to how we saw Optic defend, there's a lack of presence here.
Okay, only catches one. I thought I actually might have gone more potentially. I think just dipping in towards the drop. Actually managed to evade the full information off the back of the knife. Aspas on top. Dip down there as the 3-2 split towards the A side. Now, utility committed towards the door, but it's all the way in, and Marv actually got 2 in that. I don't know how he got both, but he did. Unless he's forced to CT, he can no longer really have any say in the matter. That spike's going down. Now, maybe on the retake, we know that these guys have a ridiculous high standard of capability on these playback-ins, but a 3v5 is a really tall task, and Victor is the first challenge you have to get past. If you want in, ping down, and oh, the reply, Pancada sends it right back to him. FNS dead.
Winnable. Winnable. Winnable.
Not as impossible as it was before. Gonna force the hand that feeds. Sassy gonna try and send this one forward. Does he catch a tag? No, it's Ye in the meantime to find less. The flash slowed down Pancada. And it's looking like they might have just run out of time on this.
And if that Hunter's Fury does even just one tag onto Marv, looked like 2 were lined up there in main. Would have made it doable, but Optic respond well. Yay, finding a kill here. Looks like they will equalize here. Pancada can find an exit.
Anjay, Dewa juara.
Expect him to wait this one out. Vested carry through 2300 here. Actually, Advantage is kind of swinging back towards Optic in terms of this ultimate cycle. Well, his ears must have been burning. Look at that entry from Marv. Knowing full well, actually, with the null command going, he can be traded fairly comfortably with, I think, Victor and FNS backing him up through double doors there. But 2 for 2 on the half now. Look at the purchase here for Loud. A Guardian, a Bulldog. A couple of light shields as well. Big info once again from Sadak.
And a mid challenge coming down as well for Aspas. Gonna spot, I think that was FNS. But yeah, he's already potentially gone outside of the angle. Expected, he's diligent enough to check, but he copped a headshot on the way out. Aspas down to 3, but Le's gonna help him out. That's a big punish actually. Yo going down, but look at the space that Victor's found as well.
Sadak's just coming up the road now. The tag actually onto Pancada is punished.
Absolutely is. Victor now just going to try and unleash, take the space away, 15 HP, but he's got themselves the sight at least. They can maybe work out from this one, but you got to look towards Sadak potentially to cost them the cross. Can't do it. Has to at least give that one up. The flank's on the way. Aspas coming around on 3 HP. It ain't much, but it could do some damage here. Victor playing up close towards yellow as well. Spike now down, time in Optic side, but this post plant is not comfortable at all.
Aspas doesn't spot anything on default either. Marv now looking to challenge and finds the headshot, lands it. Aspas will fall.
Standing ahead.
Actually going to send that recon bolt through. Sadak still struggling to get anything done through the door. And actually, let's swing back to the yellow. He's found the first.
Yeah, let's might fight some more! Loud! Right back in this game! Taking the lead away! Tearing it out of Optic's hands to defuse.
What a retake, Anjay!
I mean, you look at some of these setups, you think Loud that, yeah, there's no way. Sadak has so much to deal with, so much pressure coming towards him. Unless just slips the net. Gets ahead of that. Sassy with the perfect timing on that backstab. That's even after Optic just showed it's literal perfection sometimes. The timing there from Victor to get on the back of that tag onto Pancada, create that opening. But then it counts for nothing. And that was with a Guardian in there, a Bulldog in there.
Yeah.
Loud made it look easy.
Just the timing, the synergy starting to really hit for me when I'm watching how Loud are playing inside of these retakes. And it's one of the stats I think the desk brought up at the very start of the day is how statistically strong they are at those retakes. And I mean, you see it so tangibly so often with them, you know, being an outlier on it. So again, wonderful to see that emotion here, but I'm just happy we get a close game. 8-9 now, Loud picking up where they left off. Optic financially in a curious spot here, able to fashion a purchase, but it will be missing certain areas. The bells and whistles will not be there, but a couple of ults coming in, so, you know, some moments to look towards.
Well, the interesting thing to note, actually, is statistically, this is one of their worst. I think, actually, they're worst in terms of retake success, but it's on defense, their ability to find first bloods and convert 5v4s.
Yeah.
That's the fascinating thing here, because Loud are actually winning out in the side of their game on defense that actually you wouldn't expect them to. That's to say as well that Optic actually are close to 70% post-plant conversion rate, which is mad.
Yeah.
Get out of my way!
I can spit off the rip here for Pancada and try and slow down any progress towards B. Does still have less here. See, actually, Optic were trying to get ahead of this potentially.
Take flight.
Lah.
Salah
Salah mulu FNS anjir. Ke situ mulu kocak.
Timing on the knife, pretty decent as well. Looking at the exploration mission from Aspas.
Kemana orang-orang udah pada ini, udah pada tidur pasti kayak capek terus.
So if they do double back,
matchnya.
probably going to be the early warning signal at the very least. The worst, the downfall of them falling away, but not the first time we've seen them explore this, so hopefully it's on the priority list if you are Optic to stay diligent to check this on the way back around.
Aspas, though, at least going to hear the sound cue of that jump peak. You see he pops the dash on the back of it. That's just damage here. It's FNS to make sure that kill doesn't come through, and the mid-split's right through. Victor trying to get with it, a Blade Storm.
He had to try and close that down, finally gets suppressed, but by now the damage is done. Sussy's there, but the reply comes in, death from above. Now the 4v3, numbers favorable towards Optic. They can get the plant. A quick flank from Pancada, and they've kept their space on the side. They still have Tube, they still have CT, but what they do now have is a man behind them. It's Pancada on the flank.
Gak kedengeran kah? Gak kedengeran kah?
The timing could work out here. Crashies get the timing just right. They seem aware of this. Yay already looking this way, and Crashies done him dirty. Got Pancada dead. And now the final two players who are allowing a little bit of time for work feel irrelevant to the outcome. How are they meant to get back into this? Step into the green and just hope for the best. Not finding anything here.
Marv actually finally coming through with that flash. The trade comes through, Crashies to clean it up.
Mungkin orang sahabat JT karena kalah dengan
Optic
tim
ties
yang
things up.
didukung. Mungkin.
This is on the back of early on. There's no rotation on the back. You can see the pings coming on the back of that Viper's fit, but Optic just set themselves up to pop through double doors. Beautifully executed. It's their lesson. Pancada is so far away from this, they can't really slow that down. See now, actually, if Optic feel as if they have a bit of freedom in mid, whether or not they actually resort back towards splitting a site. Loud back down on two Sheriffs, a Stinger, a Bulldog. Blade Storm available for Aspas, though. Zanax immediately through cave.
Huge information.
Vital so early on.
And it really reassures Aspas he is in the right place for this. Now, eventually we'll have to pay attention towards main. Eyes trained on towards mid, and he's really made a meal of it. Nightmare scene does get at least the Stinger, but it's really not much to be writing home about here. Could have done with a kill off that. But the fast flank is in. Now Crashy's very diligent, but I think just missed the timing on the window and saying all of this. Sadak, how much more can he do though? It is a 4v3, but the weaponry's still good, but they are pinned in towards elbow, Mike. They need someone to bail him out from here, and FNS tried, but didn't get what he wanted.
What a round!
Just spot out Victor as well. A little bit
What
of damage.
a round!
The second kill there. FNS tries to respond, but Aspas closes things out. The thrifty response from Loud. And that's with
Masih
Aspas
di-giveaway,
cooking
guys.
it with the Blade Storm.
The fast flank coming
Oh
through,
my
so many
God.
things going right. That little bit of window of time where Crashy's almost caught him as he crossed in towards window, and the punish that was picked up towards, I think it was Yay there. Again, the timing great for Loud, but perfect responses in kind, nothing working out on the other side. And this was the start of things, whole lot of information, and again, with that fast walkout, they already kind of knew that. So really making it count in the Thrifty, and back and forth again we go. 9 to 10 now.
Similar position to earlier, actually. There's no comfort in the finances here.
That's bad. How far to go? Let's see. 'Cause it looks quite all in from Optic, genuinely. This seems very direct, not particularly exploring many other options, which will lead to their own problems.
And Loud happy to give it up. Neither Sadak or Pankar the
Asus is
challenge.
walking this. Yeah, he's walked straight up from door, and no one was watching it. Just dipped right back on in and out. This problem's galore, but Yay on the bailout, ready to save the day again. Melted and burned down, but still alive. And Optic are panicking. And now surrounded, they didn't get to the deeper post plants. The pop flash to bail them out. Does at least give them a little bit more freedom, but the instantaneous trade. Res gonna come in, maybe not. Toyed with. Oh, Yay!
Gila lah ini match gak bersahabat gue ya dari tadi matchnya.
And did Victor even see him? I do not know.
Cok, lu dicariin jagi terus tuh, Cok.
Answer right back in kind here for
Nggak
Optic.
tau lah, ini match seru sih sebenarnya, cuman kayak mainnya lama.
The Viper wall was up. What a ridiculous response here. Yay, going huge for Optic. The second here onto Aspas as well. Resets to this position. Perfect read on the timing. Show me the Victor kill. Like, that was ridiculous to close that out.
Oh, but they've shattered the money now.
It comes back to the same thing. No financial comfort. It's 10 apiece now.
And it's scrappy buys in here. We've got an operator with a light armor. And we've
walked
got,
it off the rip.
They both walked it. They're both here. They're both here. Let's just hold it. The window, sassy, audacious play.
Gila, ini mainnya sih seru banget.
Back to back, perfect start for Loud.
Anjay.
And even here with FNS in position for this very reason. Sassy isolates Marved. Crash is going to come through with the drone here. Already left to handle B site, at least on the back of the spy cam. Not really sure if it was noted there, but yeah, it was. Crashes comes through. Keep your eyes on Victor though. He's got himself into tunnel already here. Sassy slipped into archway. He's planning on playing off contact here, but Victor's come through and he's found the kill.
Okay, it's 3 of them here. Now just 2, so it should be fine.
Ya udah diajak main dia.
And a little bit of room to work here.
Tapi teman-temannya
they want to shut this man down. They want him dead to right. They want him gone. They want him buried. Who dares
Cuman
step
Crashes
forward
doang
first?
yang gila.
Crashes by pillar. Spots one, takes one. Trade comes in. It's all on Yay. Now the problem starts to really mount, and lovely work from Aspas. The timing good. Diffuse going to come in and Loud once again take the lead. But Mike, the start of that round in my mind was everything.
It really was. And like I said, FNS, or Optic in general, prepared for this, right? But Sassy still threads the needle, finds that first blood. And then even less there, the contingency plan.
Main dia, cuman teman-temannya yang nggak diajak main. Gak mampu diajak main teman-temannya, asli.
Optic will now
tuh lihat tuh, 5-7.
feel the pinch again. It's actually crazy to just look at the money
Loud
every single
semuanya
round.
rata, 17, 16, 15, 11.
For blow, Lauren.
Yang di atas Crisis Yay. Victor baru main di map ini, si sebelumnya kacau.
It is obscene how close this is. The back and forth between these two sides, both elevating in kind every single time. Another bailout, a thrifty, or an individual pop.
Gak tahu dah, aneh anjing.
This is the grand finals. You truly love seeing this rematch fabled now. Let's see if it does hold true to a back and forth. This would be Optics if that's the case. This could be the one to double down on, though, if you are Loud. Make it to 12. Knife going in, good timing. Should note, I thought maybe 2 there, but actually only catching 1.
Si Pauji di Breeze kayak kurang gitu, emang ada yang kayak map bau player gitu. Ada beberapa mungkin kali ya, player yang nggak nyaman. Sadak.
But they hit the brakes. They're not, you know, building off the back of it.
with Victor posted here, though, he's got good information on this rotation. At least he's within earshot. That could be the green light, though, with F and S being suppressed.
They have to go now. Finding Pancada, that it would be looking such an opportunity in the mouth and turning it down. So now already Pong going to come in, but on the other side, that's a connection. Hold on, F and S, can he do the dance well enough? Oh, keeps his life. Good work for him, and now the plant can come through. 10 seconds, none of these shock darts will find any purchase in time. So now it's a post plant. And Optic, this is looking like it's that silliness of the back and forth, and Yay in the back lines. He's got 3 potential targets in front of him. Headhunter to hand spots one, goes a little astray. Let's get across the line towards less, but predicts Sassy may be swinging, but Aspas has gotten to the site. Jump spot confirms him there. He's got plenty of problems to try and work through if he wants this. No, they're giving him nothing.
Not even giving him an opportunity, and Yay comes through, gets around Sassy somehow. Slips past this tube hole. And Optic will tie things up now as Sassy desperately tries to hold on to this rifle. We'll find another one to Yay, but I don't think they can close the distance. It crashes. Actually catch him. No, Sassy. Sharp to it.
Back and forth. Look at the timeline.
What is that?
From the round 17, it's been back and forth the whole way, and you'd think the economy would have had an impact or something, but it seems to go beyond that. It seems to not care if they're on a thrifty or if they're on a full buy, if they have ults or not. It is back and forth. If it keeps going through this way, though, should be loud to convert.
Cok. Gue boleh nggak sih nonton perubahan, Bang Kex?
I mean, they come into this. Sadak, the only one missing a weapon right now. Aspas with the operator in hand. Viper's Pit available. And Aspas actually one away from the Blade Storm, so that could be crucial here to be able to round out this purchase. The other side, Optic, going to be feeling pretty happy with themselves with some upgrades in that previous round. Crashes on that Hunter's Fury as well. Like I said, just the psychological warfare in these early rounds. Loud looking to continue that trend as well. Optic haven't really won out from one of these wide defaults, and Val are the ones to continuously punish that. The lesser purchase, not necessarily.
Tapi seru, Cok. Sebenarnya seru, asli. Gua nggak bohong, asli nggak bohong. Ini seru banget.
It seems to work pretty well.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, I feel like the retakes have come on their buy rounds, which is like...
Kayak mereka tuh
11-11.
slowly pace banget.
So ridiculous that we are
Nggak pernah sedikit pun yang namanya ngeras tuh nggak pernah.
Now, of course they have a stinger, so fantastic.
Bener-bener lama. Nah ini baru nih cepet nih. Ini baru cepet nih.
But the site's completely free. Optic are in for free. There's no challenge, and that's devastating. Victor. Insane impact spray, just goes wild in towards middle, and Marv actually gets the benefit, gets the best of less. And now the plant's in, and they read it perfectly. They could not have made a better guess of this one.
Here.
Aspas, Sadak, Pancada, anything in the tank here. There's no ways in. They don't have that springboard yet. Where's that first pick going to come from?
Look how deep FNS is playing off this as well. I don't know if he's actually playing for a lineup here, but Loud have to find value on site now. Marv's going to close things off with the frag and actually set up for a flash here. Yay will find a kill.
No, they don't want it anymore. You saw the 180 from Aspas. They are out of there. It looks like Optic might have actually broken the back and forth trend. Finally pulling around back-to-back here. Oh, and Aspas. The shot just missing. And it looks like 12 will be theirs. Optic taking this into map point. Loud still have the chance to find a reply. They need those rifles. They'll keep them. 2 finally combined. Round 22, 23. The first they've got back-to-back in some time here. It was off the back of this, walking into the open site.
And this is with the Viper's Pit going down on A. So Loud feel as if actually they can lock down A and maybe find progress elsewhere. And it's mid they have their sights set on.
Is there anything more Loud can do? Bulldogs, bits and pieces, scraps, Mike. They haven't got much.
They really haven't. Blade Storm for Victor, Hunter's Fury for Crashies, and the crowd behind the green wall now. Sassy showing a little more restraint here. It's the Owl drone to clear through. Yay actually posted up in anticipation of Aspas. You can see on the X-ray, almost kindred spirits here.
Get out of my way.
Predicting this so well, knowing that Aspas would love to have impact in a round like this. Weaken the other side, but he doesn't want to overdo it, overextend. This is all guesswork. This is all just consideration. And a bit of timing. Aspas, this could be everything for you and your side. Or it could be dead and gone. It could be all for nothing, and that is a problem. Now you're surrounded, you don't know how much danger you're in. You just saw it. Aspas has to run. Gets to keep his life, 87 HP, and he's still standing. And he's gone back for more! He's got more! That's a spike now seen as well. So telling at this time. The rest of the team is on the way through caves.
Amazing game.
So well. Punishing game. Oh! Can you believe it? Aspas beheads Crashies. And the other two turn plan. They're looking towards
ya itu hitungannya engkau tuh second entry. Dia kadang-kadang dia bisa dibilang kalau misalkan dia chamber solo tanpa ini dia bisa faded play sendiri. Dia bisa jadi tukang entry juga.
The follow-up is there. It's deserved at this point. It's going OT.
What an insane exchange of rounds here in that second half of Breeze. There is nothing separating
jadi
these
anchor
teams.
deh. Kayaknya dia tipenya nggak bisa jadi anchor sih. Dia tipenya
absolutely
tipe yang jalan-jalan, tapi kalau dapat satu angle ya ditahan terus.
Outrageous blade storm kill.
How does he do it?
And Les as well, playing his life so effectively. FNS actually gets spotted on the spy cam. Les slips away. He makes them deep clear all the way through B site and
Sumpah
punishes
si Aspas nih mukanya kayak Eric Fahed anjay. Kok Eric gak lu? Nis.
Okay, looking like the last cannons on either side, but it's Victor to really don it on towards this. You're running that.
This is the first time we're going to see Optic address mid with a potential flash play here on the defense.
There's the flash. No one was actively working at that point towards taking space or actively holding the angle, seeing a little bit deeper towards bottom mid. So I wonder if Victor gets any reward for this.
I mean, Pancala and Sassy literally just have a crossfire set up
nyala
right
semua
now.
serem
They're
banget.
expecting Optic
Mantap
to
nih.
walk mid.
Beda banget sama Optic asli. Optic tuh yang nyala tuh dua, Crisis sama Ye doang.
Deep does he actually push through here?
He's committing on it. The owl drone, he just saw it. Does he get to be able to tuck in?
I don't think he saw Victor though.
No.
He's going forwards.
He hasn't been seen. Victor's got away with daylight robbery. He just avoided the owl drone. He's still in middle, but he's being chased down. Pancada's out there as well. The hunter becomes the hunted, but he gets to slip away, and he's gone unnoted.
God.
What the fuck?
Oh my God.
What the fuck is this?
Actually, Sadak is making his way with the spike back over here. On the other side thing.
Who's on the side?
Pancada hasn't been noted.
How's Pancada got this far? Completely unnoted. They can't rotate.
Surely he backstabs archers here.
Surely. But now though, Ye under so much scrutiny here, feeling all of that pressure coming his way. Les needs to win the fight, doesn't. Now they've got problems. Aspas the one to do it, but that's Pancada. You called it. Takes the fight towards Victor. Now there's nowhere for anyone to help out. Crash is going to hold the site, but a 2v2. They have no time. They got a plan now. Sadak. No gun to hand, he just gets the spike down. That's the best he could do. Taken out by FNS now. Aspas, the 1v2, the one that took them to OT, has to go big again. And Crashes is closing the gap. He's got it.
Go ahead.
Optic.
Gila.
Take the first in OT.
I mean, the swing back and forth in terms of the advantage or the favorable situations here in this round. It's just mind-boggling.
Switching sides.
Pancada wins such an important duel with Victor.
Gila,
just
orang
ahead
sakit
of this.
banget ya Pancada ya.
Down,
Buset dah.
FNS and Crashies, they toe the line, and I'll be honest, if Aspas has any other gun there, he can stay on site.
Sure.
He can actually take a fight.
Yeah.
Yes, he's got no armor, he's glass cannon coming into that, but he has to reset away with the operator.
Coba let's menonton. Iya anjir,
Signs go up.
Let's go. Optic. Ada liquid gak tuh?
Optic want some composure, want a moment to talk it through, regain that focus, not let it slip out. You don't find any sort of mistakes. You see Chet is just on that mic. He is talking through every single thing to keep in the forefront of their minds here. Looking like good moves though starting to hit as they do have that advantage now after Loud drew this back.
See what the approach is here for Optic as well. Whether or not Loud on the defense, whether or not Sassy's going to get aggressive anywhere, whether or not Sadak's going to take some space away from Optic. a total pace shift coming back into overtime here, at least early on. Aspas back on that glass cannon. As if he's going to be tasked with holding down Tube, but not going to find anything on the other end of that. Not even Yay. Optic is stacked as 5 outside and already poising for a set piece here with the pings coming through, but there's 3 members of Loud.
Right place.
To try and hold this down, Lauren.
Apaan nih?
This is so much Optic. That knife. Oh,
It's
only
one.
got one?
And it's Yay, that's the
Of
worst
all
person.
people. But now they're going to see utility committed. But as I said, they started to pull away from the side. Victor trying to get towards the pillar, but he gets caught. Les sends him back. And now it ain't done yet. Spawn another player. Les on the case. Spray goes good. He gets down marked. 5 still stand for Loud. They've sent them away. They've sent them running from the gates. Loud finding the answers in the right moment. Now Yay and Crashies. No way have you got a way out of this one. It's all on Crashies now. Destined for another goal. Crashies, he's got problems left, right, center. The first challenger in front, but probably a bullet to the side of the brain feels inevitable, but he actually gets away. He's got 50 seconds to work with here.
He's actually spotted Pancada all the way at bottom mid as well.
This out. Like, he's got big info on this now.
Tons of time to play with as well.
And they're leaving B. No.
Leaving B with less down on 11 HP as well.
No. No. Surely.
He can't get them.
He's got to go. Okay, so he's dealt with that early enough. 30 seconds. Still giving himself a chance.
30
but
seconds
he's gonna
left.
pull the players back, but he's going to go for a mad rotation now. 20 seconds. Does he have time for this?
And actually being spotted with the Owl drones pulled Pancada off this. He's got the time to make it to site. I mean, it's going to take a hell of a lot for anyone on the side of Loud to get ahead of this, but
He could have Hunter's Fury potentially if he's able to get the plant, then one more. Look at him. Look at this. You
Oh
know
my
he's got a
God.
couple of seconds on this one. Away we go. Plant going to come down. Nothing to stop it. He's doing everything. Now, what do they have? Oh, my word. Crash can take a little touch of damage. Sussy got there so fast. 13-13.
Gila Les bro.
All even.
Anjing.
a beautiful hold by Loud as well.
Gok
though that's
skin, Cok,
essentially
gok skin.
a 5v3, the knife comes through, it
Bang
marks
kicks.
Yay. Like I said, possibly the worst indicator,
Oh,
right? The
give me a
one you'd
look.
almost expect to be posted up on flank control. Optic pop on the back of it. Actually, at that point, the fight comes through with the choke point being their demise. Well, that number advantage counts for nothing.
Les tebus dosa.
El Clasico is still
Gila.
boring.
Kuat banget
It
nih
really
jaganya
is, yo.
anjir.
I wasn't. And
Aduh,
it's
suka
such a
banget gua sama
unique
nih orang.
kind of
Step
rivalry that
up-nya
is purely
gila-gilaan
forged from
anjir.
just the
Ini
amount
apaan
of
nih?
times they faced each other.
Ini
Nothing
ngapain nih?
outside of the game. None of that. It's purely all about the game itself. What a brilliant concept. And what a fantastic start. Aspas again rolling it back, finding Victor, and opening up an avenue. They're pressing this hard. They ain't going to back away from this. One towards the stairs, one towards the top side, over by CT. Aldrone doing its thing, but he's got support there. No one to close down the gap, but this is feverish. The pace! 338, the back of the brain's going to hurt. FNS is going to have a headache. And Crashy's Marved and Yay left in tatters here. What do they do with it?
Found another one. Actually, the Blade Storm comes through, but it's Sadak to seal the deal. The Prime Gaming flawless in round 27. For Loud to go ahead.
Anjir, Aspas bro.
Aspas back on the
Rasukan
glass
jing.
cannon.
Rasukan
It's Yay
Flint
on the
anjir.
other side of it this time. Another opener here from Tube. And he gets it so quickly with that updraft. It was just getting ahead of the timing. FNS as well. And you get pinged by the recon bolt, the Aldrone, I'm not even sure, but punished on the back of that. How Sadak and Aspas can find
Wah,
any
gila.
sort of comfort in that position is
Jadi
beyond
bangun gua
feeling.
Bang
Pure
Keks.
chaos.
Gimana nih coy?
One map apiece.
Coy. Menang nih coy kayaknya coy. Aduh jangan coy. Sabar dulu coy. Jangan ngejinx coy.
Surprised he got to keep his life down to 49.
Waduh coy. Optik
Who
menang nih
takes the
coy.
advantage overall series so far. Yet to be determined. Still, chances here for Optic to close us back in, but a very patient default being toyed with, Mike.
Adjustment here on the utility as well. Les has actually put a trap down towards double doors, I believe. The number of times that Optic lent back into kind of that mid-round split onto a site. The other adjustment being Aspas tucked into that corner on the right side of main. You take a glance at the minimap, you're almost feeling as if Optic are leaning this way, especially with the trap set here. And they're going back towards this split potentially.
Aspas
Victor
terrifies me though.
Yeah.
This guy's an absolute demon. 25 to 16. He's having a highlight game.
Victor comes away. There's going to be no secondary layer of pressure here.
How'd you get him off this angle? How'd you force him away?
Mati
Gets
coy.
pressed, so he will stand and he'll fight, but that doesn't seem to really fuss him much.
Left.
30 seconds.
They're not in the door yet.
They're not even out main. There's going to be one flash and go, and Aspas is ahead of this.
Wah, coy, ngapain,
great
coy?
work from Victor. There's
Coy,
still problems
Aspas.
ahead. There's still players on the side. It's not a safe
Coy.
play. There's still someone towards the backside itself. That Garter.
Waduh,
it's
coy.
great work.
Jadi
Optic
2 lawan
so
5,
diligent.
coy,
It's
coy.
those pressure moments to potentially take us to 14-14. It's on Sanak unless they dissuade that narrative. Just one, and it looks like we're going to be going again. This game is not over yet.
Coy.
14-14.
Ngapain Aspas,
What
coy?
a fated matchup
Aspas.
to go so far.
The patience on display. But then the concern comes to how disciplined is the site here. Crashies finds the tag. The knife reveals it, but it doesn't paint a picture. Aspas I know at this point, and they force his hand. You see Victor there to find that one, but the flash is pixel perfect.
That was so
from Marv.
impressive. So impressive to clear backside. Even just keeping that your mentality about you in such a high pressure situation. And Mike, I got to ask you about this. Are you seeing this too? The double op coming out here in OT. It's both Ye and Victor this time opting for it. This is super dangerous. Now, do they get to... Oh, the timing on this.
No,
Not making the players.
Victor's actually anchoring
This
towards
pressure
Menit.
again. This true pressure has been so good for Loud. So dangerous to depend on, but once again, it's found some validity. But Carter and Sanak, the ones to find it. Let's keep it controlling towards the
good
middle.
chance,
And we
good
didn't
chance.
see the operators. They didn't even have a say. These
Nice,
pacey hits from
good
Loud.
chance. Let's go. One more chance.
So
Ayo, cepetan.
outrageous, but so good. And now Victor, irrelevant, surely. Still has to get past less in middle, who's just going to play for time. And Loud once again take advantage.
Absolutely backhanding Optic to find another lead here in
Satu
overtime.
match aja, lama banget.
As we enter round 30. That was a curveball there. If either of those operators had found early value, could have completely changed this. I think actually Sadak lucky to escape there because I think he's spotted initially. Ye post one blind into that poison orb and he's just out of sight.
Yeah. I found glowing glasses for you. Nice.
Here.
14,
Just donated
15.
them, I guess.
That's nice. He's off. That's excuse me. Has he got
He's going to hear the jump spot though from FNS.
I think so.
Wah, ini menang.
Optic back
Ini
on
fix
this.
menang nih.
This mid
Ini
split
fix.
once again.
Ini
But
fix.
again, this also means that Sadak can't
Fix.
fall here, right? Sadak has to play. I don't think
Fix.
he heard him. Now he has. Oh, he can't do it. FNS bests him, and suddenly there's problems.
ngehe
Sadak
sih,
now all
bener-bener
alone.
anjing.
He's got players pouring in. One to the left, two to the front. The flash takes a fair amount of it himself. He can't really play out of it yet. A labored spray, but he holds on. Back to the wall. He still holds on. And now
Oke,
it's
3 lawan
all
1.
Crashies.
Fix. Fix.
3 players to
Fix.
find a spike to plant.
Fix.
And only 50 seconds to do something about it. Spike's down. Needs a kill and he'd get Hunter's Fury. Maybe that could be something. He's composed himself here. Oh, and another spot. 3 bullets in the mag. He falls away. He needs 1 kill. That's what he's desperate for. Another attempt and another death. And no more OTs. Loud.
Let's go. Aku cinta Tokopedia. Suka gue sekalian turun bentar ya guys ya. Gue mau ambil minum dulu ya. Gas.
Taken through its limits. And the fact that we got where we did, Optic looking, you know, whole new look to them. Fresh start coming out looking, you know, reinvigorated. We had this round from Crashies where apparently had his cloak of invisibility on the first way forward, just having a great time of it. So many just unbelievable runs. This one from Carter again, denying Ye on that massive round who's going to have the switch up. There's so much going on this game.
There was. It's got to be said again. Aspas and Les. They were the highlight players here in this composition here on Breeze. and they were worth their weight in gold. That's to say, actually, Victor had an outrageous performance here.
Yeah.
And trying to drag Optic online in some of those rounds where they're just unable to convert. That financial advantage they have, I'm not sure actually how the matchup would go, whether or not the Deskers have it. Who flipped more thrifties, or those light buys, or that half force that was coming through. Just an insane breeze here.
And with Loud now taking advantage over this series, this changes the tone going forward. This now becomes the run it back, right? This becomes the Optic can't drop the ball now, Mike. They are on that knife's edge moment. It's precarious from this point forward.
They absolutely are. And you come back to that point earlier, we were talking about Atsi, with the way this has gone back and forth, map 2 aside, somebody needs a confidence booster. Because like I said, they need to get into some form of momentum, which is so difficult against both of these teams that have that slow burn playstyle, very reactive, and they're willing to put their power players in position to take advantage.
Well, it's not over yet, but it's getting closer if things keep going the way they are. Loud now have the upper hand. They have the chance to close at potentially a 3-1. All those predictions could be true, or Optic has something left for us. We will find out after the break.
Langsung adik-adik. Dicari Tokopedia, waktu Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia. Paling gitu profit with the stuff in the air. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. M. Apa kamu ada? 45 detik nggak ada, gua raffle lagi. Sepertinya dia tidak ada. 25 detik lagi.
It was another crazy overtime, but Loud, they have the advantage now as they're heading to match point and one step closer to lifting that trophy. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi, Saisho, and Brent. Guys, it's happening!
Ada
It's happening!
Ada dia, guys.
This team is now on the verge of being the first ever non-NA or EMEA team to win a trophy. They're just one map away.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, history is in the making right now. It's within the touching distance of Loud, and they just have to make sure it doesn't slip through their fingers.
Apa, bro?
But this is such a different story to
Apaan sih? Apaan sih Naufal? Apaan sih lu? Nggak jelas lu.
You think about how Reykjavik went as well. Way back in the day, but Breeze is the deciding map. It was Optic that took it in that OT scenario, and now Loud. This is literally the experience being manifest on the global stage right here, right now.
Loud continues to be such a good team when the going gets tough, when games get close, at making the adaptations on the fly and closing out. These are the games where things get stressful, where you have to pull something from the depths of your pocket to be able to win, and they've done it. In overtime, this team was thriving.
Yeah,
skip bang buat yang lain aja. Kenapa?
Well, listen, it was back and forth and back
and
forth.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Running really good.
Kucing Oyen.
Aspas was popping off, and he was just finding
Kucing Oyen.
I know in terms of the first kills, Optic were leading, but in the overtime rounds,
Kucing
Loud were just
Oyen.
winning every single attack to put them in the position to win the map.
I got to give immense amount of credit as well. I mean, we highlighted less at the beginning of this map. This guy was going nuclear at such a young age on the big stage.
Udah mau mulai nih.
As well, the
Udah dapat kios tapi belum dikirim. Ya udah. Lanjut. Marcel Pramadia. Kita sabar ya, soalnya dia tuh ngumpulin dulu,
as well
guys.
as that, just playing off the space that Aspas, the MVP of this entire map, was creating all the time.
Yeah, the young players that struggled at
Far,
Copenhagen
Eric.
have come back
Marshall
into the
from
grand
India.
final. The most important match of their careers
from
that
India.
have stepped up in such a massive way. Auspice on this Jet in particular was just impeccable with the offering.
Ada apa cepat IG-nya? Cepat.
It's absurd.
And also, you've got to contrast this against, you know, Aspas going crazy, killing Marv and FNS over and over and over again. And it felt like those two players for Optic were never allowed to get into the game at all. They had moments where they might have been able to make something happen, but they both looked so much less comfortable than when Optic were playing against DRX yesterday. And that just can't happen in these big moments. They need everybody.
Well, North America, it's okay. I'm going to bring in someone to send you all of the copium and hopium. It is the one and only
Jangan di ini
Shroud.
dong.
He's with
Jangan
Golden Boy.
Jangan di ini bisa nggak?
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yes, I'm joined here by the young up-and-coming player Shroud.
Boy, ini lagi
looking
ya.
to make his name in the tournament space.
Jangan di private boleh nggak?
How you feeling? It's been a while since I chatted with you.
Thank you. No, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I kind of came here out of the blue, so it's been exciting to be here. I haven't been to a tournament like this in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean,
jangan di private gigi bubur, nggak bisa gua chat nanti.
Yeah, I guess like, you know, how to keep people at home, like how, like what is that process? What do you feel with it? Because I you know, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of worrying about.
I mean, it's kind of like how I'm feeling right now. You know, I don't a little excited, but a lot of it when you're playing goes away in that first few rounds.
Yeah.
You get those first few round jitters.
Nanto,
Pistol round is
Yuriawan
always the
apa?
hardest because you got to be the most precise, of course.
Yep.
But once you get the pistol round out of the way, it's all just
Gigi
natural.
bugun,
you know,
jangan di
get what you're good at.
private.
Yeah, now, based on your attire, it seems like you're
Giginya
cheering
apa, bro?
for a specific team. Who'd have thunk it? But I actually do want to get your thoughts on this Optic lineup, right? They just, you know, fell on Breeze here. It was a very close game, 2-1 in the series. Kind of want to get your vibe here on, like, you know, what you're picking as, especially since you have just re-entered in the competitive sphere yourself. What are you noticing as you're watching these games?
I mean, for me right now, what I actually said in my last interview is I said 3-2 loud.
Yeah.
And I actually still think that's going to go that way.
That's fair.
I think Haven is going to go to Optic. I feel like Optic has a really, really strong Haven.
Yeah.
But I believe Icebox is the last map, and Loud is nasty. They are so good at Icebox. I really, really want to see it go to 5 maps, but I still think it's going to be 3-2.
Oh, man.
Sorry, NA.
Yeah, he's wearing the jersey. Hex is watching at home. Hastro's watching, crying tears. No, I'm kidding, man. But look, man, I know everyone at home's wondering. I know you talked about a little bit on the gold carpet, but what's next for you, man? Because there's obviously been a lot of rumblings, a lot of chit-chatter. What's the deal?
Kalau misalkan
I mean, the
dia nggak mau
deal,
ngechat
the
gua ya
deal
udah.
is hopefully jumping on a team,
Nyentek buat
whether
dia.
it's tier 1, whether it's tier 2. If it's tier 2, I'd like to start a team. Maybe get some up-and-comers. If it's tier 1, I mean, of course, I want to see how well I can do in like a full-scale 3 to 6 month, like really, really go hard.
Yeah.
I
Oke,
only played for
nanti
like 3 weeks.
last
You know,
dua
I'll see
lagi
how
ya
it
guys
goes
ya.
Yeah, man,
Map
you want to
terakhir,
get
habis map terakhir ya.
a little bit more time in the field, you know what I'm saying? Hey, dude, Shroud, doesn't matter the game, don't matter the event. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, my man. And let's send it back over to Yinsu and the rest of the desk to break it all down. You heard it here first. He wants to come back.
Optic Shroud, anyone? I mean, even Shroud is not really believing in Optic right now. It's all about Loud now. You guys said it. One more map.
And I think the crucial thing that Shroud brings up is that it doesn't have to be this next map. It literally doesn't have to be Haven. They can lose this and head to Icebox. The point is that they are on tournament map right now, and Loud only need one more, and they will have cemented their place in history.
And I think it rewinds back to the map pool. You come in with that huge advantage, get to start with the maps that you're confident on, and now you're in a position, you're in a mindset where we only need one map, we only need one opportunity. I think it alleviates a lot of the pressure from the shoulders of this Loud squad. Now just being that millimeter away from the trophy.
And that trophy, honestly, just moments away, an opportunity for Brazil as a region to carve out history right here in Valorant as well. Before we head into the whole, 2023, where it's going to be much more structured, this is the time to shine now in the open circuit and to make a name for yourself as Loud as, the team that could actually go toe-to-toe with North America and EMEA.
The crazy thing as well is that we would be heading to Sao Paulo with Loud
with a title
as the defending champions, which would just be bonkers. I mean, the crowd would be losing it. But it's not wrapped up yet. And Sassy had quotes before where he was talking about the fact that when you're in positions like this, nothing is guaranteed. And it is still possible that Optic win on Haven and Icebox. Things always get crazy in map 5.
And when it comes to map 4, these two teams have faced each other 5 times in the past. And Mimi, we have never seen a 4th map before. This is the first time.
Yeah, it's always just one-sided series between the two. But now we get to head to Haven. And Haven's going to be a really interesting one because for Optic, they've been playing this composition with the Phoenix that pretty much no one else has been running.
It's off the goop.
I know, but it's been working somehow, Josh. I've been a massive Phoenix hater this whole event, but they have some really cool game plans that have made this work against some really good teams. They've beaten DRX here, they've beaten Nexet here, but the issue is they've shown it twice already.
Dia kalau ramah HP kentang, kalau nggak juara Optic nasibnya udah kayak PSGL
And honestly, Shroud was kind of hinting at it, is the IGLing, I think, for FNS. The way that they approach this map of Haven, Optic have a really great idea how they want to play the map, how they weave in and out of the
tapi yang difokusin ke Sea dulu, karena Sea rame mobile-nya.
How he was performing individually on Breeze, and I'm talking about FNS here, I think the amount of bandwidth he has to put towards the IGLing is reducing his ability to frag out here. But it doesn't matter as much on Haven, in my opinion, because he's got the Killjoy utility that he really plays around. He doesn't need to be that big fragger and the guy that pulls up the hero plays. But I agree with you. It feels taxing out there right now for Sadak and for FNS in terms of... I mean, these
udah beta test di Cina, rumornya sih akhir tahun sekarang udah ada pacara dari resmi dari Riot. Bisa sih, soalnya orang banyak tertarik ke PUBG.
Chilling with his dogs right now. He's the guy who on this map is going to continue to be enabled as a star. Last time it was the Jet on Breeze. Now he heads towards the Raze with the composition that has the Fade, the Breach in there.
Lebih
All this
kompetitif
utility
Valorant
to set him up for success, to find value from his utility in the early round. And Optic,
FPS di mobile gak enak
position
sumpah,
is not
gak enak
as
gimana.
good in shutting that down. So I think he has a great opportunity to thrive on Haven.
Yeah, it's really interesting actually looking at... I mean, Optic's comp is just wild to start with. But what's really intriguing in the last couple of times they've done it is that, you know, Victor is playing... They're playing a defense-sided comp in theory with the Chamber and the Killjoy, but Victor seems to get way more value playing with Phoenix on attack. And that's not always going to be the case with Phoenix on defense. You can... there's a lot of good places to play it, but it just seems like he gets more value out of going aggressive on those sites.
Imagine VCT mobile yang lucu kali ya.
We're heading to the Prime Gaming
Kalau
Agent
kita nggak tahu kalau rame, kalau di Indo rame gimana
tournament has been able to get more than 6 rounds on this map against Loud. It's going to be a tough task for Optic, Mimi, especially if they decide to bring out that Phoenix again.
Yeah, if they go back to it, it's the big question. They haven't had a lot of time, so I don't expect a change, and there will not be one. They head back to that same composition.
Yeah,
di mobile kayak PUBG bullets, dropnya nggak real, nggak kayak of course
series, but to potentially bring us to the map
kayak
number
gitu kan
5,
pasti ada
because
MS
it does come down again, just to reiterate it, the IGL head-to-head, the way these teams are adapting to each other, FNS and Sadhack, one against another.
We've also seen, if you think back to Copenhagen, the final map was a bit of a punty composition out there from Paper Reds. And the regret that was potentially felt there as they picked an unconventional comp. We might see a similar thing again, where all of the narrative coming out of this is, why did they go for this crazy comp on Haven? But it's worked in the past. Can it work here when everything matters?
The last elimination game they played, the final map, they pull out this composition, they pull it over the line, they qualify to this grand final. They're punting on it again, and if it works, it could be something legendary.
Well, this is match point, series point, potentially tournament point here for Loud. They're on the edge of making history. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok, for map 4.
But if this series is anything to go by so far, it should be far from a clear-cut case. We've had OTs, we've had crazy turnarounds, we've had some quite clear-cut map results in there too. But Mike, we stand on the verge of potentially Loud now taking this, right? This could be their opportunity now to truly claim their title and move it, forward, lock it in.
Yeah.
Tell me some hopium here for Optic. Tell me what they've got that they can change this, because as all stands, it's Loud winning this thing.
I mean, call it hopium. We're relying on Loud still not getting a solid grasp on how Optic want to apply this composition. And Victor's been great. I mean, the pressure he's able to create from his ultimates, even just on some of the dry rounds, on utility alone. They have some really, really cool little set pieces behind it. But Loud, like I said, they've had the opportunity to sit back and watch this now, in effect. And where Optic have been happy to play unorthodox and really upset the rhythm of some of these rounds, that's what's going to be tested here on Haven. Looking fairly all in. Initially here for Optic, it's only one member of Loud Sassy. This A side hold, I mean, that's close enough, but no early burst from Optic. But no progress on the other extremity.
No, and they're making quite quick progress here. This should be quite concise if all goes to plan. Clearing out the close corners on towards Sewer, but no one really paying much mind to it because we see it. Louder playing a little bit deeper. One towards CT, one towards Heaven. Victor gonna take the space. Force him away and actually take that space himself. Doubling down on that, it's also Crashies, but both taking a little low here. Look at the HP. Crashies, Victor, and FNS, all a little chipped up.
See Pancada sending through this smoke means he can't actually smoke off the trap on the flank, so he has to wait this out for the time being. The fault line's going to be perfect. Actually catching three here, less.
Flanks unlocked. Time to get the wrap on as well. Sassy noting 2, but somehow they stay alive. It's Sadak to connect towards Victor, down to 3 now. Sadak waiting on the player and towards Graffiti. Can they get it in time? Pancada flies away FNS, and it's all on 1. And then it was quickly none. 4 players back in perfectly. Loud on these retakes are golden.
The fault line was beautiful. They actually only got the 1 kill off the back of that. Les swings through, finds that headshot. Unfortunately, all that damage done early on.
Gila sekarang zamannya udah nggak pakai headhunter lagi anjir pakai
Graffiti. Was so tagged up. I mean, Sassy should have had those kills, to be honest. He was so close to finding them. Optic 7-0 in revenge matches. And now actually up against the ropes.
But what a bittersweet moment this will be across the board. If you've loved this matchup, again, seeing Loud, for example, go out in groups. Last time we got to see this real matchup go down in another tournament. And what a reply would that be? Revenge truly served best when it's cold. And at this point, already damage. Oh, gonna catch Crashies. It didn't actually get the second player, but again, the walking wounded left. Marv outdoes on 1. Quick handling of this Sassy, fired up now.
Gila, mereka backupnya bagus banget anjing. Gila sih. Yang satu reload, yang satu backupnya.
The combo comes through pretty late just to catch Optic off guard. Now we start testing, like I said, that homework factor. Some of the things that Optic set up in the early round. 2 kills on the side of Optic, Victor and Marv to get on the board here.
Kemarilah kemari, hey,
Bulldogs and a Vandal in the hands of Les here. Hey kawan. Very comfortable round 3 setup actually. Especially now if they want to sit a little deeper and force Optic to explore the map. Deep smoke on A lobby as well. That's actually going to draw Crashies and FNS back here. On the back of that, Les is actually tucked into Suez.
Semoga map ini kelar dan Loud menang. Udah bodo amat anjing mau tidur.
Rewarded for the early
Les sakit banget tai.
And that's just all on the back of that smoke. That smoke draws Crashies and FNS, puts them on high alert, and Les punishes.
Theory's fantastic. Watching it pay off in real time, just perfect. Looks like they are reconvening over towards the A site.
Let's go, Lot. Bagus one, bagus one.
By FNS. I think Victor's by his side too. Yeah, you're going to kind of linger around middle. And not necessarily a bad call. Correct call as it stands, noting that we do have it's less on the other side, sat deep towards kind of the stairs, almost CT, back up towards Heaven. So there should be a plan here. And I do wonder if they try and get someone potentially early towards CT or get a little ahead of it. And it looks like they're trying that, absolutely. Feeling been given a little bit of freedom here. How much space do they try and take?
Let's go. Optic, Optic, Optic,
Victor a little here, but see how diligent they are on the way back in once again. Loud are notoriously good at this.
Optic. FNS caught on that one. Actually, the Armstrong might even fall to this, but
Optic.
Pinch comes through. Sadak and Lester found kills. Aspas over the top.
Optic, Optic, Optic.
It's just instantaneous. Loud have a talent, and you are watching it in droves.
Look at the HP bars. Barely breaking a sweat. They create that early advantage. Sassy has fallen, but that's it. A tag onto Les.
It's all peaches and cream for them when they're working back in like that. I've never seen it look so easy.
That's the 3rd converted with 4 standing.
Ini tinggal Optic bayar gua nggak ya?
And it's all on the back of this early setup, removing Crashies. What a beautiful round once again from Loud.
Kayaknya kalau misalkan Optic bayar gue bisa mungkin kali ya.
Ridiculous. And that's the plan from the get-go. You see, as soon as that first blood's drawn, they know they have the 5v4, they have numbers advantage. They reset back into that retake setup. Guardian, 2 stingers to work with here for Optic.
Looks simplistic, straight through towards Garage if he keeps going this way. Yeah, gonna actually catch Bankada. No Tim falling away. And take Garage. Now they're gonna seemingly prop up one.
Jangan udah tahu juaranya.
And explore the rest of the map.
Ya, pokoknya intinya.
The middle, but it's over towards A long they're exploring. See Victor potentially note that. Less gonna be forced off the angle as Optic start to look to potentially threaten that B site.
Well, no, Victor actually pops the running back.
Oh, nice.
I know they're going to force less off, and actually the spam comes through. Victor, he's found the kill.
But Sadak's here. Sadak is here, and they have no idea. They have absolutely no idea. There's Sadak among them. He's going to find one. FNS falls.
Oh, bahaya, bro.
To the frenzy, but he doesn't get it. Where's the spike?
Oh, bahaya.
That's going down.
Aduh, gue pakai ngomongin
made something out of nothing in this one. Optic didn't have the best buy, but made it work. Sassy and Aspas.
Si anjing trapnya taruh di situ nggak?
So little concept as to where they are.
Babik bener ya ya.
Passively as well. It's just Victor to hold close contact. Still got 2 flashes to work with actually. The close range here, the Stinger going to cause real problems on the way back through onto B site. Sassy going to try and find something here at least. We'll catch one in the seas. Going to pull the trigger now. Finds Aspas. Sassy trying to get away with this. Potential to do a little bit of damage, but 4 on the round for Victor. A thrifty converted for Optic. On the back of stingers and a little bit of aggression. That's even with Sadak getting into potentially a deadly position behind this.
So
see the amount of pressure Les is under.
Lovely work with the paranoia and the catch and the commitment behind it. Chasing that down, but you're right. It was Sadak that I started to get nervous about his presence being there. He could have potentially found 2, maybe more.
Wah, bahaya nih.
Wasn't the case. Victor outdid him. He's got the running back on
Optic,
nice and quick as well. So this is
Optic.
exactly what you'd want if you was the Optic. Utilize this Phoenix to its best potential. And it looks like an early start here. Pop flash off the back of the Prowler. And away he goes. Victor's off on one. Yeah, he's got Pancada, and it's going to be a quick flash towards B and the chase down. He wants to get in there, but the slow going to hinder a little progress and bring less in for the fight. But the operator now noted, forced to back, but look at Optic, already on the site. There was nowhere to run for him and nowhere to hide. The spike now going to be delivered, and the plant going to come through.
Ui!
What?
Come on.
Sadak found that kill?
How?
The Rolling Thunder gets posted as well. Aspas looking to close the distance, but doesn't get on to stop a default.
Just catching his shins on the way through, but looks for the fight still. Yeah, he wins it, of course he does. Dazed and confused, it doesn't matter. Optic regain composure in this round, only losing 2 for themselves, but finding form here to close the gap.
And the run it back creates so much pressure. The C site completely abandoned. There's so much pressure coming on to B, and it's less to be the one to feel that heat. Optic navigate their way all the way onto C site, and ultimately it's just 1 kill that defines this round. Actually, even with the funds here, it's just the rifle for Aspas. A couple of stingers here for Loud. Optic revert back towards A lobby here, and yeah, he posts up with the operator. Aspas and Sassy, you can see him on the X-ray.
Here.
Just holding on to the angle though. Aspas conscious of that rifle. This time he's sharp for it.
Gila guys, anjing.
It's taken away more than just the tip of the spear. That's Ye now. Moved. Again, making so much damage on rounds like this. Like, look at the buy. It is stingers. You know, the headhunter for less sure, and the rifle for Aspas, but being able to activate him of all people is essential to outcome. And they're standing and fighting on this one, but they have to respect the paranoia committed.
Atau ke B.
And now you can see that
Tapi B-nya udah 2.
rotation coming in. The 2 players kind of peeling away from the A side. They're ready for this B fight. They're here so fast. Aspas, he is making himself such a problem. The paint shell on the way out, but he's done the damage. FNS has 3 to find. Sadak just throws himself
Let's
at
go.
Another
Optic.
thrifty to flip this back, and Sassy's utility completely shutting down this audible towards B site. And the rifle paying dividends in that regard. Decay just absolutely blindsiding Optic.
Precision kill.
Aspas really looking to heat up now as well.
the fact he was so present in this round, considering he's the only one with the rifle, was brilliant. Really good to see him take that space and taking Ye at the start. Quick rotation onto B. Really, really good. And maybe rinse and repeat. Let's see it. Ye wants the challenge.
Posted on that angle.
Yeah, he was waiting.
Sakit, cok.
A ton of damage there.
Sakit anjing. 6-3 tuh lumayan coy.
They're exploring sewer though.
Was the fault line, I think, going to set them up for this, but doesn't catch.
And neither did the Prowler. Yeah.
I mean, they don't push through, but at least denial of information there. Thank God. Oh, the door got broken and Crash is punished for it.
Oi, ini yang menang giveaway yang pertama nggak ada? Yang tadi nggak mau ini ya? Nggak mau ngechat, nggak mau balas DM gua anjing. Ini si Gigi Bugun.
With that operator, yeah, he's still exploring towards 8. Loud been happy to give this up.
Because they can take it back so easily.
Exactly, yeah.
Never team looked so comfortable in these retakes. Victor doesn't win out either. That's a problem. They're down pretty substantial numbers. Marv noted super early, down so low. And this retake again still looking as refined as ever. FNS at least going to be back looking a little healthier, but yeah, only good for one. Now it's on FNS. He's got so many problems and he can't get away from any of them. Loud once again proving retakes are just one of the skills that they truly have honed.
Yeah, they've really got their finger on the pulse here. They know exactly when to re-hit A site. Like I said, on the back of creating these early advantages, they know that they can come back through and play the trades. It doesn't even come to that. It's the second time
kemarin tuh Asen non siapa ya finalnya guys?
Standing to retake A site. Optic, they have to answer back here. There has to be some form of adjustment because Loud are playing into. They're giving them the tools to play into their hands. The benefit of nearly a full house of ultimates here. Victor just missing 2 for the run it back.
Oh iya.
But tell me you're not getting worried though, even if you're...
I'm already worried. With how Loud are approaching this defensive half, I'm already worried. Because Optic can't convert the advantage that ultimately Loud are giving to them.
Correct. That's the thing that scares me in this. The win conditions that Optic were looking for, you know, getting plants, getting into the site, getting entries, you know, they're still doing okay, but the problem is that Loud are so comfortable.
Just to put it in perspective, Optic have nearly an 80% post-plant success rate on Haven. And they're being given free plants.
Yep.
Effectively 4 people on site with free roam of where to set up utility.
Any nice post-plants you fancy,
And they still can't convert.
Yeah.
So they need to nip this in the butt early on. I mean, we're already in round 8. I say early on. This one's already spiraling out of control if you look at the nature of some of these round victories. And actually now to take into account, yes, the ultimates are there, but the fun's starting to dwindle for Optic. We'll have the Tour de Force to offset that here, but it's Victor at 2,700 and Crashies at 1,700.
For me, I like the pace when we saw those B hits, you know, that C split that came through as well. That seemed to work well enough. You need to have a brawl in this, because if you leave Loud alive, they will absolutely destroy you. And again, they're getting creative, they're getting more aggressive and assertive. Pushing down along Aspas, going to add insult to injury. As soon as, of course, the reasonable answer would be to adjust and look towards C, look towards B, where they found success. There's already a stack there, and you've already lost the back line.
Victor trying to slip up behind this wall, but he's posted up. Less will punish. Marv actually finds Aspas elsewhere.
Would they back away, though?
Now less to be against the ropes here. Spotted out by Marv as well. Actually,
what the fuck?
Less. How much more can you do? Pressure mounting, deleted. Crashes is there, but there was still a player on long.
What the fuck? Bisa nggak kena nggak anjing? Aduh, apaan sih?
Has such an opportunity. But oh, he sees one, he sees 2, and they scatter away from him. But a 1v2. You got Ye posted towards long, ready for the post plan. You got Marv on the way around, supporting probably through Garage here. But Sadak gonna try and at least get up towards Plat. Clear sight, sees nothing. Looks towards Garage, notes nothing.
Marv still has a paranoia as well.
Ooh, trying to bait the shot there, Ye. So, now he's seen Ye. And considering it looked like Loud had the right read on this, that was the adjustment coming in. Credit to Optic for still sticking the landing.
Kocak gaming, tai.
Again, the aftershock just missing on the lockdown. at least gives Optic a little more confidence. There's going to be no secondary angle being held from CT, and they can really pressure less. I mean, it's not often you say it, but Pancada's just a little bit cleaner with that. That can completely change the outcome because Marv is so disconnected.
Yeah, you're right. 5-3 now.
Gue lapar,
We
makan
need
lah.
to see it strong together though. See if Optic do have variety to this. Because once again, you're going to see a quick rotation though. Now, last time we saw them get punished through B connector when they went for that B hit off the back. These two players are on that A site. But already, a lot of presence noted, but have they got a plan in mind? I want to see if they've read these rotations now.
Well, look at this now. On the back of the success on A site and giving it up, they can stack 3 towards Garage and C. And actually with less on the operator.
Gak ada ayam buat ngingetin makan. Kemarin ada Asia yang ngingetin lu. Sekarang hilang. Lu nggak pernah.
It's actually a lot of information being found just by seeing this utility already committed. They could, I guess they could go back towards A, but again, it's once again retake time. It's terrifying.
The concern being is now you look at it and actually Rolling Thunder, Showstopper to come back through on the retake. And that makes it even more comfortable. Or at least on the side of Loud, even more confident for them in the retake.
Oh, yeah. And they still, obviously, if you're Optic, you still have to clear up here. So it becomes really apparent that you've not felt pressure anywhere else on the map by this point. Now, you can't blame them. They have to be diligent. It'd be, we'd be blaming them for not clearing their corners if they didn't. So in they go. Similar scenes. And now we have to see if they can withhold. Can they withstand Loud in these retakes?
Open plant, so I think Optic are going to give up sight here. This could be the adjustment that actually finds them converting one of these rounds.
Could be the best plan they've had so far. There's that Showstopper coming in, both of the key components you were talking about. That's only one on the side, so he's trying to get a note 1, maybe 2 up towards heaven. Aspas posts it! Finds a recipient, that's going to be Crashy's gone. And they're going to know this now. If you're Loud, you know they are sitting deep on this one. The smoke's going to go in, the paranoia's there. Victor, you got to get on this. Someone's going to stop this. Finally, they deny the defuse. The flash is great. Victor's still alive and 3 still standing. Optic not out of this one. The adjustments worked. They found their answer.
Phoenix gila banget dah.
And now actually it swings back in the opposite direction. Loud have to address this. If some ultimates come online, and particularly actually if Victor can put his running back to use and clear out that A site, allowing a free plant.
Molly-nya gila banget ya, sakit banget cok.
In the post plant hold. Could become concerning. Marv finding 2 blind kills there.
Fair enough.
Kind of look like me.
We got the running back for Victor. See where that gets committed in the end. And I wonder if there's repetition to be found with this for Optic. Protocol list meaning they have to pull the players away from A, find that space, and do all the same work towards Garage, towards B, not lose players. Obviously easier said than done as Pancada. He's posted on this one.
So close. Big flash in hand.
Yeah, and look at the flash and the Prowler combo. Great to take space. We actually really like the combination between Fade and Phoenix here.
Joke's over.
But Les is posted with the operator. That's going to be a shot. Not landing that he would have wanted. Slowed down, but certainly not stopped. And now the pressure starts to mount. He's got one. Victor isolating the fight towards Pancada. Greeting was Aspas. Greets him with a smile and says goodbye. But it is Aspas and Les up against 3. Look where that spike's going and look where Ye is. This is just fantastic progress. You can see on a deeper angle. And Les considered it, but was not ready for it.
Kacau nih cok.
Able to create some pressure. They're rewarded for it here. Aspas still has the rifle. I mean, 1,200 in the bank. Oh, he's going to make a concerted effort for this, but with Ye slipping deeper into spawn, he's got to dig him out first. That has to be the first scalp to claim, and already time slipping away from him.
Well, teleport's ready.
Ain't clean, ain't pretty, but you're going to take those. Your job done. Okay, Optic have the answer. Now, I guess this is when we look at the scoreline, and if we want to discuss kind of, bigger picture across the board, you have to chalk up the fact that, one, yes, Loud did convert that bonus, but they also picked up the pistol, right? So there was a nice little buffer at the start of things. Once we got into the meat of it, yes, those retakes were very impressive, but Optic came prepared with an answer. So technically, this is, even though the scoreline is sitting all even, I'm trending a little towards Optic, considering the vast majority of the rounds that they've garnered are in the full gun rounds. Let's see if that holds true, as once again we're seeing this kind of combination here. We'll flash out the window. We did see the Prowler last time, not this time.
This is noted.
Temptation to follow that out. Marv Gets himself the angle, but it's Victor to find success towards middle as Sadak tried to explore a little.
And also it's the walk out. Optic now trying to gain an advantage on the back of Loud being so eager to find some space elsewhere behind this early presence shown.
Here.
More Optic
Here.
stacked up outside B. Smokes go up. Now there's one on the other side. Not full coverage here though. Actually, the paranoia in the paint shell. I don't know if that will find a kill, but definitely prevented the spike. But Victor looking to get aggressive. Marv now with the backfill.
Three of them! And now it's looking like an absolute travesty! As it's only a 41 HP and 48 seconds. Oh, he pulled the trigger. I thought the discipline might have kicked in. Not the case. Loud. Stabilize.
And they absolutely needed this. They would have been broke for round 12 if Optic had closed this out. 3 survive. Carry these weapons across. The operator maintained as well. Actually, Sadak and I was going to say Sassy, whether or not they can spread the funds effectively here. So it's Sassy to play it out with a light shield, but the important thing being the operator available here. Yeah. FNS on that lockdown. So last time used reactively in garage, whether or not they set up for a site hit here. Actually, the ping towards sewer, maybe implying. Sadak again, happy to explore this, and this time less. Catches Marved ahead of getting into position.
So where do they go now? Rocking a hard place, Pancada holds it down, Sadak gonna fill the void. Quick flash to buy some time, but the pressure's still mounting.
Les has found another.
Les is everywhere at once. Paranoia's coming through. Everything's starting to look good for Loud in this round. Probably leading into the half on this one. It looks inevitable, and as crashes, turns on a dime, and does that.
Jago anjing.
He's looking for Les as well, as Les is encroaching towards this. He's still got
a minute, yeah.
He's got a lot of time to play with here. And he got close in that last clutch. He found some room for himself, but two of the opposing players are playing right next to each other.
I mean, they're going to read this as he's pushing spawn, right? If he's not gone for this plant, you have to assume he's playing aggressively.
Does he see anything? No.
He's going to get the free plant here. We'll have the ultimate available. This goes reveal back, but it's 30 HP to work with. And finally now, Loud starting to figure it out.
There's the problem. It's been given away.
30 seconds left.
He does have his ult online though.
It's just one shot. That's all Loud need to land.
Trying to play the timing, going around the world. Good spin up towards long if he wants it. But they're sitting so pretty. Both of them on such good HP.
Halo guys, apakah masih hidup? Apakah sudah tidur?
Horn goes towards long. That will at least keep some confirmation that he's not there. Instantly they turn and look towards Sewer!
GG anjir.
It got a little scary, got a little dicey. But once again, the retake holds strong. Loud.
Hidup, masih hidup, aman, mantap. Apakah kita akan merayakan kemenangan Optic?
Absolutely has, yeah. So to come out of that with a 2-round advantage, especially considering the disadvantage at the start they started with, brilliant stuff from Optic.
It certainly is, but it's not over
yet.
This
Kita
is
akan
only the
merayakan
first half.
kemenangan
Let's
Optic,
go back
adik-adik.
down to the desk.
I love this series. It's so close between these two teams. I know before Agent Select, we weren't quite sure how we felt about the Phoenix, but now you've seen it against Loud. Josh, what are your opinions of it?
Well, I think Victor did a great job at actually recovering the half because it was looking dire there to start with. You know, Loud were really able to get a snowball going off the back of Aspas. He's having a fantastic map. And now the questions become, you know, when we are looking forwards about Victor and whether or not he's going to be able to keep this up, because this was Victor's best half, at least when you look back at how they've played previously.
Yeah, but for Aspas, it's been good for him as well. And I think for Loud, they've been defined by how they were playing in these retakes. So often completely giving up this A site and trusting their ability to fight back in. This is one of those rounds. This was actually the bonus round that they managed to convert. And they're just super well coordinated on these rehits, particularly with this double initiator comp. And Aspas feeling enabled on that raise. But as the half progressed, Optic really found their way back into things. And again, made those adaptations on the fly.
Is 5 enough? Exactly, Josh. Is 5 enough? Because when you look at Optic and how they play Haven, on their attack side, that is where they've been collecting all the rounds to take away that map so far over the course of this tournament. And so I'm wondering now, as the sides are going to swap around, Optic are going to be playing on a defensive side. It's sounds odd, they're playing a double Sentinel comp, but they have looked weaker on that side. And I think 7 rounds for Loud, listen, they take the pistol round. I think they may have just carved out a spot in history.
They may have one step away. You win this map, you close out Haven, and you're the first Brazilian team to ever take a trophy home. What an achievement it could be.
Loud just 6 rounds away from that trophy. Pansy and Hypog, let's see if they can close this one out.
They've given themselves the footing here, Mike. They've given themselves that pathway to glory. 7-5, they've absolutely given themselves a chance, but it's not completely out of the woods yet. There's still danger. There's still what we were seeing from Optic. It's not over yet. It's how bad do Optic want this.
Absolutely, and last time actually previously versus the RX, it was Marved and Ye to really be the driving forces on defense. Victor struggled to find any sort of success here, and now actually swing immediately on this angle will force Victor and Crashy's a little deeper on site, but already reinforcements here in A-Link. Now don't stop it though. They're straight onto site.
Yeah, but already Optic fell away from this. It's looking for like, actually, I want to see it was mid-tempo on this, because looking at FNS's position, and they got the molly going to be clearing out towards Graffiti. The burst on the side, but he gets manhandled, sent back by the Frenzies. But then, a double dip! Triple, they've all gone back in!
Apakah kita akan merayakan kemenangan Optic? Let's go Optic!
Absolutely
Let's
stomped.
go Optic.
As Optic try and get ahead of the curve.
Let's go Optic.
Loud.
Let's go Optic.
Swivel. That looked good initially. As soon as that molly goes up, I mean, FNS is here so quickly. Problem being, this is too many frenzies. Tucked up so close on site. That's a pacey start to the second half. Pistol on the board. Actually, 3 rifles to come through here. 2 Bulldogs on the board. Optic only have classics to work with. And the stun actually going to go onto the orb. Do they try and punish this? Trying to feed Victor another ult orb, and some utility invested here. Actually, Victor finds one here on the
Waduh
trip.
guys, waduh. Waduh, bahaya, Cok. Tarkam anjay.
Ferocious.
Ye slipped through as well. Got to be conscious though, because Pancada's already at C-Long.
He's got a lot of space to work with.
Loud have to take a breather.
Yeah.
I think they will wait for Pancada to find something. Only 3 shots in the Headhunter.
Anjay, ngeri-ngeri sudah begini ya, bangsat lah.
Gotta be aware of this,
Aduh,
though.
ada
They've
Ye
gotta
lagi
be
di
aware. This
belakang,
would be called
tai.
for the rotation, but you've got a shot and a
Baru
half. What you got. Ye
Pancada though, he's slipped
says
all the way
scene.
through.
Here's the same scene. Now Ye would be the best to note this, because now the alarm bell rings. The 3 players at CT swing together. He still gets
Okay,
one.
round 2,
Sassy
clear.
on the other side with another. And a 2v2, any recoverable weapons? Yes, Marv's got himself a Bulldog. And Sassy in the back line is surely considered. Less forced away. And now with 18 seconds, they turn attention!
Ya Allah,
And
kenapa
overrun Sassy.
begini?
I asked how bad they want it. Apparently real bad. Still find this out, they hear the plant.
10 seconds.
And Les sitting pretty though. He's got the rifle. He's still got the light armor beside him. Molly towards the site, clears it, notes nothing. And the timing. Les is going around the world just at the right time.
He slipped away from the spike though. He's not in line of sight.
He's absolutely not. So, going to be pressured. Do they consider it? Do they think about it? Already they get contact on it, but the spray's good. He's not stopping. Marv's not stopping. He finally comes on.
Untung dia stop. Untung dia stop, guys. Aduh.
I mean, any other round, in any other matchup,
Sure.
Marv sticks that.
Of course he does.
Because he's gotten away with it so many times. But Les, the absolute hero here. Victor almost has him.
Oh, the Iceman himself finally melting a little under the pressure of it all.
What a round from Optic, though.
Yep. Something out of nothing. Something out of nothing.
Look at the repurchase back into Loud.
I mean, they're still pretty good with the Spectre. I'm not going to put it past them at 9-5. If they make it to 10 now.
Let's go Optic.
I'm getting real worried for Optic's chances here. Loud on the verge of double digits. If they can somehow dig deep in this, your danger man always going to be less here. That rifle still in the hand. Don't forget about that.
Actually, there's one way. It kind of sets up Ye as well. It's only Aspas positioned here. Crash is actually now slipping away towards heaven. I think there's two. Potential here for Sadak and Sassy.
Apa nih?
To try and fake something onto A site.
Wih, apa itu, Le?
Crash has used this lineup before. It's dirty. Again, at least if he can confirm that this is a fake and nobody follows up on potentially the fault line or a prowler or anything sent out on that side.
Good timing on the check.
Finally gets the ping here.
But that's not where the spike is.
Nope.
Oh, and that's big info, right? But look at the scattering. Instantly adjusting right back across, mirroring the movement. But by now, Loud have the plan in. That's great. Perfect paranoia, and they're burning alive. And now mowed down. Good trade, though. Less standing tall. Pushes into the smoke. Zero respect, zero fear. He's waiting for them to appear on the other side. They have no idea about this. Who plays first?
Right next to
Who moves first? They have no clue. Unless, how is he doing this? Time and time again, breaking Optic's hearts and giving him the ace.
Absolutely ridiculous. There's only one noted on A site, but they scramble for this rotation.
What the?
They're trying to send bodies to bail Crashies out. The alarm bot gives it away. I mean, a ton of damage here. Look how much damage Les actually eats there.
This guy's built different. There's something different about the way this guy plays the game.
Absolute madness. And now you're definitely worried. Loud have found double digits.
Found confidence. Their individuals are warming into the game now. Everything's starting to line up here. 2 more rounds to get towards series point, championship point. And they are very much poised for that. They have the perfect purchase coming into the next round. Optic far from it. But the odds have been against Optic before. I will never write them out until it's over. This is the championship. It is a Sunday, you know what I mean? Anything can and will happen.
I mean, they gave it a bloody good shot last time with just pistols.
Yeah.
It came right down to the wire. There was less to bail them out in that round 2 as well.
Buset, keyboardnya Ye kecil banget ya. Kenapa demen keyboardnya kecil ya?
Now, playing a different game out here on Haven.
Yeah.
With just 2 stingers here for Optic. Marved and Victor. The ghost in hand for FNS. So Ye gonna load up on Headhunter shots as well. Optic looking to get a little aggressive here. Ye and FNS to support Marv.
Gimana Bang Tabs?
Nice and early.
Gimana Bang Tabs? Ini parah sih.
And Crashies will be in range to hear.
Step up banget anjir pemain Loud.
It's not the first time Loud have showed presence here. I think that previous round definitely going to be present in the thought process here for Optic. Don't want to give any opportunity in terms of over-rotating here. Actually stick to their guns. Nobody moving on the side of Optic. Committed to this 4-man hold towards C. And Loud happy to play out the downtime here.
Optic capek deh. Lu ini sih apa?
Build that pressure.
Budget gajinya lu kemarin lu udah kali 10, udah habis budgetnya.
You know the Optic is starting to get
budgetnya udah habis anjing.
Not out of it yet, but it's looking like that landslide is falling your way. And the frenzies, the stingers, whatever they can scrape together is simply not looking enough. We wait though. One gonna go up. Noting nothing on the side. The plant comes in for free. It was a C stack, it was a gamble. Didn't work out.
Wah ini sih.
Have 5 standing.
Ini sampai ke Thrifty, ini Optic menang nih harusnya ya.
I mean, with how disciplined Loud have played, don't even expect these stingers to get much done here. Only 1 flash to work with. The paranoia as well for Marv, but it's going to take a miracle. Loud just set up already with this utility so late on in the round. It didn't cost them anything to get in here. So they have so much to slow down this retake.
You're right, it's all those time purchases starting to really mount up.
Gila bener-bener ini nggak bisa.
Flash is good, might catch Pancada, but it's just nothing. It's odds and ends. A whimper at the end of the round as 11 is carved on the board for Loud now. We could be moments away. 1 more round and it's championship point. And Optic haven't got off the starting blocks here in the second half.
Ini 11 nih, kalau nggak ada pos dulu dah.
Talking about their ability to stop that early momentum and get around on the board. They were successful previously, but it's going to take a miracle here. 6-round deficit. Optic barely anything left in the tank after this in terms of the finances. A run it back to work with. Actually, less going to pop the tour de force off the rip here. Victor, pretty deep here. I mean, if he does want to throw out the run it back, he has to clear all this space. He does.
Right, flash is good. Going to force the TP away. A little bit of a gamble on the spam and hoping it finds something and he gets sent away. Not finding as much as he'd like here, but you're absolutely right. Information aplenty.
Does he get back onto this angle, though? Les is posted up now, anticipating some sort of re-aggression here from Optic. Now Victor's holding an active angle. Crashy's, I guess, ready to swing off the contact.
Teleport's ready.
Les nearly spotting the barrel.
Bring them down.
They wouldn't dare peek into this.
Now Victor has no flashes left.
Yeah, and then they're already leaning towards C. This is all building towards a C crunch anyway. You've still got the players on long. You've got 2 working through Garage. It's going to be a Finesse who's now going to be drawn to attention. Great control in the first. Silences Aspas. Pancada soon to follow. Finally traded out though. Sadak going to build in through Garage. Yay with a great position, but Blind can't do much more. And it's still Marv to the back of the side. The Iceman himself needs to stay cool. And he's done well with 1, but it's not going to be enough. As
Wah, ini kalau menang fix sih. Mental breakdance, pusing kepala.
Plant, but then now there's players on long. Did he note the one close through Garage?
Wah, bahaya anjing.
And with 40 HP, he's done the unthinkable. He's taken them to 12. And now 1 round away.
Wah, breakdance sudah
More heroics from these Loud players. Sassy.
anjing.
Delivering here on Haven. What a ridiculous clutch. Just ridiculous.
That's 12 off the back of this.
Gila, ini gue real course kah babik
as well.
He knows he's absolutely gone on the ropes. We are 1 round away. The last purchase potentially for Optic. It's now or it's never. It's do or it's die. And it's a double
Let's go Loud. Let's go Loud. Let's go Loud. Loud. Loud.
Breaking Victor in 2. And now there's only 3 standing. And it's all building towards this A site.
They've got so much utility to work with again.
Anjing.
and Aspas have both found one.
It's all on 1. The last man standing, Finesse. And after so much time, so many years of heartbreak at the hands of Optic, Loud beat them in the best possible way.
Gigi anjing.
2022 champion. What a moment.
Gigi anjing.
For the men on the stage.
Absolutely.
Sabar guys, gue mau lihat dia mereka angkat trofi guys.
Besting Optic. They can see what it means to them as well. The entire hopes of that region pinned on those 5, and they deliver here.
And they've been living in the shadows of Optic. Forced out in the group stages, constantly beaten, questioned their capability.
Gila, gue jadi ingat LG cok.
Do we say Optic then just kind of
Luminosity Gaming.
But now is the time.
Selalu diremehkan Brazil, datang-datang langsung juara dunia cok anjing.
And to face their biggest foe in the final, the grand final.
Jadi ingat Rodzera, dia selalu diremehkan cok. Selalu jadi underdog. Tiba-tiba jadi juara dunia berapa kali anjing.
Absolutely, and this isn't even to say, you know, as if Optic just completely fell short here.
No, they didn't.
Loud put on an absolute masterclass, particularly here on Haven, just demonstrating such solid discipline. And a couple of these Loud players coming up huge individually.
Yes.
Optic take nothing away from their run.
No.
Incredible consistency to even make it to here.
Tahun depan jangan dukung tim Apak ya.
Shy away from the spotlight after picking up 1 big victory, but no, Optic always showed their diligence coming back around. But this moment is for them on the screen. Loud. Again, they had so much
giveaway adik-adik,
by their opponents here. So many people questioning their capability. And they have proven everybody wrong.
And what a moment.
Angkat trofi dulu.
Fantastic stuff. And even, again, talk about some of the key players here coming online in the final map as well. Pancada and Les individually, just outstanding performance from them. Even then, you have to mention the others. Sadak, Aspas, Sassy. That clutch from Sassy, ridiculous. And we get it now, the dream lined up for Sao Paulo. I know Josh was talking about it earlier.
Can you imagine?
Brazil will carry the title into
Mana
that
kok
event next year.
angkat piala?
That's what I think everyone's looking forward to now. The region has a champion to follow, to cheer for, to set the bar once again, to carry that flag forward. But you're right, bringing that trophy all the way home. That's... it feels almost scripted. It almost feels scripted. Oh man, let's take a glimpse back. Let's have a look back at some of the moments that led to this, at least here, because again, I think watching this game through and through, seeing and both of us casting this rivalry so often, this is the best I've ever seen, Loud, flat out.
Absolutely, and just to think as well, there are so many times where both teams look to really switch things up, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a comfort zone matchup, right? They're so well versed. They know each other so well. That's even to think about actually how things started on Ascent, right? When Optic really taking the fight to the back lines of Loud, looking to disrupt them as much as possible. And actually Loud doing the exact same thing. You come back onto Breeze then. It was just such an amazing series to watch.
El Clasico does certainly hold up to its price at this again. Hey, look at it. Any other day, Marv would have held that and we know it. You know it. But these moments, these pressure scenarios, these stages, bring the best out of it. And this, an ace at this point. Come on, Les. Come on.
But wasn't it basically that then into like the Sassy clutch, like one round later?
Yep.
Just heroics on both sides of the coin here, Lauren.
Absolutely. Every single player has been just formidable from start to finish, and it's been an honor being part of that journey, part of that experience, because for some reason we always seem to cast the matchups and they've always been so good. And again, for you guys at home to get your thoughts through to us, down below, get the MVP vote going. I mean, where would you go with this? Where would you call this one?
Honestly, I've got to give this to either Aspas or Les. I think individually some of these rounds just
MVP Les. Stocks.
And that's even again, you got Sassy in that mix.
Ayo dah, giveaway dulu dah adik-adik.
Honestly, was outrageous on Haven.
Mike, it's been an
let's go.
To once again be part of this, part of the experience. You guys are finally having you in the building with us for those who are able to make it out here. But overall, all said and done, what a great conclusion at least to this year's biggest rivalry.
Absolutely, I'm just so glad we got it to live. I mean, last time it came out, there's questions in the matchup, some of these results.
Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia.
One of the greats going down in the history books. This is one to be remembered. And honestly, thank you for having us with us. Now, for now, we're going to back down to the stage. So, play exactly what I want to be.
Teşekkürler Alican. Müthiş bir yılı İstanbul'da hep birlikte geride bırakıyoruz. Yüzlerce takım içerisinde binlerce oyuncunun mücadelesine hep birlikte milyonlar olarak tanıklık ettik. Artık tabii ki şampiyonun kupaya ulaşma zamanı geldi. 2022 Valorant Champions turnuvasının kazananı Loud.
Anjay. Gokil. Oke. Gajinya 5 sampai akhir bulan, diskon gede-gedean.
Karşılarına çıkan her takımı mağlup etmeyi başardılar. Onların önünde Optik hep bir engel teşkil etti. Reykjavik'te başlayan bir serüvende ve tabii ki özellikle onlara karşı kazanıyor olmak çok farklı olsa gerek. Onlarla bir röportajımız olacak tabii ki ama öncelikle kendilerine kupa kadar eşsiz bir hediye veriyor olacağız. Kendi radyonik küplerini alacaklar. Hediyeleri olan radyonik küpleri vermek üzere Riot yetkilileri John Needham, Anna Dunlan ve Valen Roselli davet ediyoruz. They came here and beat every opponent they faced so far, and Optic has been the arch enemy all the international events so far this year, and they had the means to revenge their here in the Champions Finals. So I'm sure it means a lot when they become the best team of 22, and we will have our interview with them now, but we would like to give them a unique present. So please welcome to the stage, Riot Executive, John Needham, Anna Dunlan, and Valen Roselli, who are representing and giving this Radiant Cube.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alam Syajin. Alam Syajin hadir apa IG mana?
So thank you, John, and I am Valen, and let's hear from champions. Sadak, starting with you. You and your team just won the championship, winning against your biggest rival so far. How do you feel?
Então, vocês acabaram de ganhar o campeonato contra o seu grande rival. Sadak, como é que você se sente?
Kok nggak ada?
Sin palabras.
I have no words to describe this feeling.
Yes.
Öncelikle tabii Sada turnuvayı kazandıklarını ve senenin şampiyonu olduklarını söyledim ve...
Wait. Merhaba arkadaşlar.
Yani burada olmanın gerçekten sözlerle ifade edilemeyeceğini söyledi kendisi. So I'm going with Les. So Les, despite being young, your performance was incredible so far.
Oke.
Do you have any secret?
Sudah selesai guys.
Então,
Saatnya untuk
Les,
bobo.
apesar de você ser mais novo, sua performance foi incrível. Você tem algum segredo?
Eu acredito que o segredo é errar.
Thank you guys yang udah nemenin sampai Valorant
So I
Champion.
believe my
Gokil.
secret is actually to make mistakes, get some people complaining about you, but then getting it right.
Okay. Les'e özellikle tabii genç olduğunu ve performansının ama genç olmasına karşılık harika olduğunu sordum. Yani özel bir sırrı olup olmadığını sordum. Les kendisi çok hata yaptığını, hata yapmaya devam ettiğini ve daha sonrasında insanların yaptığı hatalardan dolayı yine yakındığını ama sonrasında onlara ödettiğini söylüyor. So, going with you, what is next for the guys? What do you think becoming Valorant World Champion? What do you think? How are you feeling?
E aí, pancada, o que vocês têm guardado pela frente depois desse campeonato?
O que tem guardado pela frente só Deus sabe, né? A gente vai viver cada dia um após o outro, aproveitar o título agora, que foi muito importante para todos nós, então é isso aí.
Okay guys.
So, actually getting this championship was really important to us, but sincerely speaking, only God knows what's gonna be like saved for us in the future. We're just gonna be living one day by the other and just keep walking.
Okay. Genel olarak tabii Pankada'ya gelecekte sizleri neler bekliyor ve dünyanın şampiyonu olduğunuz, dünyanın Valorant şampiyonu olduğunuz şeklinde.
Wah gimana ya? Optik. Waktunya Turu guys. Thank you semua ya guys. Lanjut besok ya. It's time for me to Turu. Ntar gue sikat gigi dulu ah. Bobo dulu, ganti judul dulu dong, tolongin. Bobo dulu. Akhirnya kurs gua sampai sini, adik-adik. Turu dulu. Udah gue udah ganti.
Bazooka.
GG Bang Teps, ente. Is okay Bang Teps. Asik. Gimana Bang Teps? Gimana? Laut itu ya guys ya. Heartbroken. Apa? Yang waktu apa 2 juta, coba lu final bangkeks. Enggak, lot itu menurut gua bukan masalah capek sih. Lot itu secara aim, secara tembak, secara mereka gameplaynya udah kelihatan dibandingkan optik. Karena optik tuh cara mainnya masih sama gitu kayak tahun lalu ya. Sedangkan kayak Loud itu semuanya tuh udah step up semua. Udah bener-bener step up. Yes, Loud udah pelajari optik banget sih, bener banget. Dan mereka sendiri pun dari player-player tuh udah grinding gila-gilaan kayaknya. Flash itu dulu biasa aja, serius. Tapi sekarang jadi gila tuh. Les tuh parah sih, kelihatannya gila-gilaan sih. Les. Cek. Karena dari optiknya sendiri nggak mau ngubah. Kalau menurut gue aspas tetap aspas pasti MVP-nya. Karena dari optiknya sendiri nggak mau ngubah. Udah kebaca, apalagi pas lawan DRX. Biasa optik bisa kalahin 2-0 dari kemarin series tuh 2-1. Karena optik tuh kebaca banget mainnya kayak gitu-gitu terus. Berisikin ntar Yei gerak sendiri gitu-gitu. Itu udah apa ya namanya ya? Udah terbaca lah. Emang namanya game ini ya, nggak bisa sih lu cuman stay in the same tactic gitu. Kayak si Crasiusnya sendiri kan ngomong, kita nggak ngubah apa-apa, nggak ngubah banyak, paling dikit doang. Intinya kan sama. Tetap Loud juara. Kalau Yei memang nggak ngotak coy. Yei itu bukan manusia anjir. Sachi anak kesayangan. I'm dikalahkan sama Strat sih. Betul lah pasti. Lagi pula dari M-nya juga paling yang naik tuh cuman si Yei sama si Crasius sih. Kayak Victor FNS parah sih menurut gue. Parah banget. Andai Sentinel masuk champion, gue yakin juara si Noob. Nggak bisa. Belum tentu. Karena rata-rata NA tuh nggak pernah mau ngubah cara main kayak. Lu lihat Sentinel deh. Even mereka jago juara terus keduanya nggak mau ngubah cara main, akhirnya di counter. Orang nih ya, oke lu jago ya, lu merasa paling atas ya. Orang dari bawah tuh yang mau merasa pengen jago tuh pasti ngerubah mau ke atas. Udah sama nih sampai ini ya masih mau merubah paling atas, ini ya bakal stuck di bawah terus. Nggak bisa bro, itu NA tuh jago sebenarnya, banyak banget player jago, cuman nggak pernah mau berubah cara mainnya, kayak nggak mau coba meta baru. Yang digunain ya itu si Yei chamber gitu loh. Turu deh kebanyakan berandai-banding. Gila sih. Lagi yang paling komplit menurut siapa ya? Loud gila sih. Loud gila sih. Dia step up parah. Dia playernya step up. Gameplaynya juga tuh apa namanya? Adaptasinya tuh cepet banget. Loud 5-nya, yes. Benar. Ngebet banget juara. Loud 5-nya rupanya. Gimana ya? Jago sih coy. Jago sih. Optik ngebikin kesalahan langsung dipanis abis-abisan. Iya, lihat lah gimana cara dia main. Bener-bener si Ye nggak diajak main kok. Walaupun diajak main juga nggak banyak. Nah, yang diajak main teman-temannya lagi off semua. Ya udahlah. Counternya gila sih, hebat sih, gokil. Menghindari Ye, yang dihajar teman-temannya. Apalagi yang diajar FNS terus, diajar terus. Aspas jago tapi timnya gampas. Gampas apaan? Muka lu, Aspas jago timnya satu orang, kalau nggak mungkin bisa juara. Lu pakai otak lah anjing. Sentinel aja dia able kok. Ini player cardnya udah masuk kah? Gak tahu. Gue emang dapat ya. Gue nggak tahu. Coba apa gue mesti diklaim dulu kali ya? Coba ya gue ke Twitch. Apa mesti diklaim? Oh iya guys, gue nontonnya pakai. Gue nggak dapet cok. Gue nontonnya anjir. Cara klaimnya gimana? Aduh. Cara dapetnya gimana? Di notification bukan? Di settingan drop, bentar. Itu di mana? Settingan drop di mana? Invent tuh di mana? Invent tuh. Mana nih coba? Sabar. Bro guys, biar gak pusing, gue balikin dulu semuanya deh. Oke. Ini gimana nih? Gua kemana? Ke sini. Terus? Mana? Ini yang fire bukan sih? Lu cuma dapat title. Aduh. Lu nggak login Twitch book? Gue pakai ini nih, pakai Microsoft Edge. Drop. Ente dah, bangke. Kemarin gue padahal udah inget. Mana 0%? Ini ya. Persen guys. Nol persen nggak dapet gue. Ya udahlah, biarin. Udahlah, tidur lah guys. Ya. Goodbye guys.